What's the crack? It's your boy Teriyaki. Boys and girls, I am sweating. Oh my god, man. I haven't smoked in a day and it's tough. It's really tough. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get through the whole show without getting some tobacco into me. Holy shit. Like I'm literally like it's not even warm. Right? If anything, it's a bit chilly and I'm literally sweating right now. This is crazy. Well, welcome in, Blueberry. Welcome in, Southern Man. What it do, Mr. T? What it do, Mr. Southern Man? We got the Chaparino. Sorry, Chapping Grow or Chapping Grow, Chapping Row. The Chapping Row. There's a lot of different ways to pronounce your name. Let me know if I got any one of them right. Would appreciate you kindly, sir. This is from Ryan Malady Shay's mod over on Ryan's, and I highly recommend you check out Ryan's absolute demolishing. Like, holy shit, it was bad enough. Like, it was one of those things where Wick, quote unquote, hosts, quote unquote, moderates, and it was between Dev and Ryan. But it was like anybody who's seen Wick, quote unquote, moderate, you know what I'm saying? It's clear that this motherfucker is like completely partisan, completely biased. Like he like and here's I can't even get my thoughts straight. Holy shit! I need to order some tobacco. Holy shit! Give me a reprieve, okay? I need to look into how to actually quit nicotine because holy fuck, I do have a problem. I do have a problem. I cannot fucking quit this shit easy. But it's like what he'll do is right. Like anybody that's seen Ryan, like he's usually kind of cordial, all this kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like he kind of like avoids going blood sport as much as possible, but genuinely, if the person doesn't leave them any choice, then it's okay, right? The gloves are off. But like Wick will kind of like not do anything like too egregious. Like he won't do the whole thing where it's like that I've seen on other lefty panels where they have like tons of clips loaded ready to go. You know what I mean? Like that kind of like those kind of shenanigans and all this kind of stuff. And the like even the moderator is the one who's directing the conversation so they can like show that clip and all that kind of stuff. Like the whole kind of ambush thing. So like Wick doesn't do that, but what he does do is this whole thing of like if it ever gets a tangle, or if it's ever that like it's clear that like Ryan is absolutely demolishing Dev, not just from like an actual logical point of view, but from a rhetoric and an optics kind of point of view, right? He'll never let Ryan actually kind of like just beat down on Dev. It'll always be this thing of guys, everybody be quiet. Okay, Dev, you go ahead, finish your point. Even if Dev wasn't the one that was making a point. Do you know what I mean? Like Ryan would have been, let's say, answering Dev's question. Dev would have interrupted. And then Wick would say, okay, guys, Dev, finish your point. Dev wasn't the motherfucker who was actually answering a question or making a point. Oh man, it's crazy. Crazy some of these motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying? But then what happened was, basically, it got to the stage where like even Wick and Dev, it's basically a 2v1 at this stage. It's literally a 2v1 at this stage. And to the point where it's like, at one point, Wick was like, okay, I'll look that up. I'll look that quote up and all this kind of stuff. Don't worry, guys. You guys can debate. And then Ryan says something, and then Wick interrupts Ryan to try and interject his point of view. And then like Ryan massively just turns around and says, oh yeah, you're looking up that link, Wick, aren't you? Nice moderation, by the way, Wick. You know what I mean? Like little things like that. He's superb, right? So he's there like doing a 2v1, bitch slapping these motherfuckers. And then, don't you fucking know, in pops Destiny. Completely unplanned, by the way. Not an ambush, by the way. Just happened to be strolling in the neighborhood, Destiny, by the way. And then it turns into a 3v1. And still Ryan takes all three of them on and embarrasses the fuck out of them. To the point where like Destiny goes, of course we're in a tyranny at the moment. Ryan, don't you see that? Join us in our tyranny fight, you know what I mean? And it's like, join us in becoming a tyrant, Ryan. And Ryan's like, you motherfuckers done fucked up. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Absolutely 10 out of 10, A++ performance from Ryan. I would recommend you guys go check it out. But one sec, I need to order my tobacco because these sweats, like it's not even warm. It's not even warm. You know, boys, I got a problem. I got a tobacco problem. Lady nicotine has got her fucking claws into me. What can I say, man? What can I say? I might have to go to a fucking hypnotist. You know what I mean? Wait, where's the goddamn nicotine products on this website? Holy shit! Your boy is sweating. Wait, did I click in the same place twice? Un momento, por favor. I do apologize. We're going to be getting into a lot, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just kind of break down where the show is going to go tonight. So, as you see in the prompt, it is the American system versus the British Imperial system. Again, the reason why I want to kind of like do a study session on this or try to kind of develop more on this is that we need to break out of this Marxist box, right? I know a lot of you are going to be sitting there going, but Teriak, I'm not in a Marxist box. I'm a capitalist. If you're referring to yourself as a capitalist and that's all you can kind of really go in terms of adept and all that kind of stuff, you're still in that Marxist box, right? And what I mean by that is like a lot of people think, oh, fuck the communists. I'm a capitalist. Bro, they can get you with that as well. And what I mean by that is like, have you ever heard of like an anarcho-capitalist? Because like they'll come in, they'll sound libertarian, they'll sound conservative, they'll sound based. You know what I mean? And then you realize, oh fuck, like these motherfuckers are capitalists, but they also want to get rid of this state. You know what I mean? And that's not by accident, that's on purpose. So that's why they want to keep you in this box of like the communisms versus the capitalisms, all this kind of stuff. But as I kind of outlined in previous debates and all that, is that there's plenty of reasons why you would want I hesitate by saying mixed economy. Is like you'd want certain industries or markets or like companies, whatever way you want to kind of refer to, you'd want them to be like government owned. You'd want the government owning 51% of those particular companies. So like Lockheed Martin, for example. You don't want Lockheed Martin to be selling to China and Russia like the latest equipment and all this kind of stuff. You don't want them operating purely off of capitalism bottom line. You know what I mean? I'm pretty sure we can all agree with that. We're all sensible people here and all that kind of stuff. So, but also like, because this came up in my conversation with JS, where he was like, "Oh, well, why don't we just like put in tariffs so we just make it impossible to do business with them and all this kind of stuff?" Well, it's a lot easier, or it's a lot more beneficial to actually like buy 51% of the company as the government, because then the profits of that company is going to be on your balance sheet. You know what I mean? And from there, you can then lower the taxes. You know what I mean? So like that's why it's like, again, I don't want to use the terminology like mixed economy or something like that, but like that's why like nationalizing certain industries or certain companies is a benefit. It is a better way to go about it, because you just get a lot of benefits from it, like that have like knock-on effects and all this kind of stuff, like positive knock-on effects. So like imagine like a positive avalanche. One sec, I'm still trying to find like if there's any filters and stuff. Where's the smoking accessories? That's where I'm trying. Oh, there we go. A completely different area. This is a poor website. I can tell you that for a fact, boys. But right, so I got the smokes ordered, so I can stop panicking. I can stop panicking. All right, we don't want to be a panicking, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so yeah, standard delivery. Let's get her done. Let's get into it. But ladies and gentlemen, like I said, that's the whole kind of like aspect of like the American system. Like at least in terms of like the like what a lot of people find themselves in, where it's this like capitalism versus communisms or socialisms or whatever. But getting on to, okay, well then what is the American system? Well, the American system comes from the likes of Alexander Hamilton, Clay, Abraham Lincoln, what was he got? McKinley, those types of presidents where they were big on industrialization. This whole thing of like, building up your infrastructure, building up your manufacturing, becoming a sovereign state in a sense of being able to produce the vast majority of your needs yourself. Um, you know, because if you're not sovereign economically, then as we've kind of seen with the modern day, it's modern world, like you basically get manipulated into going down certain paths and all this kind of stuff. Um, and like key policies and key aspects to this would be welcome in, sir. Welcome in. Thank you for the subscription. But key policy differences from this would be like free trade versus tariffs. If you're the American system, you want a country to be able to tariff, protect its own industries and all this kind of stuff. Right? Because if you have free trade, especially with China, how are you going to offset the fact that they use slave labor? You can't, unless you have tariffs to protect your industry. You know what I mean? Now, bear in mind, there's like this whole Democrats, like they're the Democrats essentially are like, mask on British Imperial system. You know what I mean? Like they'll pretend to be American, all this kind of stuff, but they're basically British imperialists. Always have been. Like think back to Civil War, all this kind of aspect. Like they've always been this whole thing of like they want the return to the crown, all this kind of shit. And no better way to explain that with don't you know, this whole No Kings protest. Remember, the Democrats, Trump is not my king. Oh my God. No kings, no kings, no kings. A bunch of vandalisms, all this kind of shit. And then an actual fucking king turns up to Congress. Remember King Charles? Does his whole speech, all this kind of stuff. Now, compare that to the state of the nation. Trump says, stand and clap if you think this is the primary duty of American government, to protect and represent the people of the United States of America. And not one fucking Democrat stood or clapped. Not a single fucking one of them. But when Prince Charles came around, oh my God, standing ovations, clapping like retarded seals, weren't they? But also, by the way, no kings. So, like I said, that's basically who the Democrats are. Make no mistake about it, ladies and gentlemen, right? To be 100% on it, Let me catch up in chat as well. John Bird, smash the like button. It's free and helps your algorithm. Exactly, John. Exactly. And if you do want to donate as well, please feel free to use the Ko-Fi and the PayPals, because YouTube takes 30%. And if you're using an Apple device, Apple also takes 30%. So if you're using an Apple device and you super chat $10, basically it goes, Apple takes 30%, then YouTube takes 30%. And that puts that original $10 that you wanted to give me down to $4.90. They're thieving bastards, to say the least. The chap, I'll just call him the chap, because I think that it's has a bit of sophistication with it. The chap says, no worries, bro, no worries. Listening while playing Dark Tide. Listening while playing Dark Tide. My man. Welcome in, Freer, as well, Mel. Welcome in, sir. Salute you around. Do my best. Enjoying the relaxation. My man. I got the old alert bells. It's got to be done. It's got to be done. Good to see you, chat. Look after streamer. Exactly. Me too, for me too. 30 minutes break is turning into 2 drinks and many cigarettes. 2 hours of light left. I'm gonna go get it. My man. More tyranny. Exactly. That's the whole thing now that they're trying to say, well, the Republicans are tyrannical. Wait, what? What? But this is the thing, like they're in such a state of disillusionment, right? Like they've bought into like their own kind of like delusions of grandeur to like themselves, all this kind of shit. It's literally this whole thing of like if you've ever been with like a crazy woman before, gentlemen, like that she's crazy, and like you've seen her when she's crazy, but you haven't seen her final stage of craziness until you actually tell her you're breaking up with her, or not even at that stage, until she finds out. Because like sometimes you can break up with her, And she'd be like, "Oh, that's fine, that's fine." And then you're like, "Wait a second!" Like then you start to like gaslight yourself because you're like, "Wait, I thought she was crazy, and she didn't actually act crazy when I broke up with her." But then she finds out that you've met someone else, and then you see like boss, final stage, boss level craziness from the bitch and all this kind of stuff. That's basically the current Democrats because they're saying crazy shit right now. Like they're going back and like rewriting history, try and find some sort of plausible way that like the Republicans done some shenanigans with the Supreme Court, and even then they have like their whole excuses. Well, the Republicans broke the norm to get a Republican judge on the Supreme Court. So then that justifies tyranny, or that justifies packing the court by four. It's literally like crazy person logic. But no, it's all on tape. I heavily suggest everybody goes back and they make clips of this shit where like Destiny's screaming into the mic, "Of course we're in tyranny. Don't you say?" Like craziness coming from them. But that's why, like, if they try to do this whole thing of like, well, then we're just going to go to civil war. It's like, okay, count your bullets. How many bullets have you guys got? I guarantee you, we've got more. You know what I mean? Like, 'cause a lot of people think it comes down to guns. No, motherfucker, it comes down to the number of bullets. You know. Chat, yeah, watch it live. See, good man, Johnny, good man. It's bad when Wick comes off as the same one. There's that aspect. Like, there's being sane. But like, there's the other aspect of like, well, Wick is supposed to be a moderator here. You know what I mean? When are we going to call a spade a spade? Because the dude is the moderator who does not moderate. You know what I mean? Or clearly biased in terms of the moderator. But welcome in, Johnny. Welcome in. I support the free enterprise system, which has a capitalist base. Yes, exactly. That's what you'll find in terms of the heart and soul of the American system. That's why, like, I went over that aspect of like capitalisms versus communisms. I want to like anybody who has that like as the binary that they think that is, we need to smash that and turn to pieces and all this kind of stuff because, like, unless it's a key industry like big infrastructure, big manufacturing, like warfare manufacturing, prime farmland, like energy, like the country's energy and all this kind of stuff. Unless it's those industries, it should be capitalism. You should not have any government interference and all this kind of shit. And it, like I said, it'll produce the wealth and all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? That's basically like to solve the whole capitalism communism thing. Like that's how you go about like actually putting in an economic system. But then there comes down to this whole two things of like the American system versus the British Imperial system. And we're going to get into that. All right. War Justin Gaith and War Cyril Grain. Who's going to doubt my predictions now? Anyone? I don't know, man. Apparently Trump has peace now. Apparently. Okay. But like we've been here before, and like I won't count my chickens before they hatch. You know what I'm saying? You were too slow, the shop. I already discovered Teriyaki literally the other day night. Mama. Appreciate you kindly. But I can only remember who was in the chat saying Pariah was the GOAT and Gain had no chance. Epic America, epic celebration of America turning 250. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, that just as a venue in future, like, that should be done more. You know what I mean? Because I understand, like, the whole, like, 250-year celebration, kind of, you want to make it special, but, like, there should be kind of more events like that, you know? Boxing matches, UFC, what else could you do? You could do all sorts of, like, combat sports. Like, you wouldn't be able to do something like Formula One, like they do in Miami, where they like basically drive around the stadium. Although driving around the White House that could be pretty epic. I don't know if like you could do American football matches or football matches or anything like that, like any pitch sports like that. But maybe because it is a pretty big structure, Hamilton, the nanny banker. Trust me, chap. We're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it. Welcome in, Marin. Welcome in. Pull up a chair, get comfy. And we catch up and chat. Apparently, forgot to subscribe, so you get the point. It is what it is. It is what it is. At least you subscribed, you know. We could drop them. We could drop the imp YouTube. What can I say? What can I say? Appreciate it. Like I said, it's free. It's damn near free, folks. You know. Sometimes I wonder if a group of loyalists escaped the founding fathers because of Benedict Arnold, and that's how we got Democrats. Now you'll always have had Democrats because like this is like a constant thing from Britain where they're trying to subvert America, and basically just use America because they know, like Britain knows, or I should say, like the city of London knows that that England cannot beat America in terms of kinetic military force. So what they do is they use financial. They approach it from a financial point of view, and then they basically pay off America, be its bruiser in the Middle East and all this kind of shit. But times is changing because Trump is setting you free. He's shackling, breaking free from those shackles of the British imperial system. Good morning. Why not start out with a laugh, clapping seals? What can I say? What can I say? But like every single one of them, no kings, and then as soon as the king comes around, they start clapping, and it's unbelievable, man. You know. The chap works better. The Chapinjo rolls the tongue better. Yeah, chap. He's a good chap. You know, sir. Tools in the eco toolbox, similar to comparing to different economic strategies. Many tools, free trade can still happen. Protectionism of state number one. But autistic Austrian eco has tools, not all the tools. Yeah, no, trust me. Once we get into this aspect, you'll see. You'll see. Have you ever been to the United States? I've been once to Boston. I was in Boston, mate. Crazy gals. Just so I liked them. God help me. I'm telling you, man. That's the best knowledge I could possibly give you. Also, shout out to the Master Chef on the Ko-Fis. Appreciate you kindly, sir. Let me see. It says the Piera hype train is over, and let me give you a money clip for that one, sir. Appreciate you kindly. That puts us up to $10 totally. Only $40 left to open up the panel, ladies and gentlemen. Oh shit, I haven't loaded up the page yet. But appreciate you kindly, Pseudomaster Chef. Yep. Break up with them. They find out you have someone else. Then they break into your house and unalive your pet. Man, like I said, you see the next level craziness. And that's what you're seeing from the Democrats now. Because they know that they cannot, like, their whole house of cards has come undone. The whole house of cards is over now. Their whole kind of like, I'm just going to call you bad words and you're going to kowtow and all this kind of stuff. That game's over. That period's over. I've come around to chap. Hey, my man. He's a good chap, you know. UFC 250 Freedom Fight Steriac, 100%. What an event. What a spectacular event, you know. What is the actual problem with having the UFC in that venue? Is there an actual argument here? You know, that's what I'm saying in terms of, do you want it to be a special thing or do you want the arena actually to be regularly used? Now, the reason why I'd be hesitant to make it like regularly used is just based on like the assassination attempts that we've seen lately and all this kind of stuff. That's why I'm just kind of like give it a couple more years before we're doing it every day or every year or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That'd be my kind of like thing to it. It's like, let's just make sure Donald Trump gets his stuff done. Because like I said, we're going to get into it and you guys are going to be like, oh shit, I didn't even realize Trump is doing this shit. It's like, oh baby, wait till we get into it. Also, shout out to Big Daddy Pod for the $5. Says, when are you getting your green card and joining up permanently? You like us so much, and there are more Irishmen over here than in Ireland. I've actually have like ancestors and family that that like actually fought not only in the War of Independence but also in the Civil War, both sides of the Civil War as well. So like, don't worry, like I got connections. But definitely it's one of those things where I don't know if I could look at myself if Ireland was to fall. And I just hightailed it over to America. You know what I mean? It's one of those things where it's like, Like, are you a nationalist or are you not a nationalist? You know what I mean? That's kind of like that's been pushing down on me, if you get me. But appreciate you for the $5, sir. We got salutes from Marin as well. Thank you very kindly. Who's complaining about the UFC event being held at White House besides the libs falsely claiming taxpayers footed the bill? 100%. Just the libs. I know there's probably nothing there. Just checking. 100%. 100%, boys. Better to be safe than sorry, as they say, you know? Better to double check than to not. Especially when the UFC Freedom 250 event is donating 4,000 smart glass to every blind veteran. Hey, mama. Terry, I come to Alabama. These southern belles and redneck women will love that accent. What can I say? I love the southern accent too. You'll be like Tom Jones with them throwing their underwear at you. Oh God, you'll look like a lizard on a sidewalk. Hey, my man, my man. I got Sudaman Chef saying, and Justin Gathje. I can't pronounce the dude's second name. Guthrie Gathje. One, I didn't count him out, but definitely didn't see that coming. I think Trump can multitask. The National Weather Association was trying hard to shut down the event, failed. Exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. All right. So first of all, all right, let's talk about oil prices. Let me expose you how much bullshit this whole gas crisis, Strait of Hormuz. Oh my God, it's like this has never been seen before, and all this kind of shit as well, right? So this is the chart of the histories of the oil prices ever since it's been historically charted, right? So crude oil prices from 1946 to 2026. Okay, this is the chart here. Now this is a dog shit chart, but I'm showing you this one to show you that this one is the exact same, but this is a proper charting thing, so we can actually get better pricings and all this kind of stuff as well, right? That's why I showed you the first one. This is the actual chart here. Now, the highest price in history that the crude oil has ever been was just over 145, 146. You know what I mean? Maybe 147, just below $147, right? And that was Monday, 14th of July, 2008. So just when our boy Bush was finishing up his last term, right? $144. Sorry, $147. All right. Now, when Obama came in, he was doing the whole we're going to change, it's everything's going to be changing, all this kind of shit. We're going to pull out of Iraq, and that basically caused the oil prices to absolutely plummet back down to $30, just over $33, right? Now, just to give you an idea as well, when George Bush was coming into office, the oil price was about $10, right? And if we say kind of this region would be, just below $20. This region here is about $28-ish. But he ended his term at $147 in terms of the price increase, right? Then Obama came in office, oil price collapsed. But when Obama left office, it was still at 107. So Obama started at 32 and ended up with 107. You get me? So, again, now the reason why I'm going through this is a lot of people will say, well, Strait of Hormuz, Iran war, blah, 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 gas prices, oil, gas prices go up, right? Democrats, no matter if it's Barack Obama or, as we'll see, Joe Biden, if you're voting for Democrats, you're voting for higher oil prices, which will give you higher gas prices. And the other thing about Democrats as well is they'll just add on a carbon tax to it as well. Right? But Obama's term ends, it collapses back down just before Trump gets in. So then Trump starts off worst thing was about $26, right? Right. Technically, no. That was still Obama. No moment though, because technically he got in January 17th, 2017. All right. So yeah, so when Trump gets back into office, when Trump first gets into office, it's around $48. Okay. Now, as we see, moves around a bit, goes up to 78 at one point. And then you have that big, massive crash in C19, right? Now, bear in mind that was basically that kind of like held, just to kind of, like I said, this is why I use this chart so we can kind of see in terms of the thing. It basically held around that $17 price, right? That's where it was holding. Now, if you notice, that's where it was best case for George Bush. Oh, wait, not even George Bush. Yeah, no, George Bush. That was the best price for George Bush. That was before they launched everybody into Iraq. And then you seen that massive spike up here in terms of what caused the prices there. Like $17, that was back in like, the 80s, 90s when times were good. That's where Trump managed to get the oil prices. All right. And then we'll see May 20th. Then we have January 2001. So already you've seen the oil price is going way back up again. If we look at this region here, this is about $40. By the time like Joe Biden's peak, right? You're talking $130, right? And then again, he's about to leave office, so then the price goes back down again. And then January 1st, 2024, Trump starts out, it's about $75. And as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, we did have a spike up here when Iran war was declared, but now you see the price are back at $80. So when Trump took over, so January 2024, wait, is it January 2004 or January 2005, is it? One sec. Yeah, January 2025, you're talking about $73 and it's currently at $80. So this whole thing of, oh my God, we're going into global recession because the oil spike, that's not even the highest oil price we've ever seen, right? We've seen it as high with Obama in office when he done his 8-year stretch. And then, nobody can beat George W. Bush in terms of boosting the fucking oil price. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker started at what, like $20 and he ended up at over $140, 7 times increase. What can I say? He just fucked the country up for the love of the game. You know what I mean? They didn't even have anything on him. He just like loved to fuck up the country anyways. But he increased the oil price by 7 times the amount. But as you see here with Obama, it's no higher like than even at the peak, the highest it went during the whole of Iran war. Obama was at that range anyway. And when you look at the average price, you know what I mean? The average price is around $85 during the Obama 8 years. And then when you look at like Trump's average price, somewhere in the vicinity, we'll say $50. $50 throughout the average of Trump's term. You know what I mean? And then Biden put us back up to 130. Right? So I don't want to hear shit about the Iran war and all this kind of shit because that caused a spike up to $120 when Joe Biden had us at $130. Okay? It is what it is. It is what it is, folks. But that's like I said, just to dispel that part of it, right? Now on to Grok, because we need to do a bit of reading first. All right. As my headphones die. Fi favore, chatta. Fi favore. Right. So, what I want to do is give me a full breakdown on what the American system is based on Hamilton, Clay, McKinley, Lincoln. What the American system is, and compare and contrast what the difference are from the Imperial system is, and then we also want to do something else. Oh yeah, and then outline what Trump is doing and which system it aligns with. Right. So basically, what oh fuck, 1 sec, let me zoom it in. I'm glad I noticed that now rather than before. Oh, claim offer, yeah, super grok. We don't need super grok. We're cheapos. 1 sec, let me catch up in chat as well. Big Daddy, what part of Alabama you from? Hey, sweet home Alabama. Yeah, and crude oil prices don't necessarily even dictate the price of diesel or gasoline. Yeah, because like that's what I'm saying. Like think about like the green policy, the carbon tax. You know what I mean? Like just based on the price of the oil alone, the Democrats are like more expensive than the Republicans. So if you're voting against Republicans in the midterms, you're saying that you're voting for higher oil prices. And then on top of that, they're going to put a carbon tax on top of it, making it even more expensive. You know what I mean? AJ? Okay, thank you very kindly, sir. Thank you very silent. So the T is silent, essentially. Big Daddy Pod, Terriac, a large portion of American culture mass back to both Scotland and Ireland. The American mindset of if you don't like it here, then go back where you came from, for instance, is the plan system. 100%. You know? And like even like that, the Scottish, like the Gaelic and then like the Anglo-Saxon, like is kind of like Germanic and Scandinavian. It's a lot of similar kind of stuff, you know? Damage you up the energy to ride it. Hey, my man. Carbon tax is so fraudulent. So climate change is such an existential threat, but Dems will let corporations create a bigger carbon footprint as long as they pay for it. Yeah, 100%. And they ain't saying shit to China. Like, who's going to stop China and India? Like, ever since they start doing that shit over here in the West, look at like China's CO2 production. It literally skyrockets. You know what I mean? It's a piss take. Right now, the ideal price per barrel for US oil producers is around 68 to 76 per barrel. Keeps them at a comfortable medium where it's not too high, not too low, as far as supply and demand. Yeah, like that's the whole thing. There's no, it's like you don't want like oil to like collapse back down to let's say $20 and go back in that thing unless you're planning on doing heavy industrialization and manufacturing purely that would like come at from like an oil perspective. So like think of like you're planning to build gigantic railway systems and trains that are running on oil, and you want that industry to basically become the dominant industry for like the next, 50 to 100 years. And that was basically the case, you know what I mean? Back when the British Navy ruled the seas. That's what America was trying to push with the American system, as we'll find here. Because it got around having to use the American, the British Navy. You were able to get around British Navy of them trying to exploit you for like a little extra bit of cheap change and all this kind of stuff. Oh, it'd be a shame if your ship was that get a hole blown in it. You know what I mean? So if you wanted the protections, you had to pay and all this kind of stuff. But let's get into the American system versus the British Imperial system. Like I said, this is an important thing to take away from today's stream, ladies and gentlemen, because as Americans, you should be able to understand this and it gets you out of this box of Marxism where it's like all you're really talking about is capitalism and communism when, like I said, there's better ways. The American system, also called the American School of Political Economy, was a nationalist economic framework designed to build a strong, independent, self-sufficient United States, particularly by fostering domestic manufacturing, infrastructure, and internal markets while reducing dependence on foreign, especially British, powers. It contrasted with the dominant British approach of the era. Core principles and key figures. Alexander Hamilton, the first U.S. Treasury Secretary, laid the intellectual foundation in his report on manufacturers in 1791 and other works. He advocated protective tariffs. Sound familiar to Trump, where he's like, you know what? Fuck yous, I'm tariffing everybody. You know what I'm saying? To nurture infant industries, a national bank for stable credit and currency, federal support for infrastructure, and policies to promote manufacturing alongside agriculture. Does that sound familiar, ladies and gentlemen? It should. It fucking should. Hamilton viewed economic independence as essential for political sovereignty. Remember when I was saying it's like, if you're not economically independent, like think about this. if a woman still depends on a pimp for monies, right? She still needs him for money. Is she ever gonna get free from prostitution? No. You'll have to constantly keep going back to him. Economic independence is essential for sovereignty. Warning against becoming economic appendages of Europe, he coined or inspired the phrase American system in Federalist Numero 11, right? Or 1T1, as I'd call it. Henry Clay, Speaker of the House, Senator, Whig leader, popularized and championed the American system in the 1810s and 1830s, especially after the War of 1812, exposed U.S. vulnerabilities to British trade disruptions. In speeches, for example, in 1824 and 1832, he outlined three mutually reinforcing pillars. Protective tariffs. And again, the opposite of tariffs is free trade. Anybody who says, oh yeah, I think free trade is a good idea, that motherfucker is a goddamn globalist. And you should treat them as an enemy, okay? Tariffs all the way, baby. Tax imports to shield emerging US industries, generate revenue, and promote a domestic manufacturing base. Okay? Numero dos. National Bank. Provide stable currency, credit, and a financial system to support commerce and growth, building on Hamilton's first bank. Right? Numero tres. Internal improvements. Federal funding for roads, canals, railroads, and other infrastructure to connect regions, create a national market, and facilitate trade between agriculture and manufacturing. Right? Clay argued this will create a sectional interdependence, national unity, and prosperity, countering reliance on exporting raw materials and importing finished goods. Okay, you want to be able to make sure that you're at least doing the finishing yourself. You know. Then we have Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln, a lifelong admirer of Clay and the Whig Republican heir to these ideas. As president, he pursued high protective tariffs, a national banking system, national banking acts, massive infrastructure, the Pacific Railway, and policy supporting industry and labor during the Civil War and beyond. He saw tariffs as promoting American wages and industry. Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch? Because now we have all these Democrats turning around saying, oh my God, tariffs bad. Everybody's going to be homeless and poor because they can't afford shit. Are they fuck? Are they fuck, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Then we have William McKinley. Later Republican president, was assassinated, and tariff champion. He continued the tradition of high protective tariffs, for example, the McKinley tariff, to support manufacturing, arguing America should lead in agriculture, mining, and industry. This helped fuel U.S. industrial supremacy in the late 19th, early 20th century, and then he was assassinated by, guess who? An anarchist propped up by Britain because they like to house all these anarchists and all this kind of shit. And then guess who steps in after him? Roosevelt, who was all like, oh yeah, I'm going to be the president who's against the industrialists, these filthy capitalists who won't pay you like a livable wage, who won't increase the conditions that you work in and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? It's always one of those situations where they act as though they're like doing you a favor, but actually they're going after the people who are currently doing you a favor. You know what I mean? But overall goods, economic nationalism, industrialization, national unity, high wages for workers, and strategic independence. It emphasized a large internal free market, especially among the states, protected from external competition, with government actively directing development rather than leaving it to pure laissez-faire capitalism. That's the whole free markets. This approach contributed to the US rising as an industrial powerhouse. Now, before we get into the comparison or the contrast with the British system, I'm going to go on a quick little grift break because my smokes have arrived. I need to go to the door. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you've enjoyed the show thus far, please do us a favor. Help the wee little leprechaun fill his pot of gold. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what you heard.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show ain't free, folks. This is a quick grift break. Enjoy the music. I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
In the merry month of scams, from a hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Terriac's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassie smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality, me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind, no bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling. And while I'm for the road, they said me Connacht brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terriac. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. When off Holyhead, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called meself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Aaron's Isle they began abusing. Hurrah me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, saw I was a hobbling, with the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. Now with me little leprechauns, we're grifting through the nations. Terriac leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton,
Hopefully you enjoyed that one. A little bit of the Irish folk for you, ladies and gentlemen. When we get into the next group break, trust me, it'll be a bit more country, particularly familiar to the American ears at least. But ladies and gentlemen, let me catch up in chat before we continue with the goddamn British. The goddamn British. Because what can I tell you? One thing an Irish Republican and an American Republican can agree is it's always the fucking British. They're always behind something. You know what I mean? Don't even get me started on the French. But anyways. So what we want to do, one sec. The Big Daddy about 25 minutes from my house in Pennsylvania. There's a cranberry bog where you can actually see remnants of old field stone foundations built by the Irish that came during the potato famine. What can I say, man? And like that's one thing that's used against Irish people for this, because like they can't do the whole thing. You're why you used to own slaves, because like the Irish people are like, motherfucker, we were slaves. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? So now they go, well, sure, didn't you emigrate all over the place? It's like, yeah, but we weren't set up in 4-star hotels. When we arrived on the shore, we had to build shit. You know what I mean? We actually assimilated. We actually built shit. We didn't sit on our whole fucking 24 hours a day getting paid by the government set up in hotels, you know? The only problem with tariffs is that power changes hands over 2 to 4 years. If we had tariffs like Trump implemented and in effect for, say, 15 plus years, then we'd see the real benefits from them. 100% pseudo, but the reason why, because like I said, look up the presidents that I'm mentioning here. McKinley, Lincoln. The British will literally fucking kill the president. Well, again, I have to be 100% clear. It's not like the British are the ones that are actually doing it, but they're the ones that like are feeding into this. Feeding in this anachronism, pushing all this like, oh, communism might actually be a good idea, and like funding all. Who do you think is funding the No Kings protests? The Free Palestine protests? All that shit. Who's funding all them? Because like they're showing up with brand new spanking signs, they're showing up with lawyers, they're showing up with all this shit, they're showing up with reporters. Like who's paying for all this stuff? Busing people in from other states and all this kind of shit. Who do you think's funding this? The City of London. Okay? It's the same thing. He was propping up the Democrats and wanting them to secede and maybe we join back with England and all this kind of shit. It's the same game. So the reason why Trump is getting all these assassination attempts is because he's breaking this British system. System, whatever. The nicotine's hit me. Oh shit, boys. What can I say? Sweet, sweet lady nicotine. But I'm gonna pace it. Because I got a bag of tobacco and I'm gonna pace it. All right. But anyways, but yeah, like that's why you can never get it long term, because they'll get the Democrats in. The Democrats will say, "Oh no, this is not working. We want free trade." I guarantee you, if Gavin Newsom, oh my god, man, if Gavin Newsom wins the presidency, we're fucked. But like, and I'm going to be showing you videos here where it's especially like the likes of Carney's been saying shit. The Tony Blair is back on the scene and all this kind of shit. They've all been like saying that. I was like, oh, we need to adjust strategy now and all this kind of stuff as well. All right. But long-term tariffs, like it'll get to a stage where you won't have income tax. Like you'll barely be paying any tax. If Trump puts back in this system, it'll be to a whole thing of like, fuck all taxes. Because in terms of like the tariffs and all this kind of stuff, it works out. Leprechaun stream at this time. Yeah, I go early on Monday mornings, Sunday nights, depending on Monday mornings, I guess, is the best way. Yak is back. What's the crack? My mother was from County Mayo. Hey, what can I say? The old west of Ireland. That's where my family. We used to be kings in Connacht. More you know. We got Mrs. D as well. Hey crew, Teriak, how's everyone? We're good, Mrs. D. How are you? Good to see you. Yep, much like the Italians didn't come here and rely on welfare. There wasn't any welfare. These scumbags have welfare set up probably before they even step foot in the US soil. Probably like there's a whole like scandal now where it's like they've been investigating these like these places where like these immigrants are coming from, and there's like actual like government agencies set up that are linked to the NGOs that are feeding them information of how to basically lie on these forms, what to put in on these forms, and what to do. So like the reason why they're all flushing their passports down the toilet when they're on the plane. But then they arrive, oh, I've got no passport. Like they're doing all this kind of shit. So they're like, these NGOs are actively helping these immigrants subvert your system and claim to be refugees. And before anybody's like, but Teriak, they're refugees. They're not economic migrants. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. All right. Just real quick.
Okay, so you're fleeing war.
Excuse me?
Are you fleeing war?
Yeah, prosecution.
Prosecution.
Yeah.
Now this cunt in Ireland as a quote unquote refugee. Apparently a refugee, okay?
Where?
Nigeria.
There's war in Nigeria?
No, it's a sexuality thing.
Sexuality.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Where I come from, if you are bisexual or homosexual, you get killed. So.
Now, again, this is why I couldn't do these interviews or these reports, because my next question would be,
why are you gay?
You know what I mean? But, however.
So you're gay?
Yeah, you have to take off, yes.
Okay. And how are you finding?
So, you are gay? Yes, I'm gay, says this gentleman here.
Letterkenny, are you settling in well?
Oh, lovely, lovely.
Okay. Are you working?
Not yet, still looking for it.
Okay. And where are you staying?
It's just beside the Margetigans over there.
And all paid for? All sorted by the government?
Government, yes.
Great government.
Oh, fantastic. This is the land of Tien and Og.
1,000 welcomes.
Yes, Kukulin said come and we're here.
And you're out on a Saturday night?
Oh, but of course, we're going to have fun out there.
So, government pays for his house, government gives him all this money, and he's out having pints on a Tuesday night. Paid by the Irish government, aka the taxpayer. The Irish citizens are paying for these people, paying for their accommodation, paying for them to go out, have a belly full of beer, have a good time, and all this kind of shit. Look at his post. It says everything. Like, can you blame me? Can you blame me?
You're happy in Ireland.
This is airing.
And
this is the land of milk and honey.
Have you got family at home?
Oh, yes, I do.
So what have you got at home?
My wife and 2 kids, 2 sons.
He has a wife and two sons. But he's gay, apparently. Bam, 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 banana, banana, banana. So he's a refugee fleeing Nigerian government because he's gay, but he's got a wife and 2 kids at home. Make it make sense, ladies and gentlemen. Make it make sense. People stop. People, please stop stalking me in your own chat, Irish. Thank you. What can I say? What can I say? Welcome in, Halfwood. Welcome in. Oh, I know, Teriak. I'm just saying some people don't understand the benefit of tariffs because they're not implemented long enough for them to feel the actual benefits. 100%. 100%. That's what I'm saying. Like, in terms of like what we're going to get into, where like Trump's suggesting that the American government takes control of these AI companies, 51% of these AI companies, that's going to benefit you in the long run because, again, that's going to fuel or funnel funding into your federal government, which means then you can then reduce the taxes on the taxpayer. You know what I mean? Living the dream, brother. Exactly. You know? Halfwood, weren't you in the chat when a couple of people were saying UFC's Alex Pereira was the GOAT and you know no chance? Oh, we're talking about UFC there. We're talking about UFC. You get a no job, then go the fuck back home. Exactly. Not the sharpest guy. They're not sending their best. They're not sending their best, to say the least. Yeah, you're preaching to the choir, Teriak, you know? So he gave his life for sexuality. No, he's pretending to be gay. He says that he's gay, so then he can claim to be a refugee. But he let it slip that he has a wife and kids back home, which means he's clearly not gay. He is lying, and he's just coming here as an economic migrant. And he probably has a job where he's getting fucking extra cash in there as well, while also getting paid by a taxpayer. It's unbelievable. Disgusting. Disgusting. You know what I mean? And our government knows that this is going on. All these NGOs are intentionally doing this. They're intentionally doing this to destroy the nation. It's disgusting. But getting back to what is the British system, because we've covered what the American system is: tariffs, industrialization, manufacturing, agriculture, all this good stuff, right? What's the British system? The British system, as critiqued by American nationalists, referred primarily to Britain's advocacy of free trade and laissez-faire after its own industrialization, often paired with imperial power dynamics. It was not mainly about measurement units, though Imperial can refer to that separately, but to the economic ideology Britain promoted globally while maintaining its empire, right? So here's the similarities. Both systems support commerce, empire/national power, and economic growth. Britain had used protectionism, e.g. navigation acts, corn laws earlier in its rise, much like the US-American system. Both involved government roles in trade and finance, but the key differences, as framed by Clay, Hamilton, and all the boys: trade philosophy. American system equals protectionism for infant industries and strategic sectors, tariffs as a tool for development, whereas the British system is all about the free trade, low tariffs. We should promote free trade. That promotes more commerce. Like, that's the whole kind of like gambit, or their like what they tell the masses essentially. Free trade will mean cheaper products for use. So vote for free trade. Don't vote for protectionisms. Not realizing that if you have tariffs, then you have lower taxes. So you have more money. You know what I mean? Once Britain dominated manufacturing, allowing it to export it cheaply while importing raw materials from colonies and periphery. And here's another key thing in terms of like their colonies, right? What they do in North Africa is, and this is why it's financial, how the British have been able to do this purely from the financial aspect. And it's more so like the city of London rather than the actual British people or anything like that. What they would do is they would go into, let's say, like Nigeria, and they would find two major competing tribes or political parties, and they'd essentially fund both sides. So they'd have, like, let's say, for the right wing thing, something that's like favored capitalism and all this kind of stuff. They would prop up like the anarcho-capitalists and all this kind of shit, and push for them to try and get in power. While on the opposite side, then they'd have like send all their socialist or left wing sounding peoples and prop up the like the left wingers in terms of that. And then they'd essentially try to divide and conquer, essentially send them both into like a civil conflict. They end up wiping out each other, and then whichever party is like declares victory, essentially, they kind of say, listen, you blew up all your infrastructure, you blew up everything and all this kind of shit. We'll give you some grants or some loans, but in return, we want access to your natural resources. And you don't have to worry about, like, you know, actually building the infrastructure to get these natural resources. We'll build that for you and all this kind of stuff. But it's going to be, for example, like British Petroleum, what they do in the Middle East. It's like, oh, we'll send in our British Petroleum company, their expertise at digging out the oil and all this stuff. You just give us access to that, and then we'll give you these loans so you can actually, you know, develop your government and all this kind of shit, right? But what they don't actually realize is that, like, these natural resources are like the British are paying pennies on the dollar for these natural resources. So they basically sold out their country in terms of natural resources and actually being able to develop for themselves, right? Americans saw this as a way to keep the US as a raw material supplier, like a colony. So, like, this is where, like, America's like, we're not just going to fucking fund you our raw materials. We're actually going to develop them ourselves. You know what I mean? This is America. Go fuck yourself, England, right? And the role of the government is America is an active federal intervention, tariffs, bank, infrastructure subsidies for nation building, whereas the British is laissez-faire emphasis, minimal domestic intervention, though imperial enforcement was strong, with markets supposedly self-regulating. Supposedly, right? Now, bear in mind, if you're one of these global capitalists, like think of like a George Soros type, you can play the market to whatever way you want it to end up with. You know what I mean? Now, imperial dynamics. British system tied to formal/informal empire. Colonies supplied raw goods, Britain manufactured and re-exported. Imperialism of free trade. Extended influence without always direct rule. American system was anti-colonial in intent, focused on internal development and resisting foreign, mainly British, economic dominance to achieve true independence. And the outcomes and critiques. Clay and others argued free trade under British terms would recolonize America economically. The American system prioritized a balanced economy between agriculture and manufacturing, high wages, and sovereignty over pure efficiency or consumer prices. Britain benefited from its head start. The US needed catch-up policies. In short, the American system was a deliberate alternative to British free trade imperialism, tailored for a developing nation seeking to industrialize and unify. Now, here's where our boy Trump comes in. Trump's policies and alignments. Trump's America First economic approach, especially tariffs, trade, reciprocity, reshoring manufacturing, and infrastructure focus, aligns closely with the American system tradition of Hamilton, Clay, Lincoln, and McKinley, rather than British-style free trade or post-World War II multilateral liberalism. Key elements of Trump's approach: protective/reciprocal tariffs, extensive use of tariffs, for example, on steel, aluminum, or aluminium, China, and others, to protect domestic industries, counter unfair practices, dumping, subsidies, non-tariff barriers, and reduce trade deficits and force better deals. Emphasis on reciprocity, fair, equal, and reciprocal trade, directly echoing Clay. Includes Section 232 of the National Securities and Section 301 and broader proposals. Economic nationalism and reshoring, prioritize U.S. manufacturing, supply chain security, and reducing dependence on adversaries, for example, China. Policies encourage domestic production in strategic sectors. So, this whole thing of like prioritizing US manufacturing. Like, you look at Detroit. What happened to Detroit when they started offshoring all the manufacturing? Detroit just collapsed. It's a ghost town. A shithole. Right? But that wasn't always the case. You go back 100 years ago, Detroit is booming, baby. It's all about the manufacturing, right? Reducing dependence on adversaries, for example, China. How are American products supposed to compete in America with Chinese products when there's free trade between the two countries? And the Chinese labor is so cheap, or it's basically slave labor, to the point that them shipping the product all the way from China into America still does not put a drop in the ocean between the actual price of the product. It's impossible to compete with China at that stage, because the only way to actually compete in terms of price is if you start charging Americans slave labor, which is not going to happen. And the whole premise of the American system is that you can actually put high wages on the table for the Americans, right? Then you have infrastructure and development, rhetoric and action supporting American infrastructure, energy dominance, and internal economic strength through implementation varies. Though implementation varies. So like this whole aspect of Trump saying it's like we need strategic national reserve. We need to be able to, become self-sufficient. We need to basically protect ourselves from any of these global incidents, so our economy doesn't go in the tanker just because the Strait of Hormuz goes down, or just because there's conflict in the Middle East, or just because, for example, like rare earth minerals and all the stuff in North Africa, because the Muslims start up war against the Christians in North Africa. Just because that happens shouldn't mean that our industry suffers from it whatsoever. Another thing as well is, like, let's say like food shortages and all this kind of stuff. You don't want to be like reliant on like foreign industries in terms of like food and all this kind of stuff, because that means if there's a famine in a key area that you're getting your food from, then you're also going to be undergoing a famine as well. Why not prop up your own agriculture and manufacturing as well, so that you've walled yourself off from a global famine or a global recession in both areas? You know what I mean? It's all about, like I said, this aspect of America first, protecting America and all this kind of stuff. Now, notice, like none of this has been about capitalism or communism. This is nationalism versus globalism. That is the true binary. All right. Critique of the global system rejects aspects of post-war free trade orthodoxy. For example, the World Trade Organization disputes multilateral deals seen as unfair in favor of bilateral interest-based deals, prioritizing U.S. workers and sovereignty over abstract global efficiency. And like that was the whole thing where it's like, well, China is able to work for slave labor, so they're going to be the industrial base of the world. America's going to be the consumer bases. We're going to fatten them up like cows, and they're going to be the ones that are going to be the consumers. You know what I mean? Like that's basically how they had everything planned. Like, you know, North Africa is going to be our raw materials, like rare earth minerals and all this kind of stuff. You know, Middle East is going to be our oil depot and all this kind of stuff. And we're going to be, you know, the government, the international police. We're going to be the United Nations. The World Health Organization is going to be the health department of the globe. Like they're literally like, remember like the New World Order that Alex Jones talks about? These motherfuckers that want the one world government. That's globalism. And this is why Alex Jones turning on Donald Trump shows that Alex Jones doesn't understand the economics of it. Because if you understand the economics, it's very hard to paint Trump as a globalist when he's doing all this to try and prop up America, try and reindustrialize, put back in manufacturing. And then here's the alignment. This revised Hamiltonian or Clayan protection for infant or strategic industries, national self-reliance, and using trade policy for power. Trump has explicitly referenced Clay and the American system. It contrasts with British laissez-faire. And in 1 sec, I'm going to get the link for that. Oh. Almost done a whoopsie there. Get me link for this. It contrasts with British laissez-faire / free trade by emphasizing managed nationalist trade over open markets. Critics call it disruptive or zero sum. Supporters see it as correcting imbalances and echoing successful 19th century US policies. And differences from the historical American system. Modern context is a more mature economy, global supply chains, dollar dominance, meaning less focus on pure infant industries and more on revival, reciprocity, and national security. So you could say, for example, like the AI industry is an infant industry, and you cannot let China become the dominant force in terms of the AI, because then they'll be able to dictate based on that. So that's an example of it still being kind of like an infant in terms of that. But when you look at like the manufacturing and all this kind of stuff, we're far more advanced in terms of like the manufacturing we can do. But in terms of like the American industrial base and all this stuff, it's a more mature market now rather than what it was 100 years ago or 150 years ago, probably more. You know what I mean? So in terms of like that aspect, you have to kind of like update the system as you're going into like the modern era, as they say. Do you know what I mean? It operates in a world of complex alliances and multilateral institutions, unlike the 19th century. You know what I mean? And this is why like the whole kind of thing in the Middle East, making sure like there's peace in there and all that kind of stuff, that's a whole kind of aspect that needs to be addressed in terms of that aspect. That's why the Iran war is not like the Iraq war. Overall, Trump's policies represent a nationalist, protectionist revival in the American system lineage, prioritizing U.S. industrial strength and workers' interest over unfettered global free trade. Historical outcomes of the American system suggest potential for domestic gains, though results depend on execution, retaliation, and broader economics. And this is why, for example, you have Carney doing a world tour now. He's going to Australia. He was just here in Ireland. You have Tony Blair coming out saying that they need to shift up their policy, because what they realize now is very easy to spot who's in favor of the British system versus the American system. Anybody who sounds like a globalist is supporting the British system. So they now have to like re-propagandize, re-strategize, and they know that they're going to lose these elections now because they basically exposed themselves as being anti-nation. They're against the nation. So now, like, and again, it's. I laugh when I listen to the American, like the radio and the news now, because all of a sudden, like for the past decade, it's all been, it's like, oh, you're racist and far right. You're racist. You're far right. You know what I mean? Diversity is our strength and all this kind of stuff. Now, all of a sudden, they've done a 180. And they're like, oh, no, you know, maybe we should listen to everybody and not just paint with a broad brush and all this kind of shit now. Ain't that funny? And like I said, when you start like paying attention to European elections, it's all right-wing candidates that are surging in the polls. You know what I mean? They now know that their whole kind of like plot here has been basically their ship is sunk. And the person who put a massive hole in that ship was the one and only Donald Trump. And this is why when people say, Teriak, why are you so interested in American politics and all this kind of stuff? Because anybody who knows anything about European, like the European countries do not have sovereignty. It's the EU that dictates. The EU that has taken the sovereignty away from these nations. So even if I was to somehow become the next prime minister, or Taoiseach as we call it in Ireland, right? And I was the leader and all this kind of shit, my hands would be tied, because the EU would literally say, it's like, okay, what happens if we start sending NATO allies onto your border and all this kind of shit? What are you going to do about it? Well, I've got an army of 20,000 people. At best. At best, I've got an army of 20,000 people. You know what I mean? I can't do shit. My hands are tied. You know what I mean? So that's why, like I said, I'm rooting for nationalism. I'm rooting for Donald Trump. I'm rooting for America, the American system. You know what I mean? But let's get this clip where Trump explicitly references Clay. So I think this is it. All right, so let's take a listen in at this. 2 minutes 42 seconds.
Was a fierce advocate for American. Oh boy, and he was a good president, right? He was a good president. Clay was a fierce advocate for American manufacturing. He wanted it badly. He said very strongly, free trade, which would throw wide open our ports to foreign production without duties, while theirs remain closed to us. That was his quote. He knew all the way back, early 1800s. Clay said that trade must be fair, equal, and reciprocal. Boom. He said fair, equal, and reciprocal. I'm talking about reciprocal trade. Reciprocal. I mentioned that the other day to a group in my office. We're going to be doing some trade deals as soon as we get the health care finished. Oh, I'm looking forward to these trade deals. They're the ones, there's going to be no ambiguity. But I use the word reciprocal. You know, Harley Davidson makes great motorcycles. They were in my office. And they came in. I said, how you doing? Great. How's business? Great. How do you do overseas? Well, it's tough. We have some countries that charge us a $100 import tax. I said, 100%, think of it. They want $100 on that 100%. So I said, how do you do? Not so well, it's tough. They have other countries that charge a lot. We want reciprocal. So if they're going to charge us 100%, we're going to charge them 100%. And you know what's going to happen? They're going to bring their 100% down to nothing like we charge. We can't allow that to happen. We can't allow that to happen. In explaining his American system, Clay argued that the sole object of the tariff is to tax the produce, and remember, to tax the produce of foreign industry with the view of promoting American industry. For too long, our government has abandoned the American system. Since NAFTA was approved in 1994, the worst trade deal ever made by any country.
Now, this was, I'm pretty sure this is in 2016. So this is, sorry, 2017, March 20th, 2017, right? So I don't want to hear shit that like all of a sudden Trump is only doing this now. This has been Trump's main message from the very beginning. He was like, we're not doing this shit anymore. We're actually going to protect American industry, okay? This was the main fucking like thing behind Trump. It's like, what are we doing? What are we doing where all these like foreign companies, they're allowed into the American market and they can undercut American industry because in China's case, they use slave labor and all this kind of shit, right? So imagine that where American companies are priced out of the global market and they can only really sell to Americans, whereas all these other countries, they're priced in and they can compete against your American companies in your own American market, and then they have like free access to their own markets as well as the global markets. You know what I mean? Essentially what the British imperial system was trying to do was cut off all American manufacturing, all American businesses from the global market, while then, you know what I mean, infiltrating or like putting pressure on the American market itself. You know what I mean? Shit. Since 1984, exactly. This goes back a long while. You know what I mean? But here's basically what would be the best way to describe it? Like, this is basically a full breakdown in terms of how it's called the Invisible Hand or the Invisible Empire. So how Britain still controls the world, or the City of London would be a more precise thing, because there's basically three key areas that control the Western world, and that is the City of London, the Vatican City, and the City of Jerusalem. Those three areas, and if you notice, like in all three of those areas, like they basically shut down at night. They've got special rules compared to the rest of the country and all this kind of shit, and it's all basically controlled with finance, right? So it's like the global finance things, how they prop up certain industries, how they prop up certain sides in global conflict and all this kind of stuff.
When people think of global power today, they imagine Washington, Beijing, or perhaps Brussels. But few realize that a vast financial web, one that stretches across the globe, still connects back to a small cluster of streets in the City of London. Though Britain's military empire faded a century ago, its financial empire never disappeared. It simply became invisible. At the heart of this invisible empire lies the City of London, not London itself, but a 1 square mile district with its own rules, traditions, and autonomy. It has its own mayor, police force, and operates under privileges that date back to medieval charters. This small area manages trillions of dollars in global assets every day. To understand how Britain's financial dominance began, we return to the 1600s. Merchant capital, born from trade and colonial expansion, gave rise to banking families and institutions that financed empire building. They didn't just fund ships. They funded conquest, plantations, and governments. In 1694, the Bank of England was founded not as a national institution, but as a private corporation lending money to the crown. From that moment, debt became the new instrument of empire. Instead of armies alone, Britain conquered with bonds, loans, and interest. The pound sterling became the world's first reserve currency. As British ships sailed across the seas, the pound followed, facilitating trade in India, Africa, and the Americas. By the 19th century, 60% of global trade was invoiced in sterling. Through the 18th and 19th centuries, Britain learned a powerful lesson: control credit, and you control governments. The Rothschild banking network financed wars and monarchs, often lending to both sides. Diplomacy was conducted not just through ambassadors, but through bankers. As colonies gained independence, Britain devised a new system to maintain control: offshore finance. By the mid-20th century, small territories like the Cayman Islands, Bermuda, and Jersey became financial satellites, offering tax-free zones under British law. In the 1950s, American dollars began flowing into London's banks. The city created a new unregulated space for global money, the Eurodollar market. This innovation allowed British bankers to manage international capital beyond the reach of any government, even the United States. By the 1980s, Thatcher's deregulation policies transformed the city once more. The Big Bang opened markets to computers, global traders, and instant data. But behind the screens, old families, trusts, and partnerships retained control. The empire had adapted. It now ruled through algorithms instead of admirals. Today, more than half of the world's tax havens are former British territories. Over $40 trillion in assets flow through jurisdictions tied to the crown. Britain.
And that's the key thing as well. Like, it's estimated anywhere between 50 to 100 trillion is stored in offshore accounts in the likes of Cayman Islands and all these like British territories that are off seas from Britain. But you know what I mean? And like a lot of it's got to do with like the drug trade and like the human trafficking and all this kind of shit as well. And you're not able to go near it because the offshore, it's technically not on England, or it's not in like in our jurisdiction or whatever, but it's a British territory. And like this is the whole thing of like never ask a British politician to investigate tax evasion. But you heard it there in terms of like the Rothschilds family and all this kind of shit. How they were able to prop up both sides in terms of global conflict. If there was a mineral rich area like in the Middle East with oil, or in North Africa with rare earth minerals, all of a sudden there's going to be like a civil war between two factions. And both factions are propped up by the same peoples.
May no longer rule politically, but economically its reach remains unmatched. The empire lives on, hidden in balance sheets and offshore trusts. After World War II, the world assumed the British Empire had fallen. The Union Jack came down in colony after colony, and the headlines called it the end of imperial power. But inside the polished offices of the City of London, a new empire was already forming, one without soldiers or ships. The British didn't lose their empire. They privatized it. At Bretton Woods in 1944, America officially took the lead. The dollar became king, and the pound stepped aside. Yet behind the scenes, British economists helped design the architecture. John Maynard Keynes himself negotiated Britain's terms, embedding the logic of London finance deep into the New World Order. As countries declared independence, Britain ensured that their financial systems remained tied to London. Central banks were modeled on the Bank of England, currencies pegged to sterling, and legal systems kept the framework of British commercial law. Independence was political, but financially the ties remained unbroken. To the public, the Commonwealth was about friendship and cooperation. In reality, it preserved trade advantages and legal privileges that funneled wealth through London. Insurance, shipping, and trade finance all relied on British banks. The Commonwealth became the skeleton of a new economic empire. When the colonies went independent, corporations took their place. British firms, especially in mining, oil and finance, re-entered these nations under private contracts. Companies like Shell, BP and Unilever became the new colonial administrators, controlling resources without firing a single shot. British banks spread globally. Standard Chartered, Barclays, and HSBC operated across Asia, Africa, and the Middle East. They weren't just banks, they were extensions of British influence. The language of control changed from governor to regional director, but the function stayed the same. By the 1960s, Britain perfected the art of offshore finance. Using its remaining territories, it created havens for global wealth. These islands didn't just serve the British elite, they served the world's billionaires, corporations, and even rival governments. The empire had found its new colonies, money itself. Behind the visible banking towers lies a hidden infrastructure, trusts, shell companies, and legal frameworks. These were all rooted in centuries-old British law, repurposed for the modern age. Lawyers in London wrote the blueprints for secrecy long before digital banking ever existed. Britain's relationship with the US became symbiotic. The US provided the global currency, the dollar, while Britain provided the financial machinery to move it. Wall Street made the money, but the City of London laundered, traded, and hid it. Together they created the most powerful alliance in economic history. By the end of the 20th century, Britain's power no longer depended on geography. It ruled through spreadsheets, not soldiers, laws, not lances. This was the invisible empire, one that transcended borders, influenced governments, and redefined what global power looked like in the modern age. When Britain's empire collapsed, it left behind something unexpected, fragments of territory scattered across oceans. To most of the world, these islands were irrelevant, small, remote, and economically insignificant. But to London, they became the foundation of a new global architecture, the offshore empire. By turning these micro-territories into tax havens, Britain created invisible extensions of its financial system. Jersey, Guernsey, Bermuda, the Cayman Islands, these were not colonies anymore. They were portals to a parallel economy, one that existed beyond national law. In the 1950s, London stumbled upon a financial miracle, the euro-dollar market. When Soviet money was deposited in British banks to avoid US control, London realized it could lend and borrow US dollars without American regulations. This loophole exploded into a $1 trillion offshore market, all denominated in dollars but governed by no one. London became the middleman of global finance once again, the empire reborn in the form of liquidity. British offshore territories used centuries-old trust laws to create modern financial secrecy. A trust allows assets to be owned by no one, legally invisible. This was Britain's hidden genius, combining old colonial law with modern capitalism to make wealth untraceable. At the center of this empire sits the City of London Corporation, a medieval institution older than the British Parliament itself. It governs the square mile, where nearly half of the world's financial transactions are processed. Unlike any other city, it's exempt from most British laws and has its own lobbying power inside Parliament. The city is not just a district, it's a sovereign entity within the state, serving as the headquarters of global capitalism, from the Caribbean to the Channel Islands.
And that's the thing, like, the mayor of London is not the same as the city of London's mayor. And the people vote for the London's mayor, but the institutions vote for the city of London's mayor. And again, like, they close off the gates at night time and all this kind of shit. It's just like the Vatican City. It's its own separate entity within London.
Each offshore territory plays a specific role. Cayman Islands, hedge fund capital; Bermuda insurance hub; British Virgin Islands, shell company paradise; Jersey and Guernsey, trust and banking secrecy centers. Together they form a spiderweb of jurisdictions that let wealth flow unseen, yet legally protected. Offshore entities became corporate armor. A single company could own dozens of subsidiaries across these islands, each one hiding the next. This structure wasn't about avoiding law, it was about owning it. Britain wrote the rules of global capitalism, then used them to its advantage. From kleptocrats to cartels, dictators to oligarchs, the money all flows through the same channels. British-linked offshore centers process trillions every year. The irony: the same laws meant to protect democracy now protect the very corruption it claims to fight. And at the end of every transaction, one name often appears: registered in London. According to the Tax Justice Network, half of the world's offshore wealth is connected to Britain and its dependencies. That's over $30 trillion sitting in shadow accounts, untaxed, untraceable, and untouchable. This is not a bug in the system. It is the system. Whenever global regulators try to crack down, Britain acts as both gatekeeper and negotiator. It condemns corruption publicly but privately. Its offshore network lobbies against transparency. Even the G7 and OECD's efforts to reform the system are diluted by British diplomacy. In effect, London has become the lawyer of global capital. The British Empire once ruled a quarter of the planet. Today, through its offshore system, it manages a quarter of global finance. No armies, no colonies, only contracts, corporations, and invisible networks of money. The empire didn't die. It simply went underground. When most people think of the crown, they imagine monarchy, tradition, and ceremony. But behind the gold and pageantry lies something far more powerful: a corporate structure. The crown is not just a family. It is a legal entity, capable of owning property, investments, and offshore assets under complex trust systems. In essence, the British monarchy operates like a silent holding company, one that symbolizes national unity while simultaneously anchoring financial networks across continents. While the official narrative focuses on public service and tourism revenue, leaked documents including the Paradise Papers revealed the monarchy's involvement in offshore funds. Investments linked to the Duchy of Lancaster and the Duchy of Cornwall reached as far as Bermuda and the Cayman Islands. The monarchy's holdings are not illegal, but their structure shows how Britain's most iconic institution quietly participates in, and benefits from, the same offshore architecture that shapes the global elite. London's power flows through its banks, centuries-old institutions that once financed the empire's global reach. Names like Barclays, HSBC, Lloyds, and Rothschild were not just banks, they were imperial engines. They funded colonial infrastructure, managed resource extraction, and later pivoted to dominate global capital markets. These institutions now serve as custodians of private wealth, especially from the developing world, continuing the cycle.
And these, like, global capitalists are banking on you by falling into what I keep calling it, like, this Marxist box, where all you do is you view it as, like, communism is the enemy and capitalism is the ally, right? But when you're a global capitalist, like these motherfuckers are, you've basically you've subverted the state, or you've subverted the nation. Do you know what I mean? So you still have, like, that end goal that communists want, where it's like, I don't want the state anymore, I don't want the nation anymore, I want the one world government, I want the new world order. Do you know what I mean? And that's how they're able to then prop up for example, like the No Kings protest, like the Free Palestine protest, and all this kind of stuff, try and undermine your government, to try and undermine Trump, because Trump is trying to say, fuck this shit. We're going to reindustrialize and we're going to make America great again. You can't have that, because what's the whole aspect here? All this shit it's soft power. It no longer has the military to back up these contracts. But if the city of London is able to influence America and use America's army, then that's the force that's backing up these contracts. But if the city of London no longer has that soft power over America, then they can't back up these contracts, which means it all goes to shit. So Trump is basically going after this hidden empire, this hidden hand that pulls the strings, manipulates the strings, and all this kind of shit, which is why they're trying to assassinate them. So again, any questions about any of the stuff we're covering, now's the time to get them in chat, ladies and gentlemen. And if you want to open up the panel and ask your questions live on panel, folks, we only need $40, okay? We got about another 20 minutes before we go on another grift break. So get her done, chat. We have about 3 more key videos to go through after this one. One of them is kind of long. It's about 40 minutes long, but it gives you the whole picture wrapped in one. But the next one's pretty short as well. But this is basically how the British Imperial system, when I say the British Imperial system, this is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about like the British people. I'm not even talking about the British government. I'm talking about specifically the city of London.
Cycle of extraction under a new flag, globalization. Unlike the US Federal Reserve, the Bank of England wields power through subtlety, not spectacle. Its influence lies in confidence, maintaining the image of stability and continuity. Yet, through international cooperation, it remains a central hub in the network of global central banks. The bank quietly manages relationships with offshore jurisdictions and coordinates policies that keep London at the heart of the monetary system. Few outside policy circles have heard of the Crown Agents. Originally created to manage the empire's supply chains, they now operate as an international development and procurement agency still under royal charter. They invest in infrastructure, logistics and financial systems across Africa, Asia, and the Caribbean, often in ways that align with Britain's geopolitical and economic interests. It's colonialism 2.0, now branded as development aid. Royal family members often visit Commonwealth nations to promote business relations. Behind the ceremonies and charity speeches, these visits often coincide with new trade deals, energy contracts, or financial agreements. The monarchy acts as soft power diplomacy wrapped in tradition, opening doors for British corporations abroad. The Commonwealth of Nations, 56 countries, mostly former colonies, represents a quarter of the world's population. While officially non-political, it functions as a soft network of influence. Its legal and financial systems often mirror Britain's, giving UK-based corporations an advantage in regulation, banking, and capital flow. The British model, common law, offshore trusts, and the city's financial dominance is embedded in the DNA of these nations. At the top of this financial pyramid sit family offices, private firms managing the fortunes of aristocrats, old money dynasties, and modern billionaires. Many of these offices operate out of Mayfair or Knightsbridge, discreetly investing across global markets, property, and energy. These offices use offshore vehicles, trusts, and shadow banking systems built on the legal foundations Britain exported long ago. While the monarchy itself avoids direct political commentary, its financial and institutional ecosystem shapes policy. Members of the British establishment move fluidly between government, finance, and consultancy firms, a revolving door that ensures the Crown's interests remain secure. In this sense, Britain's true power isn't centralized in Parliament or Buckingham Palace. It's networked, decentralized, and deeply institutionalized. The monarchy is not merely a relic of history, it's a living emblem of a broader economic system. Its traditions mask a powerful continuity of wealth, law, and global influence. Through trust networks, offshore assets, and soft diplomacy, the Crown sustains an empire that transcends geography. In the 21st century, the British Empire doesn't rule, it regulates. And it does so with the quiet efficiency of a system that no longer needs to show its power to exercise it. In the 17th century, a quiet revolution took place in the British legal system. It wasn't about kings or parliaments, it was about contracts. The invention of the joint stock company turned enterprise into something scalable, transferable, and immortal. No longer did ventures die with their founders. Now, they could live forever through shareholders and boards. This innovation, protected by British common law, laid the foundation for modern capitalism. It made risk collective, profit continuous, and power perpetual. The East India Company wasn't just a trading venture. It was the world's first multinational corporation, armed with its own army, navy, and currency. It ruled millions across Asia. It blended corporate governance with colonial control, a fusion of profit and empire that defined British expansion. In many ways, it was the prototype for the modern corporate state, profit-driven, legally shielded, and globally ambitious. As Britain's global empire grew, its legal system became its most powerful export. Common law principles, private property, contract enforcement, limited liability were adopted across colonies. When independence came, these systems stayed. Even today, nearly half the world's legal and financial structures trace back to British common law. It's not colonialism through armies anymore, it's colonialism through contracts. In 1855, Britain passed the Limited Liability Act, shielding investors from personal loss. Now, capital could flow freely without consequence. This single act triggered a boom in speculation, industrial expansion, and global finance. Limited liability separated wealth from responsibility, a principle that underpins today's corporate world. The company could pollute, exploit, or fail, but its owners would remain safe behind the veil of inquiry. By the 20th century, London had become a corporate paradise. With its flexible regulations, stable courts, and global connections, it attracted businesses, banks, and billionaires. The City of London Corporation, a medieval institution with its own governance, became the beating heart of this machine. Its autonomy allowed deals to happen in secrecy, shielded by centuries-old privileges. It wasn't just a financial district, it was an independent state within a state. Britain's empire of law evolved into an empire of loopholes. After World War II, as colonies gained independence, Britain built a new empire, the offshore network. Jersey, Guernsey, the Cayman Islands, the British Virgin Islands, all became safe havens for wealth escaping, regulation and taxation. These jurisdictions remain loyal, profitable, and quietly powerful, a shadow empire of shell companies and trusts. In the post-colonial era, dirty money often found clean homes in London. Real estate, art, and luxury finance became conduits for capital flight, yet it was done legally, under the guise of investment. This laundering of legitimacy keeps London's property markets inflated and its financial sector thriving, a quiet exchange of morality for money. Today's tech giants from Silicon Valley to Singapore still use British legal blueprints. The concept of corporate personhood, intellectual property, and contract arbitration all stem from British frameworks. Even the rules that govern global stock exchanges, mergers, and financial derivatives trace back to London's legal DNA. Britain no longer needs colonies because the software of its empire runs the global economy itself. In the late 20th century, Britain pioneered a new model, privatization, by selling public assets to private investors. It created global templates for neoliberal economics. This model spread through the IMF, World Bank, and Western policy circles, embedding corporate profit into public infrastructure. What began as a domestic policy became a worldwide ideology. Today, the British legal system remains the skeleton of global capitalism. From multinational conglomerates to hedge funds, nearly all rely on British legal principles and offshore protections. This invisible structure, born in the age of monarchs, still shapes the flow of money, ownership, and power. In the 21st century, Britain doesn't own territories, it owns rules. And whoever writes the rules, rules the world. The British Empire never truly ended, it evolved. Its flags were lowered, but its financial architecture remained intact. What was once enforced by gunboats is now maintained by contracts, trade laws, and global finance. London still dictates the invisible grammar of money through banking, insurance, and law. The British Empire has become invisible not because it disappeared, but because it was absorbed into the global system itself. At the center of this invisible empire lies the City of London, just 1 square mile, yet home to the world's most concentrated financial power. Every day, trillions of dollars in currency, bonds, and derivatives flow through its systems. London connects Wall Street to Zurich, Hong Kong to Dubai, and Singapore to the Caribbean. It's not just a city, it's a command center for global liquidity, where capital never sleeps and ownership is often unknowable. Even after World War II, as Britain's empire faded, the sterling area held its grip. Dozens of nations pegged their currencies to the British pound, sustaining Britain's financial reach long after its political decline. This network quietly evolved into today's Commonwealth economic framework, a shared system of trade, banking, and legal ties that continues to reinforce London's financial influence. Britain's overseas territories now serve as its invisible crown jewels. The Cayman Islands, Jersey, Guernsey, and the British Virgin Islands are the new pillars of power, home to more than $15 trillion in hidden wealth. These offshore centers act as conduits, linking global elites, corporations, and banks back to London's financial core. This is not colonialism of land, it's colonialism of capital. While the Federal Reserve commands headlines, the Bank of England operates in the shadows, older, quieter, and often more connected. It advises dozens of central banks globally and sets the tone for financial regulation across the Commonwealth. Its expertise and institutional heritage ensure that, while the US dollar may dominate transactions, the rules of the game still bear a distinctly British fingerprint. The irony is that Britain, having lost its own empire, helped build America's after World War II. British bankers and policymakers shaped the foundations of the Bretton Woods system, ensuring that the new global order led by the US dollar would still reflect British ideals of finance and governance. London became the broker between the old empire and the new, ensuring that no matter who held power, Britain remained indispensable. Today, Britain's influence operates through institutions, not armies. Its lawyers draft contracts for oil fields in Africa. Its accountants design tax shelters for multinational corporations. Its consultants advise central banks in Asia. In every corner of the global economy, British-trained professionals and London-registered entities form the scaffolding of capitalism. This is empire by expertise, and it's nearly impossible to challenge. Many believe that Brexit would weaken London's power. Instead, it made the City of London even more independent. Freed from EU regulation, Britain repositioned itself as a global financial broker, specializing in currency exchange, insurance, and offshore structuring. The city didn't shrink, it adapted, proving once again that Britain's empire thrives not on geography, but on flexibility. Britain is now investing in the future of its empire, digital finance, through fintech innovation, cryptocurrency regulation, and AI-driven markets. The UK is positioning itself as the ethical intermediary between free market chaos and state-controlled systems. This move ensures that even in the coming digital currency age, London remains a trusted hub of credibility and control. Britain's genius was never in domination, it was in delegation. It built systems so durable that even after its decline, the world still runs on its rules. From corporate law to offshore banking, from stock markets to global finance, the invisible empire continues unseen but omnipresent. The British Empire didn't die. It became the world's financial operating system. Empire.
Like, this is the whole thing to it as well. Like, think about, do you ever see that pin that Bill Gates wears? I think about the whole like trans thing. Like, why the fuck did they like, think about the flag. Why is the trans flag such a big thing? You ever think about that? You guys aren't a nation. Why do you need a flag? Because that's what global capitalism or communism is. It's like, we don't want nations. We want this global utopia. Well, who's writing the laws? Is he who writes, like, the whole thing of like, something about like the pen is mightier than the sword. If I'm writing the laws, if I'm writing the rules, I'm the one that has the power. You know what I mean? And like the pen uses the sword to give its power. So like this whole thing that it's like it's backed by contracts and all this kind of shit. The contract is, as Andrew Wilson will tell you, contract is only as good as the enforcement mechanism behind it. Now, because Britain, now here's the weakness to it. I think that video was a bit too flattering for the British system, because clearly Europe is weak, and what I mean by that is, like, you look at NATO, the fact that America was the one that was funding like a large part of NATO, and when you just looked at like the raw troop numbers and all this kind of stuff, there was this whole kind of like aspect where it was almost like the City of London got lazy, where they thought, well, we got rid of Lincoln, we got rid of McKinley, we basically have America controlled right now. We have the neocons and the rhinos, and they'll be able to prop themselves up. So even if there is any like nationalist candidate that tries to revive the American system, we'll just send in our war veteran, or George Bush or Bushes or whomever, and they'll basically poo-poo them, and we'll have control that way. And then JFK came along, and JFK started saying, well, we need to start talking about these secret societies. Remember that speech? And then they're like, oh, fuck. We need to do another assassination thing. And then after JFK, I'm pretty sure they were sitting there going, okay, we got him, boys. Ain't gonna be no more of this shit. We have this under lock and steed. America's gonna be our enforcement mechanism. So remember when Gaddafi came to power? He done the impossible and united like 50 fucking tribes together. And he kicked all the British out, kicked the French out. You know, nationalized the oil industry. And just by doing the moves that Gaddafi did, just in the Middle East, just to give you an idea, right? Healthcare was free. Education was free. If you were a family, you got your house paid for and your car paid for. And that was just stop nationalizing that. And then he also backed the dinar with gold. We all know what happened to him. You know? So that's the whole kind of thing of how the game is played, so to speak. It's City of London writes the rules. And if you want to play along, you can play along. But if you start going against us and you start nationalizing, you start industrializing and start manufacturing and start going against our rules, then we're going to send the American military after you. So that's the British Imperial system. Now, real quick, we're going to go through the American system and then we're going to go on a grift break because we need to start going heavy on the grift. We've been low on donations, ladies and gentlemen. Is there... Because I don't know how many times I need to tell you.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show ain't free, folks. And if you want to open up the panel, we're only $40 away. We need to propagate the message.
How in the world is a dying, lost world ever going to hear the gospel if we don't have some Christians that's got some money in their pockets to propagate it?
Don't get me wrong. I know I've been talking about the City of London and all this kind of shit, the British Imperial system, but the City of Jerusalem is there as well. Think about it.
If you go into the Old Covenant, do you think the Jewish people believe you should be broke?
No, sir. City of Jerusalem ain't broke. I can tell you that for a fact. So get the donations in, folks. But real quick, we're going to go through the American system just so it's clear in terms of where we're at.
Hey everyone! Today let's dive into a pivotal moment in American history. Alexander Hamilton's financial plan. Buckle up because in just 3 minutes I'll break down how this plan laid the foundation for the US economy. Ready? Let's go. First off, the year is 1790. The United States is in turmoil after the Revolutionary War, drowning in debt. Enter Alexander Hamilton, the first Secretary of the Treasury. Hamilton steps up with a bold vision to stabilize the nation's finances and build a strong economic framework. Hamilton's plan had 3 main pillars: federal assumption of state debts, the creation of a national bank, and establishing new revenue systems. Let's start with federal assumption of state debts. After the war, individual states had racked up massive debts. Hamilton proposed that the federal government take on these debts, unifying the nation's financial obligations. This move was controversial, but Hamilton believed it would strengthen the central government and promote national unity. Next up, the creation of a national bank. Hamilton argued for the establishment of the first Bank of the United States, a centralized institution to manage government funds, issue currency, and provide loans. This was another hotly debated idea, with opponents like Thomas Jefferson fearing it would concentrate too much power in federal hands. Despite the opposition, Hamilton's persuasive arguments won the day, and the bank was established in 1791. Finally, new revenue systems. To fund the national debt and provide for the government, Hamilton introduced tariffs and taxes, including the infamous whiskey tax. This sparked the Whiskey Rebellion, where farmers protested the tax on distilled spirits. Hamilton's approach to revenue was practical, but it also highlighted the tension between federal authority and local interests. Hamilton's financial plan wasn't just about numbers. It was a blueprint for a strong, industrialized nation. By assuming state debts, creating a national bank, and establishing reliable revenue streams, Hamilton aimed to build trust in the new government and lay the groundwork for economic growth. His vision set the stage for America's future as a financial powerhouse. Of course, his plan also ignited fierce political debate, setting the stage for the first political parties in the U.S., the Federalists and the Democratic Republicans. Hamilton's ideas were revolutionary and controversial, but they were undeniably effective in stabilizing the young nation's economy. So there you have it, a whirlwind tour of Alexander Hamilton's financial plan and its lasting impact on America's economic foundation. If you enjoyed this quick history breakdown, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more history-packed content. Thanks for watching,
And this is the thing. This whole aspect of like who controls like the money, the revenue streams. Because think about it, like there's plenty of businesses and industry that rely upon like getting these loans, this capital, then they can like build up the thing and the whole kind of like build it and they will come kind of like aspect. If I can control whether or not you get the funding, you get the actual chance to actually build and set up an industry. Like we've seen it just on the patent office alone. If I own the patents, then you're not allowed to build it. You're not allowed to make money off it, which means it never becomes an industry. And think about how many industries have either like been non-existent, which again it's difficult to prove, but just how many like industries have been slowed down, hampered because maybe, you know, British Petroleum wouldn't be doing so good in their profits if all of a sudden we developed a new energy source or there was another energy source that was actually way more efficient than oil. See what I'm saying? So this key thing of being able to write the rules and dictate and control the flow, that's why this key thing of like, well, we don't necessarily need a huge navy to control the seas, because already these nations have done like transatlantic like railways. America, like as industrialized and manufacturing base, they become self-sufficient, and they all of a sudden don't need so much global trade going on. You know what I mean? This is why forget about capitalism versus communism. The way you need to look at it is nationalism versus globalism. All right. But like I said, folks, we're going to go on a quick grift break. So let me get the curtains going. Like I said, folks, any little helps. Never expected, but always appreciated. Like I said, we're only $40 away from opening up the panel. So if you want to lend your opinion to the conversation as well, you got to get those donations in. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the music. I'll be right back.
Nothing in green, got a rainbow for on me and a pop that's looking lean. I've been dancing on TikTok, selling shamrock and FTs, but the gold's running low, darling, won't you send a little to me? I'll jig on your screen, do a reel with me, beer, drop a super chat, sugar, make a poor Sprite feel cheer. It's a wee bit of grip, but it's honest and true. I just need your dollars to sparkle like fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing all rainbows down my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Come on, y'all, Venmo's have leafy grift 6 9. I got Lucky Charms courses, just $9.99. Millionaire mindset from a fella who's never seen a dime. I'll bless your PayPal with a 4-leaf emoji spell. If the pot stays empty, I'm heading straight to well. I'll trade you a selfie with me pot for a tip. Add glitter and filters and make your timeline flip. It's a hustle with heart, just a wink and a nod. Help a leprechaun live like a countrified god. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down on my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Cash App, Zelle, crypto, whatever floats your shamrock. Now listen here, sugar, every coin that you send turns a poor little sprite into your rainbow best friend. Ooh, fill it up, right eyes. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 1,000 if you dare. I'll be jigging in diamonds, green glitter in me hair. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't say no. I'm the griftiest leprechaun you'll ever know. Kin Pee, fill me full.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Rainbows and gleaming, you know how I feel. Clover patch scheming, you know how I feel. Little green man dreaming, you know how I feel. He's a grifting leprechaun and I'm helping with his gold. Yeah, we're feeling good. Coins in the kettle, you know how I feel. Jig on the pebble, you know how I feel. Shillelagh and treble, you know how I feel. He's a sly little trickster, but his heart's made of gold. Feeling good, stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Freedom is mine and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And that leprechaun's pot is overflowing with gold. Yeah, we're feeling good. Fish in the sea, river running free, you
dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Me and my grifting leprechaun. We're feeling good. Yeah, we're feeling good.
In the merry month of scams, from me hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Terriac's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassies smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality, me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind, no bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling, and while I'm for the road, they said me Connaught brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. From there I got away, me spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terrier. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. Went off holy head, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Aaron's Isle, they began abusing. Hurrah me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, saw I was a hobbling, with the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. Now with me little leprechauns, we're grifting through the nations. Terriac leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham.
Yeehaw, as they say in the country. Welcome back, folks. And we got a Ko-Fi donation from our boy Pseudo Master Chef. One sec, let me play the money clip for that one, sir. Pseudo Master Chef with the $3, ladies and gentlemen. We only need $37. All right, 30. Fuck the TH. Okay, I'm Irish. Okay, we don't be pronouncing the THs. Get rid of the H. It's a useless letter. Silent half the time. You know what I mean? But thank you very kindly, sir, for the $3. But back to this whole discussion on terms of British imperial system versus the American system, right? Because a key aspect here is, like I keep trying to mind you all, like so many people are stuck in this box of Marxism where it's, oh, I'm a capitalist. Fuck the communists, I'm a capitalist. But what you inadvertently are doing by doing that is like you're defending the global capitalists. So when anytime somebody comes along and starts pointing out like these global capitalists are a bad thing, you'll instinctively say, no, capitalism is great, capitalism is good, how dare you speak about capitalism? But as I've highlighted with like this whole City of London shenanigans, where they're basically writing the rules, and you have like this crony capitalism going on, then all of a sudden it comes into perspective. Like I keep trying to remind y'all like that George Soros is a global capitalist. He's not getting his money through actual production. He's not getting his money or his wealth through creating wealth. He's doing it through a zero-sum game. You know what I'm saying? Like he's collapsing a currency and just profiting off collapsing a currency. He's a kleptocrat. All right. A sec. Let me. Kleptocrat. We can go kleptomaniac as well. So, like, we got Pseudo saying, people already saying the main UFC event was rigged. Dude's face was so beat up, he looked like a victim in a slasher flick. Yeah, what can I say, man? You know? But either way, it was a good show for the people to think outside the White House. A really good way to promote, 250th anniversary of the greatest nation ever to exist on this face of the planet, you know? And hopefully, like I said, it's we see more events outside there, you know? Capitalism has its flaws, 100%. That's about recognizing it, where is capitalism goes too far. And like this aspect of global capitalism or anarcho-capitalism, capitalism that tries to transcend the state or to transcend the nation. All of a sudden, then you're very much like these communists. You align with them in terms of your goal of just eliminating now the nation. This whole thing of like culture, that gets in the way of making profit. You know, this thing like these morals, we can't be having those, you know? That's where it gets dangerous. Let's get into aspect of kleptocrat. What is a kleptocrat? Kleptocrat is a government leader or corrupt politician who uses their political power to steal their nation's wealth and resources, effectively turning the government into a criminal enterprise to enrich themselves. The term combines the Greek root kleptes and kratos, right? So thief, power, or rule, right? So state looting, asset hoarding, systemic control, and then equality. So their whole goal is to basically just like, it's like zero sum. Right? So kleptomaniac is someone who has uncontrollable compulsive urge to steal items, usually things they do not need or can easily afford. Unlike traditional thieves who steal for financial gain or personal use, kleptomaniacs steal purely to fulfill an irresistible impulse. They can't help themselves. Right? This is where it's like you might have heard the expression, the Greeks shall inherit the earth. And the geeks stand for globalist, eugenicist, ethnocentrist, or ethno-nationalist, and kleptocrat. Because what I kind of like keep trying to point out to people is, right, you don't like immigrants like coming in and all this kind of shit, fucking with the culture and all this kind of shit. Well, is it not better if those nations actually had some sort of like industrialization or kind of like manufacturing of their own? If your neighbor, let's just simplify it down to an analogy of the neighbor and shit, right? This whole thing of, if your neighbor's family like can't even provide to put food on the table, they're gonna come to you and they're gonna say, can you give us some meat? Can you give us some potatoes or whatever to get by and all this kind of shit? Then what happens if everybody on the street coming for you and all this kind of shit? You know, can you help me out here? And also, all of a sudden, then because you're the one that's able to produce, then everybody's going to you to try and help them out and all this kind of shit. Is it not better if the whole neighborhood is, you know, being prosperous, creating for themselves and all this kind of shit? This whole aspect of, you know, give a man a fish, he'll eat for a day. Teach a man how to fish, you'll never have to feed him again. It's the same thing on the global scale. If you have a globe full of like sovereign nations, you might not have world peace, don't get me wrong, but like this whole aspect of people being able to provide for themselves, all of a sudden you don't have the whole Eastern world trying to come to the Western world begging for a handout. Why not give them a hand up, you know? And this is why getting trapped inside this box of capitalism and communism is, you're already falling for the trap. You've already fallen for the bait. Because then you can't break out of that and kind of realize, oh shit, no, certain industries need to be nationalized, or it's more beneficial actually to the nation to nationalize certain industries. For example, like energy, like to nationalize your oil reserves. If you nationalize your oil reserves, all of a sudden you don't need that much taxes to fund your actual budget. Now, when you look at the globalism's mindset, it's like, oh, well, we want to push this, you know, environmentalism, the world's about to end tomorrow and all this kind of shit. Which de-incentivizes things like oil, things like nuclear, you know? And once you convince the masses that oil is bad, that nuclear is bad and all this kind of stuff, they'll never want to nationalize it. They'll never want to even invest in it. You know, you've sold them on the lie. Pseudo says, yes, at the same time, we can't afford to fix all the world's problems. That was Obama's argument. He said the reason ISIS exists is because they can't get jobs. I'm not saying just like hand them a blank check. Because the key difference between the British Imperial system versus the American system is, right, the British Imperial system will try to appear as though they're being empathetic or they're being the nice guys. And that's why I kind of mentioned the example of like North Africa. What they'll say is like, we'll give you a loan, right? We'll bail you out, so to speak. So they write them a blank check with the taxpayers' money. And then, as we spoke about, their whole aspect of, we're going to send in British Petroleum, or we're going to send in like our British private companies, who those private companies don't pay taxes back to the taxpayer. Those like British Petroleum, their whole banking system is set up in a trust with City of London. So then their bank accounts in the Cayman Islands, and they avoid all taxes. They avoid all regulations. See how it works? So now these global elites, or these global capitalists, they've circumvented actually having to pay back into the taxpayers. But they're the ones that are using the taxpayers' money to fund the loan, so then they can get a deal, so then they can exploit this nation for their resources. And then what happens is this nation can never actually develop. It can never actually industrialize. It can never actually harness those raw materials themselves and use those raw materials to then industrialize and make stuff out of those raw materials. See what I'm saying? So you have this illusion that you're being the nice guy and you're coming in and you're giving them money. Really what you're doing is you're robbing the treasury, pay these politicians off so then you can exploit them for their natural resources. Rather than the American system, which would be, we're not going to give them a loan. We can tell them, we can give them the information. Information is free of how they should manage their resource and all this kind of shit. You know? Allow them to have a national bank. You know what I mean? And do it through that methodology. But as you've seen with the City of London, they're the ones that write the global financial regulations. Which is why they're trying to assassinate Donald Trump, because Donald Trump's trying to get rid of this. He's trying to blow a hole right into this British imperial system. You know? You mean teach them how to fish? Exactly. Teaching someone how to fish, it's just information. Giving them a fish, well, you have to find a fish from somewhere, which means you're taking someone else's fish and giving it to someone else. It's zero sum. Whereas if you teach someone how to fish, now all of a sudden it's positive sum. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. It's nuance to it. But when you go back, it's like there's been trillions pumped into Africa. And it's no better off than it ever has been. Because there's no system set up. There's no information. There's no structure there. There's no order there. So you're literally just burning taxpayers' money, the treasury's money. And again, deindustrializing, making Britain worse off. So that private globalist elites, they just like keep racking up, kleptocrats just keep racking up their own bank accounts that are in the Cayman Islands, that are set up in trust, so then you can't touch them. And they're anonymous because the way the trustee laws are and all this kind of shit, it's the whole gambit, bro. And like I said, fair play to Donald Trump. Because he's trying to put blow a fucking massive hole in this shit. You know what I mean? So, like I said, that's... And that's why it's like these types of streams aren't going to get like people's attentions and all this kind of shit. But in 5 years' time or in 10 years' time, when people are starting to... When, you know, the mainstream or like when the politicians are finally starting to talk about the American system and its benefits and all this kind of shit, they were like, oh, I wish someone had like told me about that, you know? But that's why I keep trying to say, like, it's about getting ahead of the curve. Because then you see the system for what it is. And especially when you look into the likes of with George Soros, how he was able to collapse the British pound. And he profits off that. Like, that's kleptocrat written all over. You know? Versus like an Elon Musk that will actually produce wealth, that will innovate, you know, that will produce an actual product, you know. I miss the Reagan and Eisenhower approaches. I'm telling you, man, trust the plan, trust in Trump, you know. But this is why I keep saying, like, this whole aspect of like trying to look at it from a capitalist or a communist mindset. You're still stuck in this Marxist box. Because here's a video where all of a sudden we have Trump agreeing with Bernie Sanders. Now think about that for a second. If the binary was actually, if it was true that the binary was like capitalist versus socialist, then why would Donald Trump be agreeing with Bernie Sanders? Let's take a look.
On his way to Wisconsin yesterday, Donald Trump dropped a stunner.
But when Bernie Sanders lost, you know that I got many of his people. They voted for me. Because we are on an economic plan, as far as economics is concerned. We have certain things that aren't that far apart.
And a few days earlier,
Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders have certain economic policies that aren't that far apart. Interesting.
earlier, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said this.
For the past 25 years, we had this kind of slavish devotion to free markets and things would recalibrate automatically, and they didn't.
Okay, Trump agreeing with Bernie Sanders and his Treasury Secretary dissing free markets. Have Trump and his team changed sides? No, they haven't changed sides. They've changed systems. But if you're stuck in the world of free markets versus socialism, you won't understand what's going on because there is another whole system that you don't know about. And that's what we're going to talk about today. So first, we're going to look at why Donald Trump's tip of the hat to Bernie Sanders gives you a hint about what he means by a new economic plan. Second, how yesterday's jobs report demonstrates that the new plan is working. And third, how Peter Navarro gave that new plan its brand name. But if your hair caught on fire when Trump acknowledged Bernie Sanders, you need to understand this. Trump wasn't being nice to Bernie. He was doing something far more dangerous. He was reviving a system that the British Empire thought that they had killed. Over the last week, Trump and his economic team have been dropping some big ideological economic bombshells. Bombshells that shatter the idea that free markets are sacrosanct and government intervention into the economy is an abomination. Let's start with the president. His comments about Bernie came in the context of a discussion about the United States government taking stakes in some of the big AI companies, as they have with Intel.
I'm going to say sort of it's like you make them a partnership in this revolution. It would be a beautiful thing, and
Senator
it would make them rich.
Senator Bernie Sanders proposed this 50% managed public-private partnership.
I've been talking about it for.
Senator Bernie Sanders proposed this. This ain't your idea, Trump. And it's like, Trump don't give a fuck whose idea it was. If it works, it fucking works. So, like we were talking about at the beginning of the stream, this whole thing of like the Hamiltonian economics, like you want to be able to protect and nourish like these infant industries. AI at the moment is an infant industry, right? But if it goes unregulated and it's just pure free market and it just meets whatever the demand is there and all this stuff, it's going to morph, and then all of a sudden you have this fucking Terminator type shit. You know what I mean? And that's ignoring the threat of China. If it gets ahead of the curve in terms of America, in terms of the AI and all this kind of shit. So what do? Now, one aspect would be, well, you keep it free market and capitalism, but you heavily regulate certain aspects to it and basically disincentivize the profit and all this kind of stuff, which technically would work, but then you're wasting time in like the Congress and the Senate and all this kind of shit, having to propose these policies and all this kind of shit. Is it not better off that the government takes a 51% stake in the company, and therefore, because it has 51% of the shares, it dictates who the CEO is, who the board is, and effectively determines what the policies are and all this kind of shit? Now, one person say, "Well, then you'd have to, like, you'd be spending money to gain those shares in the company and all this kind of shit." Yes, you'd be spending money to get the shares, but then you would also be getting profits when the company is succeeding and selling and all this kind of shit as well. So this is what I'm saying. Yes, exactly, chap. In terms of the long run, the benefits are going to be clearly better for the government and for the people. Because again, now all of a sudden you have funding coming into the government, which means you don't need as much taxes, which means you can lower the taxes on the American citizen. So in terms of for the actual citizen of the nation, for the actual nationalist, you are much better off going down this approach. Now, the way Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders diverge is Bernie Sanders thinks that you should do this for fucking everything. That like your local hairdressers should also be, 51% owned in terms of the government and all this kind of shit as well. That's a bad idea. That's a terrible idea. But a key industry like AI, that needs the government intervention. Your local hairdressers, your retail shops, your tech startup, all this kind of shit. the government does not need to be getting involved in that whatsoever. Just leave them completely free market, capitalist, private ownership, all this kind of shit. But Lockheed Martin would be another good example where you want the government to have 51% shares in the company and all this kind of stuff. You know? That's not really the concern, bud. It's that government is now intertwined with more bureaucracy. Well, I mean, like, we could have a whole stream dedicated just to the amount of nonsense that's been going on in the government. Like, one key question that I think blows a hole in all these Democrats' fucking like criticisms is, can you explain to me how Nancy Pelosi is earning $200,000 a year, but she's worth $200 million? Anybody? And then they did the whole thing. It's like, well, okay, I'd never vote for Nancy Pelosi to become president. But it's like, this bitch is the leader of the Democratic Party. So you're going to tell me that Trump is a bigger threat to the American people than Nancy Pelosi? Ding, 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 ding. It's a kleptocrat. He's basically just robbing the American people. You know? I'm not as read up, but I imagine a non-contemporary comparison would be Dutch East Indies Company. Was that ultimately good for the average Brit? Dutch East Indies Company. Massive chartered trading enterprise established in 1602 was granted a monopoly on all Asian trade by the Dutch government, often regarded as the world's first multinational corporation. Pioneered the first public. Well, no, like if you're talking about the American system intentionally would not want monopolies. You'd want competition. You know? I'm not sure how this relates back to Britain or the English equivalent. British East India Company. United Company merged England trading East Indies by its colloquial name. The East India Company was in English, but later British joint stock company was founded in 1600, dissolved in 1874. But again, like this is not like this is the whole kind of like aspect of where you're not actually what would be the best way to explain it? Like, for example, a nation would have national resources that it has access to. But obviously not all nation has access to all the same things, right? So like, obviously in terms of, you know, some countries are oil rich, other countries aren't oil rich, but countries that aren't oil rich could have different forms of energy. So for example, like coal or turf, they could develop like nuclear and in terms of like aspects like that. You know what I mean? So this key thing of like playing to your country's benefits or its strengths, that's going to be the key thing. Whereas when you look at like the East India companies, we'll just kind of call it like in general, so we don't have to kind of go in distinction between Dutch or British or whatever, but just like the East India companies is like these companies are like actively trying to undermine these nations to exploit them for their resources. You get what I'm saying? And like I explained in this whole thing of where they'll appear as though they're the benevolent, you know, like virtuous, like people that are going to come in and give you a loan and all this kind of shit. But realistically, what they're doing is they're just exploiting their own people's treasury while just benefiting like the few. They're benefiting their like globalist like benefactors. In this case, yeah, like you're saying, like the monarchy at that time. They were just benefiting the monarchy. The monarchy was getting rich. Taxpayer was getting basically the taxpayer were paying for this. They're paying for the bill, but weren't getting any of the benefits. We've seen it in C19 as well. You know, taxpayers paid for apparently paid for like Pfizer to develop this solution, all this kind of stuff. But then when it came to the profits, it never went back into the treasury. How the fuck does that work? Imagine like, your friend comes along and saying he need $5,000 to set up this business. You pay him the $5,000, he sets up the business. He's there taking in 50 grand profit a year and he's not giving you anything. How the fuck does that make sense? I'm just saying. How to work out for solar and windmills? Well, it depends. Like obviously solar is not good for every single nation, but there's certain nations where it's like it's so unbelievably sunny or hot that it's like solar is actually incredibly efficient, and they don't have access to a coal mine. They don't have access to any kind of like natural resources for energy. You know what I mean? And even just in terms of like the initial thing, like the solar can get them to a stage where then they can like look into like developing into nuclear and then become self-sufficient in terms of nuclear. You know what I mean? There's ways to go about it. Another aspect where it's like they may not have like natural resources in terms of energy, but they have, they're minerally rich in terms of like they have like a lot of gold or shit like that. Do you know what I mean? So there's key aspects to that, But I stop Quilliman. I like it, bud. I just think this analysis is a bit short-sighted, but explored. Good to see where things go. But no, 100%. Like I said, this is what I'm trying to give people is like the big picture, the broad context in terms of like to explain what Trump's actually doing. Because I've heard a lot of people like say, oh, Trump's a capitalist, he loves capitalism and all this kind of stuff. But then explaining what we're saying in this video in terms of like the government stepping in and going into partnership, we're basically just buying 51% of the shares of these particular AI companies. A lot of those people that would praise Trump for being a capitalist will all of a sudden turn their back on Trump and say, Trump's a fucking socialist, fuck Trump, he's a piece of shit and all this kind of stuff. Rather than coming to them and explain to them, it's like, no, this actually benefits the nation because this will contribute into actually lowering the taxes across the board for the American citizen. The
last year.
But is it odd to be kind of on the same page with Senator Sanders?
No, actually, when Bernie Sanders was taken advantage of with Hillary Clinton and he lost in the primaries, a lot of people think he did lose. I mean, he got two of them, right? He lost then, and he lost the second time with Biden. But when Bernie Sanders lost, you know that I got many of his people. They voted for me because we are on an economic plan.
Notice Trump's reference to an economic plan. We're going to come back to that because that's the key to everything. But this wasn't the first time this week that Bernie Sanders came up. Scott Besson, in his interview with Orrin Cass, made the same point, that a lot of people who voted for Bernie Sanders came over and voted for Trump because they saw that the markets had failed. And then Besson described what happens to people who are at the mercy of a system that is rigged against them and fails.
They've lost hope. And it feels like more and more people want to economically play the lottery. And we need to make people understand that there is a path, that there is a fairness in the system of work hard, do well, and you can have a comfortable life if you play by the rules and the system is not rigged against you. I think that's what we've really got to get to. Like the system is not rigged against you and that it's working for you.
Now this
is a key thing. This kind of ties into like when Andrew talks about, well, if we just get rid of the females out of the workforce, then the wages would increase by double. Now, generally speaking, that principle would work. But when you look at, for example, like certain industries that are heavily dominated by men, like think about like your sewage workers, your oil rig workers, your construction site workers, that's already heavily dominated by men. So like, let's say we put in a policy and we effectively ban all the women from working. That's not going to do shit to the wages of those industries. But we're at a place Before, 100 years ago, where just even working in a garage was enough to support a full family. And multiple kids, like 4 or 5 kids, you could easily afford that. Just working at a garage. Like, think back to that 70s show. It's not even 100 years ago, bro. 50 years ago. Think back to that 70s show. Red worked at like Walmart. And he was able to support a family of 2 kids. Had a house. Was paid for. Had multiple cars. What happened? And that's what he was basically explaining there, where it's like the system is actively working against you. It's this thing of these global capitalists coming in, outsourcing your manufacturing jobs and all this kind of shit. So eroding your chance to even get a job, and then opening up the borders and importing in all this cheap labor, which drives the wages down. And then on top of that, you remove all the tariffs and you have free trade, so you can't even compete with the Chinese industry. And I had a video, I didn't save the link, but there's literally a video in terms of like mortgage prices and renting prices versus like the average wage. The average wage has basically been stagnant compared to those. And that's done on purpose. Robespierre stirs. What can I say? And illegal immigration. Well, that's just like further on top. Like that just kind of goes to show like how loosey-goosey they've gotten with the borders. But as I showed you with the video earlier on, with like the refugee stuff, like they're economic migrants that are just exploiting the refugee. And they're doing that through the NGOs. Why the fuck are there so many NGOs now? Non-government organizations that are government organizations. Contradiction on its face. And they're actively working to undermine your immigration system. And the only way you could understand this is if you look at it through the American system being undermined by the British imperial system. These global capitalists, the globalisms.
This isn't the first time Bessent has said something like this. He's called it a bad system before, and he said that this administration is out to fix the system. The appointment of Kevin Warsh as the new Federal Reserve Chairman is part of that, because that's what Warsh means when he talks about regime change at the Fed. Because the Fed is a very big part of how the system is rigged. Under the old regime, every time the economy starts to move, the Fed slams on the brakes. Now, President Trump took that on himself in his presser on Air Force One yesterday.
And you don't have to have inflation by having growth. And we have great growth, and that doesn't mean inflation. In fact, it can be anti-inflation growth. So I hope the market starts to learn that when you have good numbers, the market should go up, not down.
So there's Donald Trump schooling the markets. And yesterday, Trump's economic council head, Kevin Hassett, joined in on dissing the experts and Wall Street.
What's most astonishing about it is we look at the forecasts of everybody that's surveyed at Bloomberg, and not a single person got this number right. That happens quite a bit. But the error from the top person to this number was about 50,000 jobs. And so, right now, Wall Street just doesn't understand that the Trump economy is really creating an economic golden age.
So there you have Trump citing Bernie, Bessent saying the system was rigged, and Hassett saying Wall Street doesn't understand. That's not the stuff of accepted economic debate. But accepted economic debate and doctrine is how we almost lost our economic and political sovereignty. Donald Trump is operating off of a new set of rules, and Promethean Action understands those rules better than anyone because we've been studying them and fighting for them for 50 years. So if you want to join the fight, subscribe to our free newsletter. The link is in the description. And those new rules are working. Yesterday's jobs report didn't just beat expectations. They showed what happens when you aren't slavishly devoted to free markets. Here's the numbers as they were reported as they came in on Fox News.
Wow. 172,000 non-farm payrolls were added to the economy in May. The estimate was 85,000, guys. There you go. 4.3% is the unemployment rate. Private sector jobs coming in better than expected, 120,000. We were looking for 85,000. Labor force participation rate, 61.8%. It is all about these big numbers that we're seeing. Factory jobs, 7,000. That's actually also better than expected.
So here's what happened. The expert forecast was for 105,000 jobs. The number came in at 172,000. The experts missed by 64%. And remember how Joe Biden's numbers always got revised downward after the fact and you never noticed? Well, Trump's numbers are getting revised up. March's numbers went up by 29,000, more than previously reported, and April by 64,000. Now, let's go back to that increased factory job figure of 7,000. It's positive, but it's not a lot yet. But the operative word is yet. This is where a lot of the tension lives, because this is not yet a lived experience for most Americans. Donald Trump's trade counselor, Peter Navarro, explained what's happening. He said, first come orders, then production, then capital investment. Only then comes robust hiring. To put this another way, after decades of deindustrialization, the first stage of a manufacturing comeback will always show up in orders, machinery, construction, overtime, and productivity before it shows up fully in payrolls. And that's exactly what has been happening under Trump's new economic plan. So let's put all that together and go back to what Trump said about Bernie Sanders and Bessent said about the problems of the free market. What you're seeing now is the effect of an industrial policy, a policy that says, no, we don't want to let some magic invisible hand run our economy. We need to be proactive in protecting and supporting our producers and our workforce from the magic of the marketplace. And the government plays a role in doing that with tariffs and tax policy and directed investment. That's what Trump was talking about when he said he had an economic plan, and many Sanders supporters came over to him because of it. Now, here's who's feeling the beginnings of Trump's economic plan first. Not Wall Street, not the Davos crowd, but young people who are responding to the administration's extraordinary skilled trades initiative. Here's an announcement from the White House last week that the fake news didn't report. It has to do with the administration's skilled trades initiative. And they report that 60% of Gen Z Americans plan to pursue skilled trade work this year. That half of Gen Z college graduates are pivoting to the trades, that the median pay in skilled trades now matches or exceeds many four-year degrees, and I might add, without a couple of $100,000 in college debt. And that 94% of U.S. contractors report labor shortages, which are driving wages higher. Now,
one second, let me go back to this. So, in terms of like the trades, manufacturing, industrialization, all this kind of stuff, right? Obviously, the key thing one here is median pay in skilled trades now matches or exceeds many four-year degrees. So let's put this in perspective. And like this has been something that you've been starting to see from Trump's very first term, where people have saying, listen, I dropped out of high school, I went into trades, and I'm earning more money than people I know who went into college and got their four-year degrees. And not only just earning more money than them in terms of the salary, but now I'm not $100,000, $200,000 in debt. Let that sink in. You know what I mean? And now 94%, so basically every single U.S. contractors are reporting labor shortages, which again is this whole impact from like not allowing in mass immigration. Now all of a sudden these contractors are going to have to raise the wages. right? Which is why you're seeing half of Gen Z college graduates are also pivoting to trades. They're basically saying, this fucking degree that I'm pursuing is useless. I'm going to pivot into the trades. This is what like Trump is talking about in terms of the golden economic age. You know? Let me catch up in chat. People on the right praise Ronald Reagan, but he made the deal with Dems to let all the illegals stay in exchange for border security. Except Dems never held up to their end with securing the border. That's always the same thing. You give them an inch, they'll take a mile. And this is why like Donald Trump is like basically like not trying to appease the left or appease the Democrats. That's why like when you see like Rupert Lowe, like when they call him a racist, his counter is, I don't care. I don't care what you call me. I don't care what you try to brand me. Think back to Donald Trump where it's like, you know, this is the right thing to do. It might not be the popular thing to do, but it is the right thing to do, which is why you pursue it. Got Halfway coming in. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. You know? Have you looked up Promethean Action? I'm just hearing off it, but they claim ties to the Roche movement. Yeah, that's where basically like what the fuck's the dude's name? LaRoche, and a lot of people are going to say, oh, but LaRoche was a socialist, or he was in like socialist movements and all this kind of shit. It's like, yeah, you could say the same thing about what the fuck's the dude's name? Oh, the black dude. Oh, the economist, what's his name? He has that famous video with like the 3 questions for socialists. Oh my god. Famous black economist. Conservative is what I think he is. Thomas Sowell. Yeah, it's the same thing where they'll say, oh, LaRoche was a socialist left wing. It's like, yeah, but like Thomas Sowell, you know, the base Thomas Sowell that we do the whole thing, you know, he was in the same aspect where it's like he bought into all like this lefty shit when he was young, but then he started seeing the truth and he was like, oh fuck, you know. Same like the same criticism could be held for Donald Trump. Oh, he was a Democrat before, you know, he's just a grifter and all this kind of shit, you know. That's what Heritage Foundation Project 25 says about them. 60s radical leftist movement, it seems. Yeah. Like it's like I said, it's this whole thing of the character assassination. It's one big add-on. You know, deal with the arguments, not the persons. You know, but same with like Thomas Sowell, same with Donald Trump. That's what they'll do to try and smear them. You know, but actions speak louder than words. And even with the LaRoche movement now, I'm pretty sure his wife took over, and then there was like a legal dispute between Promethean Action and LaRoche. So now they have to legally say that they've got no ties or they're not involved with the LaRoche movement. Which you won Susan Cockinda. Like if you check out the PBD podcast, she had an interview with Patrick Bet David. And she basically like said that it's like, well, we wouldn't want to be known of what they're trying to do now, anyways. So, like I said, but these are the times that we live in, you know. The old character assassinations and all that kind of stuff. So, like I said, you gotta stay frosty in terms of it, and fundamentally just focus on the argument being put forward. You know. Because like I said, there's numerous examples that we can kind of say, as oh, okay, we're gonna really go down this line and say, well, they were socialists and now they've actually genuinely changed heart and they're actually pursuing the American system. You know what I mean? Like that's a key thing, because even like Thomas Sowell, I'm pretty sure there's a video where like when he first started getting involved in politics, he bought hook, line, and sinker. He drank the Kool-Aid, so to speak. And then he started actually reviewing the data and like actually applying a bit of logic to the situation. And he saw through the bullshit. And oftentimes it's those individuals that become the most hardened. You know? you can even look at like the likes of Millet. Like Millet initially went in and he was like, he's an anarcho-capitalist and all this kind of stuff. And now he's calling out like the anarcho-capitalists, and he's saying it's like, well, no, like there are like minimum, there's like a minimum base here in terms of the actual, like certain industries of the government, like for example, like the judiciary, the policing, the military. There is no way that you can have these as private enterprises. You know what I mean? But food for thought, as you say. Wayne is putting on his shoes. What can I say? What can I say, chap? But anyways, folks, we're coming up to another grift break. So again, always appreciated, never expected. So let me put the curtain on. Wait, how much left in this video? Well, we'll continue through this video actually first, and then we'll get on to the final video today. Final video is about 40 minutes long, so that might cover through to multiple. So 1 sec, let me reset the goal. Put it down to 5 super chats. And then, like I said, we'll just play the rest of this video as we go
report
through.
labor shortages, which are driving wages higher. Now, there is a reason that all of this is happening, and it's something that was hidden from the American people for over 100 years. This week, the same Peter Navarro, who described the coming manufacturing jobs boom, told you why all this is happening in a post honoring Henry Clay. In that post, Navarro named the name that has been written out of the history books: the American system.
A nation that cannot produce what it needs is a vulnerable nation. So Henry Clay asked a simple question, one that still echoes today. Does this policy make America stronger? Henry Clay's answer was the American system. With this American system, Clay took up Alexander Hamilton's mantle and embraced tariffs to build industry, finance to fuel growth, and infrastructure to bind a sprawling continent into a single economic unit. These policies turned the United States from a small infant country into the world's most powerful economy. But over the decades, Washington drifted. We outsourced our strength and called it progress. We forgot the lessons that our country, that Henry Clay, had learned right from the start. Because to Henry Clay, the principle was simple. A nation that cannot make what it needs will not remain sovereign.
That is what they don't want you to know about. That is the system that is not free market or free trade or socialism. And the American system has so terrified the British Empire that those two presidents you just saw in this video, Lincoln and McKinley, were assassinated. Donald Trump stands in that line, which is why he has been the target of multiple assassination attempts. Because the empire knows that the only way they can stop the United States is if they keep the American system hidden from you and keep you in the box they have created, choosing between two varieties of the British system, free markets or socialism. Well, this administration is telling you to get out of that box. The president is saying it, his Treasury Secretary is saying it, his whole team is saying it, and the numbers are proving that the real economy works outside of that box. Understanding that and bringing that new reality into the political debate is the key to winning the midterms. Promethean Action will give you the tools to do that. So become a paying member or a contributor and discover how to use the system that the empire has tried to bury. This has been your Saturday Wrap. Thanks for watching.
Please take a moment and...
Bada bing, bada boom, boys. Because like I said, like this whole aspect of like staying in that like system of like either capitalism, free market capitalism, or socialism / communism, those are terrible options. And the only way to break free from that is to understand this aspect of the American system. Because again, there's a reason why Hamilton, Clay, McKinley, Lincoln, all these motherfuckers want that system. Do you know what I mean? Chap says Pisco to know what he's saying is likely myopic. Or 1 sec. Do you agree that you can make a first pass at an argument which admittedly is not engaging, but rather recognizing a series of patterns that is common to a set of ideas. E.g., I don't need to listen to Pisco know what he's to know what he's saying is likely myopic and uninsightful. Do you agree that you can make a first pass at an argument which admittedly is not engaging, but rather recognizing a series of patterns that are common to a set of ideas? Like, are you saying essentially, like I don't need to engage in like the details that they're trying to say? Like, for example, where like Pisco tries to explain, oh no, like this is actually what way did he phrase it again? This is a deterrent in terms of a what was the thing? What was the words that he used? It was a deterrent that is to say that it was different. Oh no, to say that it was like on par. It was mild. Mild deterrence, and it was basically like justified. I can't remember the particular word that was used, but it was like it was oh fuck, it was literally there the other day that we were watching the Rob clip, but like that was basically his whole argument that it was like mild deterrence in terms of thing. You don't need to listen to like to that aspect, because when you look at like how he generally approaches things, you can already tell that he's partisan. Oh, one sec, chap says, like, I don't have to listen to a 60s leftist to know why they're trying to get at or what they're trying to get at. I've listened to many times. It's always the same end of the day. But this is what I'm trying to say, chap. Like, this whole Promethean action, it's not the same thing as what the leftists are claiming. Like, the end goal for a leftist is to feed into, like, this globalisms and all this kind of stuff. Like, for example, like, when Trump first announced the tariffs, the protectionist tariffs and all this kind of stuff, what did the Democrats all start saying? Oh, this is going to ruin the economy. This is going to make everything 10 times more expensive. Blah, 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 blah. We need to go back to free trade. Whereas when you look at the Promethean action here, they're like looking at, and they're mapping you back straight to the likes of Hamilton, Clay, McKinley. Like, they're all like pro tariffs, protect the industry and all this kind of shit. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, what? I don't know if it would be association fallacy, but it's definitely like an ad hom fallacy where it's like, oh, well, probably association in terms of that, where you're kind of saying, oh, LaRoche was a leftist in the 60s, ergo Promethean action came from that, even though it's unrelated to the LaRoche movement of modern day, ergo they must be lefties. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, association. Well, like I said, that like, and again, this is the whole kind of like unsettling thing when you talk about like nationalizing industries, then all of a sudden you get called a socialist. Same way that when the Trump was like proposing a partnership with these AI companies, instantly the reporter, the fake news CNN, was like, isn't that what Bernie Sanders? And isn't Bernie Sanders a socialist? Does that make you a socialist, Donald Trump? Like that whole aspect, you're like, fee favore. You know what I mean? Get yourself outside that box, you know? But I know how the Gramscians and the Frankfurt School thinkers thought. I'm not sure what you mean. Try to make the concise argument of what you think is going on. But while you do that, we're going to take a very quick riff break. We're only going to play for one song. because like I said, I need to finish up. I need to freshen up my water, take a quick pee break. So, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be back in just a little bit. Please enjoy the music, the Dolly Parton inspired music, comrades.
Yeehaw! Sugar! Well, I'm a little old leprechaun, 5 foot nothing in green. Got a rainbow for a runway and a pop that's looking lean. I've been dancing on TikTok, selling shamrock and FTs. But the gold's running low, darling, won't you send a little to me? I'll jig on your screen, do a reel with me, beer. Drop a super chat, sugar, make a poor Sprite feel cheer. It's a wee bit of grip, but it's honest and true. I just need your dollars to sparkle like dew. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing all rainbows down my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Come on, y'all, Venmo's happily be grift 6 miles. I got Lucky Charms courses, just $9.99. Millionaire mindset from a fella who's never seen a dime. I'll bless your PayPal with a 4-leaf emoji spell. If the pot stays empty, I'm heading straight to well. I'll trade you a selfie with me pot for a tip. Add glitter and filters, make your timeline flip. It's a hustle with heart, just a wink and a nod. Help a leprechaun live like a country five god. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down on my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Cash App, Zelle, crypto, whatever floats your shamrock. Now listen here, sugar, every coin that you send turns a poor little sprite into your rainbow best friend. Ooh, fill it up, right eyes. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 1,000 if you dare. I'll be jigging in diamonds, green glitter in me hair. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't say no. I'm the griftiest leprechaun you'll ever know. Kin Pee, fill me pot.
Yeehaw! Hey, everybody. Hope you had a good one. But like I was saying, let me know, chap. So, one sec. The Gramscians and Frankfurter schools. We got time, we might as well. Gramscianisms. So Gramscians and the Frankfurter School are two foundational pillars of Western Marxism, both emerged in the 1920s and 1930s. We explained why the working class socialist revolutions predicted by Karl Marx had failed due to materializing advanced capitalist societies. Moving away from crude economic determinism, both movements shifted the focus of Marxist critique from the economic base to the cultural and ideological superstructure. Yeah, so the fact, if you're associating the Promethean action to this style of like Marxism, if you're saying it's like, oh, this is just a plot to subvert the culture and all this kind of stuff, Promethean action doesn't do anything in terms of, well, at least what I've seen, at least in terms of like trying to promote, like, let's say, like an anti-Christian message, or to promote like to subvert the culture. You know what I mean? Like basically what this is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, chap, is saying like this whole thing of like, you're not going to be able to sway the masses with oh shit, one sec. I wasn't even showing the page. Por favor, Teriyaki. Please be patient with me. My mom took Tylenols, okay? Sometimes I don't look back at the other screen. I'm too focused on what I'm doing. I got the autisms, okay? The unofficial autisms diagnosis from chat. Text box is tough, and I'm trying to be good at not or be a bad chatter. No, like I said, man, we don't do a whole thing of like, oh, if you disagree with Teriyaki, get banned. None of that shit. Do you know what I mean? Like, if there's genuinely something that like you're missing this Teriyaki, like this is how they thing or whatever, like let me know. You know? But in terms of like, it goes both ways in terms of like if you guys have a critique, but like the critique has a contradiction in it, then it's only fair that I kind of say, well, like I ignore this feedback because it's contradictory or whatever kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? The way to win with subversives is to not play their games. They spin webs because everything you think you know is wrong. The key is to notice the inconsistencies. They always use a morsel of truth, the standard story. So which is it? Do we trust the standard boxes? If no, why do their ideas rely on them? Self-defeating. Spin webs because everything you think you know is wrong. So the key is to notice their inconsistencies. They always use a morsel of truth, standard story. So which is it? Do we trust the standard boxes? If no, why do ideas rely on them? Self-defeating. But the idea doesn't rely on the standard boxes. Like the standard box right now is that you have people who are like, I'm a capitalist, fuck communists, right? Or let's just say, I'm a free market dude, fuck socialists. And then the socialists say, I'm a socialist, I want the communist utopia, fuck the capitalists, right? You can't say the old paradigm is wrong, but then continue to rely on the old paradigm to build your framings. But we're not. Do you know what I mean? That's where I think you've kind of like misunderstood what they're saying here. They're going back to like well, it wouldn't be founding fathers, but like they're going back to like historical American American icons and saying it's like this is basically what they're talking about when they're saying like the American system. Like this paradigm of phrasing it where I'm a free market dude, fuck the socialists, and then or I'm a socialist, fuck the free market dudes. Like that's the wrong paradigm, and they don't rely on that paradigm. You get what I'm saying? What they're pointing back to is the American system. That's what we should be following. That should be what we unite under. You know what I mean? Like, I'm saying from the aspect of nationalists versus globalists, not capitalists versus socialists. You get what I'm saying? Because the way I destroy the old paradigm of free markets versus socialism is there's certain key industries that you'd want the government to have a 51% controlling share in. Namely, these AI companies, Lockheed Martin, military companies, big infrastructure, you know? Some people call me old. Some people call me Space Cowboy. Dun 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 dun. It won't be the first or last time. You know, but like I want to address like any kind of like uncomfortable or unease, because like you're not like the first person to say, "Oh, I don't trust these people," you know? Because like I said, the whole kind of like LaRoche thing it's already come up before, and all that kind of stuff. But I just want to be clear in terms of like when you say the Gramscianisms and like the Frankfurter School, you're basically saying it's like that modern day Marxists are no longer trying to use like economics to try and sway the masses. They're basically reverting to like cultural and ideological frameworks to try and subvert the masses. Au contraire, I do trust them. I trust the devil I know to be the same devil it always has been. I get what you're saying there, but when you say this thing here, let me know if you can't see the text too good, because some people are on the phones and they can't see the text of this thing. I can zoom. Can I zoom in? Can I even zoom in further? Yeah, we can zoom in further here. When you're talking about like the Gramscianisms and the Frankfurter School, right? You're basically saying that like modern day socialists or the modern day Marxists, perfect, are not using economic arguments anymore. They're using cultural and ideological arguments. Correct? This is why I do the study session at the beginning of the week, because it's kind of like a chat and chill, but it's like not a guaranteed open panel, so I can address the chat more. You know, kinda. Because from like Promethean Action, they strictly kind of like they only talk about like the economy. Like they're only talking about like the money here and how we set up the environment to that. You know what I mean? They've never been easy to put to pin down. Frankfurter School was postmodernism. That's where postmodernism came from. The mind virus that we see at play in modern day, where they want to deconstruct everything. Everything has to be deconstructed. So, like founding fathers, you can't talk about how you know you can't talk about any of their achievements. You can only talk about the fact that they owned slaves and all this kind of shit. And while on one hand, you'll say they're immoral for being slave owners, but on the other hand, morality is subjective. It's relative. You know what I mean? Like this cognitive dissonance that occurs. You know, what I'm saying from the aspect of because like to put a point in favor of what you're kind of feeling at the moment is like there are people who will masquerade as being MAGA, and then all of a sudden they'll flip on a switch, and then they'll go against Trump at those key moments. You know what I mean? And we've seen it. You know, like right wing commentators that were all for Trump. Fuck, Trump even got them off the whole J6 charges and all this kind of shit. And now all of a sudden they flip the switch and says, no, we need to vote against the Republicans for the Democrats because of the immigrants. But if we vote in the Democrats, the border's just going to open up again. It's such a backward kind of like mentality. It doesn't even make sense, but they still push it. You know what I mean? Let me read a bit more in terms of this. Gramscianisms or Antonio Gramsci Developed the Italian Marxist and political theorist during the imprisonment under Benito Mussolini's fascist regime. Gramscianism's focus heavily on the concepts of power, culture, and consent. Like that's the whole thing. It's like there's no such thing as objective truth. There is only power, and they use culture. You know. Gramsci argued that the ruling class maintains its power not just through physical force or economic coercion, but through ideological consent. Bourgeoisie achieves this by embedding their own values and norms into society via schools, media, and religion until they're accepted as common sense by the masses. And this is why they say religion is the opioid of the masses. That's the common Marxist phrase, you know. War position. To counter this dominance, Gramsci proposed a war position before directly seizing the state, the war of maneuver. The working class must engage in prolonged ideological and cultural struggle to build counter hegemony and create a new set of values. Like this is why they push this all morality is subjective or morality is relative, you know. Organic intellectuals. He advocated for the development of organic intellectuals, leaders emerging from the working class who could articulate an alternative vision of society, you know. I trust the devil I know more than the devil I don't know. True. They wouldn't ever actually sit on any position. Snakes that twist any kind of argument. They deconstructed themselves, for God's sakes. Well, like that's the thing. Radical skepticism is one thing I just find hilarious. And again, this is this manifests as, like, for example, like anybody who's seen erudite debate. That stank, bitch. Not so erudite, where she says the whole Agrippa's trilemma or Munchausen's trilemma, where it's like certain truth is unknowable, right? But is that certainly true? Is Agrippa's trilemma a self-refuting position? Do you know what I mean? Can you be radically skeptical of radical skepticism? And if so, if not, why so? See what I'm saying? And that's why, like, I keep telling people to get into paradoxes. You know what I mean? It's like when I say that someone is a performative non-performer, it sounds like a contradiction. Like on the face, it's like, oh, that's contradictory. But it's not. It's that you give the illusion that you're actually participating in the conversation. But what you're actually doing is trying to shut down the conversation. You're pretending to engage, but your engagements or your criticisms are false criticisms. You know, where it's like a typical example is that you put forward an economic policy and you say, like, your criticism is, yeah, but, you know, people are corrupt, ergo that economic system can be corrupted, ergo it's a bad idea. Well, that criticism can be levied at any economic system. You get what I'm saying? Performative non-performance. Ideological consent, e.g. the standard story. Yeah, it's basically, if it can be accepted by enough amount of people, then it is true, which goes against truth. You know? Reject tradition, reject the old ideas. Exactly. Don't you see the skepticism in the video we're watching? What's the example? Like, what would you say that they were being skeptical of? Dude, says, God, I love the summer months. Not technically summer yet, but it's not even 4:30 a.m. yet. Birds are already chirping. Just back to work and I'm off again because my dumbass employer can't get a permit. Hey, it is what it is. Well, as they say, birds flying high. You know how I feel. Sun in the sky. You know how I feel. You know, you feeling a bit of Michael Bublé? Pseudo, is that what's going on? Enjoy your morning, sir, you know? Yep. Any economic system can be corrupted, but I trust the one more than pulled more people out of poverty than all of them. Reject the free market for socialism paradigm was the loudest, but putting on your shoes takes some time. But yeah, like that's I don't get why that's an invalid critique. Because, for example, if you're in that dynamic of free market versus socialist, like, do we think that Lockheed Martin should just be free market? That, like, Lockheed Martin should just operate whatever gets them the most money? Should Lockheed Martin sell the latest military tech equipment to China and Russia? Or, like, should China be able to buy up all the farmland in America? Because again, like, capitalism, baby, we're just operating off, bottom lines here, or profit margin. Because if either of those situations, you're saying no, like, let them be free market, then you essentially have a stage where your military company is selling to your enemies, which is, it's not going to be good for your national security. Or in the case of the farmland, China buys up all your farmland, burns down all the crops, kills all the animals, and now you're in a famine. So again, a national security issue. That's why in those particular industries, you need to nationalize to that, like, 51%, where the government basically has, like, control over the company. But from that, the government's actually getting, like, direct capital being pumped into the treasury, which means you can lower the taxes on the actual taxpayer. You know what I mean? That pulled. Thank you. I will. Amen. It's not necessarily invalid. It's clearly skeptical. However, that's what I'm pointing to. The grander patterns. I can't put all the info necessary to show why the argument is technically wrong. It's like trying to argue with Pisco's syllogism. No, like, in terms of Pisco's syllogism, like, the premise 5 was clearly untrue. Ergo, it's an unsound argument. That it won't lead to negative negative cascade of consequence, or a negative consequence cascade. Because then it's like, okay, if you're going to break this norm of just packing the court, then when Republicans eventually get power back, they're just going to fucking pack it with another 10. You know what I mean? And then all it comes down to is, whoever's in power is just going to do whatever they can to stay in power. And then you're basically in this whole aspect of, like, what we're kind of talking about here, where, like, there is only power, comrades. There's no such thing as principle or truth or anything like that. It is only powers. You get yourself into a bad position. But that's why I'm saying, like, I'm willing to take this kind of, like, hit where a lot of people think, oh my God, Teriak's a Nazi, or he's a socialist or whatever. You know what I mean? But this is why, like I played that key clip where it's like Trump is there, it's kind of saying, it's like, yeah, like, there's certain economic policies that me and Bernie Sanders were very much aligned on, And the reason why I'm bringing this up now is because when this goes into the mainstream, the Democrats' thing to try and undermine the Republicans is, Trump is actually a socialist and all this crazy shit. Trump's betrayed you. Trump's not a capitalist and all this kind of shit. This is why I kind of say it's like, you have it twisted, you have it wrong. It's not capitalism versus socialism. It's nationalism versus globalism. You know what I mean? Here's another, this goes back to, like, Charlie Kirk, believe it or not. Where is it? Like, Charlie Kirk was talking about this whole thing of, like, nationalists versus globalists, right? This is why they had Charlie Kirk executed in public. This is what they feared most, right?
Because you know you are part of something bigger than yourself. You know that you are part of the most exciting, diverse, powerful movement in the history of this country. And this movement is not about Republican or Democrat. This movement is not about conservative or liberal. And I think you're going to see that on display in a little bit, just maybe. This movement is about the citizens versus the oligarchs. This movement is about we the people versus the ruling class. This movement is about America versus the globalists. This movement is about all of us against them.
Ain't it beautiful? Ain't it beautiful? You know what I mean? Okay, every time the government intertwines with business, it eventually causes stagnation. But INTC by good. I don't know what you mean by INTC. INTC. Is that intertwines again? But like what I'm trying to explain is this whole aspect of like the government like controlling 51% of like these AI companies. So like they're literally it's still like the same structure as a business where it's like but it's just like who determines who the CEO is? Shareholders. But the government has 51% of the shares. It means the government chooses who the CEO is. You know what I mean? So it's not the government directly managing and controlling the government like in terms of the day-to-day and all this kind of shit. They're just putting forward the particular CEO. You know what I mean? And making sure that the CEO's not going, like for example, in Lockheed Martin's case, they're not going to be selling to China or Russia and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? And the benefit for doing like that aspect is that you're going to then share in those companies' profits, which means the treasury gets filled with those profits on behalf of the taxpayer, which means you're able to then start lowering the taxes. But the difference between that and let's say a company that's 100% owned by the government, you know what I mean? That's where you're talking about where it's like the stagnation and all this kind of stuff, you know? Lockheed Martin is definitely corrupt, but I can say, but I can at least say this: they pay their employees very well. Look for them in Morristown, Pennsylvania, working on designing, programming flight simulation software. On New Jersey, they pay their employees well, man. You know, man, hurts to watch. I still don't think I fully processed that he's gone. That's what I'm saying, man. He was special. INTC is Intel stock ticker. That's the company Trump had the US government buy a bunch of shares off. Intertwined coffers have been tried many times. Bubby. Yes, and so INTC share price. So wait, when did they buy the INTC? Because it seems like they're doing kind of well for themselves right now. You know? I don't know, bro. Like this spike seems seems like this kind of works. You know? Did I do max just in case? Yeah, like that's the biggest spike he's ever seen. Even going back as far as even going back as far as like the .com bubble. You know? The government would have to sell to turn that prop. No, my petit chéri. Because if you sell, then you have to pay taxes, all this kind of shit. You just borrow. You know what I mean? And then you use the shares as collateral. Say, oh, we have, a million of these shares at over $124 a share, and then we take out a loan, use that as collateral, and then the share price goes up even further. You get what I'm saying, comrades? Yeah, when the government takes complete control of anything, it always turns to shit. Just look at the student loan industry. And that's education is one thing where I'd want to see the government actually set a standard that be you a private school or a public school, you're not allowed to deviate. Well, I suppose, yeah, what happens then if that standard gets corrupted? Because apparently we have this current thing where it's all the books are basically made by some sort of fucking it's made from one company, and that company was Robert Maxwell or some shit like that, and then that was taken over by Epstein, and that's why you're starting to see the education shit show that we have, even in terms of the most prestigious or the elite colleges are all pushing this postmodernisms and all this kind of shit, So education is definitely one that we need to fix, but I don't think I have a solid way to get around it. Particularly kind of adhering to federalism. Tough one, man. It's a really tough one. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes, more often than not, stock prices are based on futures. Possibly. That was the correct voice for that. Oh, bro, you should see. I'm doing the whole reverse Gramscian things, where I basically have an economic policy. An economic political philosophy that you can call meritocratic national republicanism. And then I basically got the AI to take that same argument, those same principles, and just use leftist coded language. And we call it people's socialisms, comrade. You understand? You understand what I'm trying to do, okay? We say the people's socialisms, and we instead of saying the nations, we say peoples and communities. You understand, comrade? You understand, okay? I play subversive spies for you. You understand? I even read out the whole political philosophy in the Russian accent, man. Fight the postmodern slop. I mean, that's what I'm saying, in terms of the cultural aspect. Because, all we've really been talking about is economic, right? But in terms of the culture, I don't know if you want the state to mandate the culture or not. That's another thing I'm unsure on. Do you just let the churches win out? I'm telling you, bro, you get enough of these Bonnie Blues and Nala Rays, and I suppose Nala Rays trying to subvert the church. Holy shit. Seen Andrew post a clip. Oh my god, man, this bitch had her podcast and she had fucking some dude talking about he can divine with the spirits, and I'm like, what the actual fuck is going on? Absolute craziness, man. So that's why, like I said, I usually play the whatchamacallits, the Promethean action, because they stay away from the culture. They purely just talk about it in terms of the economic, what Trump is doing in terms of the economics. But a key part of the economics as well is being pro-natal, not anti-natal. And that's another thing that came out of this postmodernism is the anti-natalism, where you're saying people genuinely saying that with a straight face that if they had the option to wipe out humanity, they had the buttons of wiping out humanity, they would actually press the button to quote unquote end all suffering on the planet. These people need to be locked up in insane asylums. And that's where I even get more negative flack because like I've changed my position from being anti-death penalty to pro-death penalty and just be kind of more strict in terms of zero tolerance in terms of these motherfuckers. Because holy fuck. You know what Plato said about atheists, right? Like, Plato was way more brutal. Plato was like, right, if you have these atheists, and particularly like these sinister atheists, like you cannot trust these motherfuckers in society. You put them into basic institution where they're walled off from society and they're only allowed to talk to the philosopher kings, right? And if they come out, like they get 5 years, they get sentenced to 5 years in these institutions. And if they come out of these institutions and they still claim to be atheists, you give them the death penalty. That's what Plato said about atheists. Like people who genuinely went about trying to subvert morality in the society. You cannot trust them. So more relativists, atheists, postmodernists, all of them. You're going into an institution for 5 years, and if you come out of the institution after 5 years, I'm sorry, bro. You gotta go. You gotta go bye-bye. But at the same time, if stock or crypto, etc. is up or priced at X amount, that means you can sell it for that amount. So basically, it's the same cash. No, you never sell the bitcoins coming out. You never sell the bitcoins. You take out loans. Okay? You use bitcoins as leverage, as collateral for said loans. Okay? And then you buy more bitcoins. You understand, coming out? Auntie Dave Ramsian? Let's see, I gotta look up that name. Let's look up that name. Dave Ramsian. David Lawrence Ramsey III is an American radio personality who offers financial advice. He co-hosts the nationally syndicated radio program. What's this 8% rule? 8% rule is a controversial retirement strategy where you withdraw 8% of your initial retirement portfolio balance each year. Just in dollar amount annually for inflation, operates on the assumption of portfolio 100% invested in growth stock mutual funds with 12% annual rate or annual return. I'm not sure what you mean here, Reed. Like, what specifically about this dude? If it weren't for me investing in stocks, crypto, etc., I'd maybe only have 125k in savings, and my house probably wouldn't be paid off by 49. Wait, so what happened with that now? Oh, bro, like on a podcast, she was basically talking to these quote unquote Christians who were saying that, like, for a what is it, a moderate fee, you can, you know, pay them X amount of dollars to have a session with them where they'll, like, you know, convene with the spirits and they'll talk to the spirit realm. So then you can talk to like loved ones that are in heaven or hell or whatever. Like, that ain't fucking Christianity, bro. That's a version of Christianity if ever I fucking heard it. You know what I mean? And again, Andrew was right. Andrew called it as soon as she quote unquote made a conversion, all this kind of shit. You know? But chap, you understand my whole aspect where it's like you would hear me say, okay, yeah, like let's nationalize the oil reserves. And then people would say, oh no, that's socialism's, or like that's the government getting involved. They're going to tank the oil market, or they're going to tank the AI market or whatever. But actually, it serves the better long term interests of the country. You know? No, Gramscian. 1 sec. Can I go? Oh wait, no, that's 1 sec. 1 sec. We're talking about Gramscianisms. Well, I think it was Chap that actually brought it up. He was the one who was like, be careful of these motherfuckers. So, Antonio Gramsci. Gramscianisms. Well, basically, this whole principle where it's like, you're not going to be able to subvert the masses with economics. You have to use cultural. We love the dumb jokes. You know what I'm saying? Because like I always tell you, my mom stuck to Tylenols, okay? So, like I said, head up, bro. Like, at least you're, trying to go for it, Ramsey is anti-loans, I think. Well, this is the thing. Like for the individual, and like I don't know if you guys do any gaming or anything like that, but like there's a good kind of like gaming example that I can give where it's like, if you notice in like the video games you play, like let's say like League of Legends or World of Warcraft or Rust or whatever, or even like COD and things like that, there's going to be a general strategy that works for you or works in, let's say, like low level or like low ranked lobbies. So like, use a Call of Duty example, like running around with a noob tube, like where you just basically had like the grenade launcher on like your assault rifle and you just blew people up. Like that might work in like the low level lobbies or the low ranked lobbies. But once you get like to the elite levels, they're running around with a sniper and doing 420 no scopes and shit like that. You know what I mean? It's the same thing in terms of like the economics. There's like an investment strategy that would work for like the average day person or like the average individual. But once you get to like, you're now a company and you're like the CFO for like a company, the individual strategy is not going to work in terms of that level. Because when you're like a CFO, when you're a company, you're going to have access to, let's say, like 0% loans. If you're like a nation, for example, and you have access to your own national bank, you can definitely operate off 0% loans. So you don't have to worry about interest. You don't have to factor in interest to the loans, all this kind of stuff. And then you can do that trick that I'm talking about where it's like, you don't sell your Bitcoin, you just borrow against it. You know what I mean? And then you can then, obviously, if you have like these certain industries, let's say these AI industries that are hugely profitable and they're going into it, then you can pay off the loan that way rather than actually having to use the Bitcoin. And the Bitcoin just keeps amassing value over time. You know what I mean? Another example of what I talk about in terms of like the individual strategy is, where is it? Yeah. And this is, again, another reason why you should be investing in Bitcoins, right? So now this strategy is a $50 weekly DCA starting, right? So DCA means dollar cost averaging, right? So you're just averaging out the cost. And what this basically means is that at the end of each week, you just take $50 and you buy $50 worth of Bitcoin, no matter what price it is. So in terms of like strategy, this is the simplest strategy you can employ. Now, obviously, there's better strategies that you can come up with and all this stuff, like the whole like 4-year market cycles and all this kind of stuff, if you want to get into that. But if you just want to generate wealth without having to put any thought into the Bitcoin or whatever, you're just saying, right, I'm just gonna say everybody saw my Bitcoin, or like you've convinced me enough about Bitcoin. I just want a simple strategy that I can employ. Because at the end of each week, you just put $50 into Bitcoin, and it's going to start in 2018, and it's going to end at the end of 2024. And this would have been the difference between Bitcoin, gold, and just leaving that $50 in your bank account. Okay. So the orange line is Bitcoin, the yellow line is gold, and the green line is just leaving the $50 in your bank account. So already, like as you see, we're at the like halfway through 2018, and there's the prices, right? The number of weeks you've had. So the amount invested already is $1,250. That you would have if you put it into gold instead. The value would be $1,202 in terms of gold. If you had to put it into Bitcoin and if you were to withdraw at this point in time, you would only have $885. But the key thing with Bitcoin is you're thinking about the long term, and this is what I'm talking about in terms of like long term strategies. Okay, so let's see it play out. So at the end of 2024, if you had started in 2018 and just at the end of each week, every Sunday, you just went on to your crypto exchange and you just added $50 into your Bitcoin account, right? No matter what the price was, you were just stacking your Bitcoin, right? At the end of those 6 years, right, you would have had $18,200 versus $27,993 if you had to put it into gold. But because you put it into Bitcoin, that amount of $18,000 would be valued at $128,720. Let that sink in. Let that sink in, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just saying, in terms of the long run, and this is a very simple strategy. There's no kind of like complex thought going into this. There's much better strategies. Like, for example, like buying at the bottom of a bear market when Bitcoin's going to be at its lowest price, and then either stacking until it gets thing, or just betting heavy that this is going to be the lowest price, and then getting out on the top of a bull run, and then, like I said, waiting for it to go back down the thing, and then you're compounding your profit into it. Do you know what I mean? But obviously, it's more risk. Like, this is the risk-free strategy in terms of Bitcoin. You know, Teriak, I turned a sub 10K investment Bitcoin to almost $250,000. This is before most people even heard of Bitcoin. I had no way of knowing how high it would go. I bought Ethereum with a third of it. Yeah, you were telling me in terms of the XO, I think you bought a bit of XRP with it as well. He's against loans if you lack a backup capital. Yeah. Like this whole thing that a lot of people, like, especially credit cards. Credit cards are a fucking scam. You know what I mean? But again, this is in terms of the individual versus like a company or a country in terms of like their investment strategy, because obviously like a company or a country is going to have some sort of like backup capital or what's the word, like collateral for the loan. You know what I mean? Chap says, I'm pretty sure he's anti-credit card. Yeah, 100%. I'm anti-credit card too, man. But just get yourself a debit card. That's all you need. I don't know his full platform, however, not building credit is for plebs, elitist. It is what it is. Each to their own, because like some people can make it work, but that's where it's like when I talk about like the carnivore diet and all this kind of stuff. Like there's like what I eat on the regular like day to day might be different than what another carnivore eats on the day to day. Some carnivores love their fish. I don't like fish, so like I don't eat any fish. You know what I mean? Ramsey advocates for the young credit card monitored by parents to build a perfect score by 21. Yeah, that's one thing I never got in terms of like the credit score system that America has. I only buy what I can pay for with cash. I only have credit cards to bump up my credit score to get discounts at stores. Yep, not bad, not bad. I really like that actually. Maybe I misjudged. Credit is super important. If I said quantitative easing, does that mean anything to you? Not much. Quantitative easing as an unconventional monetary policy where a central bank creates new digital money to purchase government bonds or other financial assets. The goal is to increase the money supply, lower long-term interest rates, and stimulate economic activity when standard interest rates are already near zero. Yeah, inflation. That's the key thing that comes to mind with that. Do with S&P 500 also. S&P won't beat Bitcoin. I can guarantee you, but it would be higher than the gold, I'm pretty sure. It would be like somewhere in between the Bitcoin and the gold. Yeah, I've got some tulas I think you'd be interested in. Alright, what can I say, man? What can I say? Got the flowers. Yes, if I would have held onto my BTC, I'd be a millionaire right now. But it was much more volatile back then. I figured I made almost 5,000 profit. So I didn't want to be greedy. But like that's the thing where it's like, especially like at this aspect where it's like you can see the pattern where it's like it'll be bull run and then it'll be bear market. So if you're able to employ that like strategy of, okay, we're definitely in the heights of the bear market right now. Now I'm gonna start like doing heavy investments into Bitcoin. And then once it goes into new all-time highs and all this kind of stuff, we're definitely at the tail end of a bull market right now. Now I'm going to get out of the Bitcoin, and that's how you keep rotating your money back between the currencies. You know what I mean? But it is very risky. It is very risky. You know what I mean? Credit cards help you only if you use them as cash and pay off the bill to avoid interest. I save 10 to 20% on everything I buy at Home Depot that way while building my credit score. Not bad, not bad. Credit score is like a trust score for paying off debt. It affects a lot in America. Housing and cars are the big ones. Agree with that. Yeah, because when you're getting like mortgages and things like that, I understand. Did everybody like the button? Did everybody press that like button? Just letting you know, and shout out to chat for reminding me. Appreciate you kindly, sir. 1 sec, we're not going to go on the grift break. What I'm going to do is I'm just basically 1 sec. FIFA. Oh wait, I have 10. Oh fuck, I forgot to use my 10 gifted memberships. So let me just roll these out before we continue. So congratulations to 10 free gifted memberships, comrades. Congratulations to Strya 92, Joshua Borja 3926, Captain Planet, Copycat Dude, Suzanne M 8148, Joseph Newton 2097, Bambi 91, the Brad B Ross with the sauce, and Bonnie Blanco. Congratulations to you all. Welcome to the light bringers, as they say. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to fuck it up my Donegal. 1 sec. FIFA bore. So I have to do this, put that back on the thing. And we got Shap coming in with the free gift and membership as well. Thank you very kindly, sir. Wait, the name's not popping up. 1 second, let me do this. Okay, I think I have to refresh the studio page. We got Angry Snowman. Congratulations, you have, chap. Thank for that one. And where are we at? In terms of, wait, yeah, beautiful. Bellissimo. Wait, is that a second one? Appreciate you kindly, sir. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Appreciate you kindly, folks. And we're only 34 away from opening up the panel, but we only got 2 hours left. So let me reset the goal. So we got 2 hours left in the show, and we got basically a 40-minute. I'll do 5. We'll do 5. And show timer. So there's the timer in chat as well. We usually do 6-hour streams, sometimes a little bit early, sometimes a little bit late. You know what I mean? Depending on where we're at. I don't see the second either. Yeah, I think it just bugged on my end. But again, congratulations to Angry Snowman. You have Chap to thank for that one. And then we have Pseudomash saying Bitcoin/crypto is still volatile, so I'd buy now while it's low. Yeah, like basically we're at the bottom of the bear market right now. Like now is the perfect time to buy crypto, and that's why like I've been talking about finance on the channel. And then when it gets into the bull run and all this kind of stuff, I don't really talk about Bitcoin or anything like that, because people are then tempted to buy, and I don't want them buying at the top of a market. You know what I mean? I'm not sure it'll ever go up above, say, 150k. That goes for the other cryptos, because they basically all follow Bitcoin. Like I said, about 3 years time, I have a feeling it's going to go much higher than 150. Maybe 300k, I'd say. Well, actually, let's see. We can do a bit of Fibonacci retracement and test this theory, as they say, Bitcoins. Wait, did I just knocked off the, oh my god, fy favore, Teriak. So, let me do, oh wait, done that the wrong way. Let me zoom in on this. So if we take a bit of Fibonacci retracements here, I would say top of that, You're looking at about maybe 350k. That's like 300k. Where you'd expect that to shoot off to. You know what I mean? I mean, man, like look at that. Look at that. You know what I mean? Fy favore. Like, did that exceed it or did that crack it? Yeah, that exceeded it even. You know what I mean? And then you had this whole shenanigans where it just about missed out on it. You know what I mean? And then you're kind of saying that like up here it actually did hit it, but then this was kind of like a down year for like all the Bitcoins. Not Bitcoins, all the crypto. And then, like I said, usually when a market is suppressed like that, where it didn't really kind of like exceed its, because if we do this, yeah, kind of saying like 250, that's what I'm saying, like about 200 to 300k would be a fair pricing for Bitcoin because of these shenanigans. Now, I'd say that the Bitcoin, because when you look at like with Trump, like this is basically when Trump took over, it went on this massive thing. And then Biden took over, motherfucker, and it only went out into this. And then when Trump took over again, it was still suppressed again. So that's what I'm saying. Like my range, can I do a box here? I've gotten totally sidetracked, by the way. You motherfuckers with your questions and shit, but I love it. Don't get me wrong. Cause yeah, so like I would say, can I get a better color than that? Bill, no. Can I get? No, red. I want to stay away from red. Let's do like green. Can I do a brighter green? Yeah, so like see where there's white boxes, that's where I'd be kind of putting it in terms of like this 200k to basically 300k. Like that'd be the price range where I'd kind of like peg it at. And if there is a, how do I draw a custom line? No. Is there not just the thing where I can just draw a line? Okay, we're just gonna do arrow marker. So it's like that's what I'd kind of predict the next. Wait, it's like, did I get the year right on that? So wait, we're talking about actual year, so yeah, it's 29 that we were looking at. Yeah, so like basically like that's what I'd kind of expect. Which if you look at in terms of the like current trend, like see the way these lines are kind of parallel? Like that would be kind of what you'd be expecting. Let me see the way that like, oh wait, you can't really see. Oh, 1 sec. Hopefully as you can see like this blue line, it's very thin. But like the angle of like this basically curve would be like the same angle there. Like I said, in terms of time frame, all this kind of stuff, you'd be expecting to, maybe tap out about 300, but definitely between 200 300. And it's currently about 64k at the moment, 65k. But like I said, we're getting sidetracked with the cryptos and shit like that. We need to get back onto the economies, okay? But let me catch up in chat again before we head on with the videos and shit. Bitcoin is tied to MicroStrategy at this point. Both shifts will go down the same way. I can't see it collapsing because it is literally perfect money. If you had invested in Korean stock market this year, you would have been beating Bitcoin. Yeah, there's certain things that you can kind of like and this happens a lot, unfortunately, in like financial influence and all this kind of stuff. They would say, oh, like to build hype around it, but like, yeah, this 1 year, like it outperformed Bitcoin. But okay, let's do it based on, since 2011. How did it perform? What was the annual average rate of returns? You know what I mean? APR. and then you see, oh shit, you know what I mean? It actually ain't performing that too well, you know? And when you look at like Bitcoin's one of the only assets where it's like you look at the APR, it's kicking everyone's asses. All right, well, one sec. We'll do it just so, like I said, because I did call out financial investors or financial influencers, just to prove that I'm not talking bullshit, all this kind of stuff. Let me do rock, and then we just do new chat. All right, 1 second. We do this, new chat, do this, and say, what is APR of Bitcoin? We'll do 2012. And all other major assets, like, what are we doing? Gold. We'll do silver. We'll do oil. We'll do, what else can we think of, chat? What else can we think of? Say, what was it? Dollar, KOSPI. We'll do S&P 500, etc. Is there anything else I'm listing there that no one else, that anyone else wants to list? I know before they said do it to the S&P 500 as well. It could work, but who knows? A diversified Roth IRA portfolio, semi-high risk with compound interest, will turn 100k investment over 20 years into about 340k. But don't keep my eggs in one basket. That is true. Glad to see your Fibonacci levels are from peaks down. Mama, I know a thing or two. My mom might have taken the Tylenols, okay, but I know a thing or two, okay. You know, it was extra strength Tylenol, okay. I never had a chance in this life, you know. With my tisms. With crypto, nobody knows. It's all a guess. Anyone who tells you they know for sure or with any real degree of certainty that'll surpass its current all-time high is lying. Like I said, it's with patterns, you know. I shift my investments last year. I put 30% of my Roth into tech-heavy stocks. I've already tripled my investment. That was a good bet, man. You know, tech AI stocks, 100%. We'll do Mag 7. We'll do tech/AI stocks. And we've got, hey, welcome in El Presidente. Mr. Abe says the final one would be Vanguard. Okay. And we'll even put in etc. just to be safe, right? So again, we're comparing Bitcoin and all other major assets like gold, silver, oil, Korea market, S&P 500, Mag 7, Teach/AI is supposed to be tech/AI. So Bitcoin has delivered extraordinarily high annualized returns, CAGR, since 2012, far outpacing traditional assets, though with extreme volatility. Since 2012, CAGR estimates roughly 90 to 125%, depending on exact start date, early 2012, $5 to $13 range, and end date as of mid 2026. One source, 110% annualized. So 1 sec, can we just get a table? Yeah, okay, let's just put it all into a table. Okay, so yeah, summary. So Bitcoin's like 90 to 125% plus CAGR. Mag 7 leading tech companies is 20 to 36%. So it's like strong growth. S&P 500/Vanguard is 13 to 16%. NASDAQ/tech higher teens to lower 20s. So kind of similar to the S&P 500. Gold and silver, mid single to low double digits. So we're talking about like, you know, anywhere from like, you know, 5 to 13% kind of thing. And then the oil/Korea market is more variable, lower on average. So 1 second, let me go into specifics for the Korea one. South Korea mixed single digit, low double digit, analyzed in many sub periods. For example, 9% in 2012 with ups and downs, stronger in some recovery years, but lagged US indices overall. And again, if you compare Bitcoin to the past year, Bitcoin's been in a bear market. So it's like Bitcoin has been negative. What is it, like 50% or something like that. 50 to 60% is typically, and that's why that marks the end of the bear market. when Bitcoin hits like that -60 figure in the previous year or so, maybe a bit past the year, you know, okay, the bottom is in. It's only up from here. You know what I mean? So it's it makes sense why you were saying, Chop, where it's like the Korea market even outperformed Bitcoin. You know, that's why I say it's these motherfuckers, man. They can just like they hit you with some things like that, and then all of a sudden they've got you distracted, and you're not focusing on Bitcoin the way you should. You know. That's why I do it in terms of the long run. Let's actually, to be fair as well, do it from 2016 instead of 2012 now, because this will actually should drive Bitcoins lower than the 90 to 125%, but it's still astronomical gains, you know. So Bitcoin still delivered dramatically higher. Yeah, it's still higher. So for the past 10 years, so this is starting price around $430. Right? Yeah, it's still 60 to 70%. You know, S&P is 14 to 15%. It's actually lower for these ones as well. Gold stronger in recent years, overall 8 to 12% annualized. Silver is more volatile. Oil, crude, high volatile periods of sharp gains. But we kind of went over that at the very beginning of the stream, and I kind of showed you that like this whole thing of like, oh, the oil prices are like obscenely high. It's like, bro, they were higher under George Bush. They were higher under Biden. I mean, and even Obama was in around the same range, and we're actually below the average of Biden's average at the moment, you know. South Korea, strong recent performances. Big gains in 2025 to 2026, driven by tech chips with multi-year things. Then Mag 7 is 20 to 35%. So Bitcoin 67%, still absolutely smashing everything else. But Mag 7 and the leading tech, like Suda was saying, 20 to 36% annualized. S&P 500 Vanguard still 14 to 15%, which again, like these are not bad bets, because this all, like including S&P and Vanguard, that's all still, you're better off investing in these companies than leaving the money in your bank account, because inflation's, 5%, 7% kind of thing. You know what I mean? Gold, silver is mid to high single digits, so 8% to about 13%. And then oil, still variable, had notable returns this past year. These are not historical past performance. It's not indicative of future results. Bitcoin remains far riskier. Like that's the whole thing with volatility. Crypto is like more volatile. But I told you, boys. I told you. Vanguard is just an investment management company, but it's still a company you can invest in. And you'd still net like on average, was it 13 to 15% or 14 to 15%? But you'd still be better off putting in the Mag 7. And then if you wanted, put in Bitcoin, and you're getting 60 to 70% on average returns year over year. I need to learn more about finance math, but this should be weighted by volatility somehow. That's the thing. If you're like, no one has ever lost money if they've left their money in Bitcoin for over 10 years. Like that's how you cancel out the volatility, is by doing it like in a 10-year cycle. If you're trying to get quick money, then yeah, like the volatility is going to be, if you're like day trading, for example, volatility will kill you. Like literally it'll be the death of you, Green market is super volatile. I like slow and steady, as sleep better and last longer. But that's the thing with me, like I'm not normal. That's why I keep doing the autisms things. Like I said, we even had to thank the show's unofficial sponsor.
From doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
Please be patient. My mom took Tylenols. But like I've no issue, like at the end of the year, let's say like taking 10% of my earnings and just fucking it into Bitcoin or fucking it into, well, I've my main thing is XRP at the moment, because based on my calculations, at least XRP is going to get me a higher percentage. But I am going to be, once I take profit in XRP, that's when I'm going to be putting money into Bitcoin, all this kind of stuff. But like I have no issue like taking 10% of my salary and just throwing it into a investment and like not giving a fuck about it for like 10 years. You know what I mean? So it's like that's how I look at countering volatility, is looking at it from the long-term investment. You know what I mean? It's compounding interest with IRAs, et cetera, that make you the real money over 10 years. That's 13%, comes like 80%. But then when you think about the 60 to 70%, what does it then become? 100%. And my Roth IRA overall averaged 22% since 2012. Yep. Depending on when you get in, it's going to change. You know what I mean? Like, this is like your, wait, what do you say? Yeah, leading tech, like 20, 30%. That makes sense. That makes sense, Pseudo. PERT is the bee's knees. Hey, my man. My man. But Vanguard will invest in tech Mag 7 also. They make recommendations, but you can invest in whatever, pretty much whatever you want. Exactly. This is not financial advice. I'm not a financial person and all this kind of shit. I'm just trying to give you information, okay? I still have about 500 LTC, Litecoin, I think. A bunch of XRP, Ripple also. My man. My man. Terrible advice incoming. Why not just take out loans on your XRP earnings? Because that's what I'm saying. I'm waiting for the next one to take out, to take profit. I think my average was about 50 cents. And like I've like multiple tens of thousands of XRP. And I was oh man, I was sweating when it got up above $3. I was like, I could take profit. I was like, no. We're gonna leave it another bull run. And then, like I said, once I have that much, and even if it just hits like $10 with the potential of hitting, you know, almost like $20, that's when I'd be like, okay, now I'm gonna take out profit, wait a year, buy a Bitcoin or two, throw the rest into XRP, and make sure I'm sitting pretty for like the next, 4 or 5 years till the next bull run. And then like I'm under less pressure, like to do the streaming and to rely on donations and all this kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Because like if we're just to do quick maths here, you know what I mean? Like $16. I'm pretty sure 5 of that came from. Yeah, 5 came from Thingamabob, so that's about like $8 of that. Half that came from YouTube, so you can knock off 30% on that. So quick maths, we'll call that like $5 plus 8, like that's $13 for 6 hours work. That's $2 an hour. You know what I mean? That ain't exactly livable wage, boys. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I enjoy doing the streaming just for like putting information out there. You know what I mean, giving you guys options and all this kind of shit. So it's like, hopefully, like, and I'm pretty sure I should be able to last with the current, like, with what I basically have in my current account and what I've gotten, like, so far from streaming and all this kind of stuff. I should be able to to last the next bull run. And then, like I said, I've basically maxed out in terms of the like efficiency of how long I can actually continue and all this kind of stuff. In terms of just living off like either what I'm getting from streaming and what I currently had before I got into streaming. And then from there, like I said, I'll have like a huge chunk of change. And then, like I said, like wait the year, let the prices go down 50 to 60%, bang in a shit ton of Bitcoin and XRP again, sit on that and sit on the what would be like 20%, because it's like the taxes are 30% over here on capital gains. So when you look at that as a whole, selling 100% and then waiting for the price to go down 50% of that, that'd be 35% plus the 30% on top of that, which would mean, sorry, no, like that'd be the 70%. So then you're sitting on like that 20% of what the you'd have like 20% of like funds, like freely available funds, and you'd still have the same amount, the raw amount of like XRP / Bitcoin after you took the profit. You know what I mean? Bit of quick maths for you is right there. You know what I'm saying? It's the big problem with Roth that you can't crack it open without massive penalties in emergency. That is true. Like usually when you're looking, especially like with stocks and all this kind of stuff, you're kind of locked in. Whereas cryptos, you've got like for example, like you can't buy half stock. And well, maybe you can now. But like 10 years ago, when I was getting into like XRP and all this kind of shit, like that was the whole thing that I was like, okay, I'm not going to be doing stocks, because you can't buy like half stocks and all this kind of stuff, you know. But it's not 22% with the overall compound interest. I don't mess with loans in the US. I don't think you can even get a loan against crypto assets. Not sure. Never tried. But no, that's the micro strategy thing. That's what like Michael Saylor, anytime you hear him talk about Bitcoin, is like he never sells the Bitcoin, he just borrows against it. But again, this is not the same for individuals. He's like a top tier company. You know what I mean? So he's access to shit that you don't have access to. You know? I know the news cycle updates so much, but these days, but Sam Bankman-Fried wasn't all that long ago, and it seems we've already forgotten. That's another aspect to it as well. Faults you can take from your Roth after 5 years. Yeah, but I think what Reed is saying is that it's like, let's say you had an emergency after 2 years. You know what I mean? You're going to get massive penalties on that, or you're not able to do it or whatever, you know? Roger. Then with the Roth at 59 and a half, you get all that money tax free, baby. 100%, baby. 100%. You know? But like I said, boys, let's get on to the video, because like I said, we only have an hour and a half left in the show. But hopefully, like I said, that demonstrates what I'm talking about in terms of like invest your money. Don't be letting it sit in your fucking bank account, all this kind of stuff. Let's get into it, boys and girls.
Donald Trump is transitioning the world from one run by the international banking cartel to one run by sovereign states. That's what we're going to talk about in this video. Hey, Barbara, thank you so much for making yourself available.
Hey, Rich, how you doing?
I'm doing very well. Great to have you back on. Before we started recording, you were saying how like everything's getting disrupted and shook up and everything. And you and I both know who the guilty party is. It's Donald Trump. He's disrupting everything.
Right. And, you know, a lot of people think it's like having a bull in the china shop. You know, he is breaking things. But if you think about where we were as a country under Biden and where you guys are now over there in the UK, okay,
yeah,
how are you going to actually go from there to a destination that he actually sets out? He wants to come back to the American system of economy. That's something that people don't know. What the hell is that? What is the American system? Is it free trade? Is it Milton Friedman? Is it Karl Marx? What is it? All right. And people really don't know because it's been suppressed completely in the history books. When you go back and read your history, you'll find out that that's what Alexander Hamilton invented. That's the word. It's not a system that existed before he invented it. It's a kind of way of channeling credit into figuring out from a science and physical economy standpoint, how do we actually increase production in this country? How do we elevate the labor force so that they can meet this idea that human beings are creative? And as you know, our various founding documents say, you know, basically working in a world in which they're supposed to emulate the creator in perfecting the universe. That's very different than anything described in a classical definition of capitalism. It certainly is different than Marxism. And what you discover is that the first idea that Hamilton had, the most important one Trump has adopted, is the idea of each nation is sovereign and it should produce.
Job saying, don't you dare. Don't you dare. He's there looking outside. Look at what they done to my boy. They're mentioning Milton and Marx in the same motherfucking sentence. You know what I mean? But this is why I showed you the video beforehand, where it's like you had like Trump, like the reporter saying, isn't that a Bernie Sanders policy? And trust me, chap, this is what they're going, like once this, like the mainstream, like in terms of like what like Trump's planning to do with these AI companies, once that becomes like mainstream and all this kind of shit, the Democrats are now going to try to convince the Republicans that Trump is a socialist. And this is why I'm getting out ahead of the curve and I'm willing to take all this shit where Teriak's a socialist or Teriak's a Nazi and all this kind of shit, because I know that this is coming. I know the Democrats are going to try to pull this move where it's like Trump's actually a socialist. Look at him. He's agreeing with Bernie Sanders' policies and all this kind of shit. But once you kind of understand it from this aspect of the American system and what that actually is, then you actually start to understand. You know what I mean? Hamilton, the guy who thought we needed another monarch, of course, he wanted a big government body to guide the economy. I'm telling you, man, you got to get out of this whole thing. You got to get out of the whole thing of like just like free markets, laissez-faire, and all this kind of stuff, because well, Reed's like saying, "Hey, what's wrong with monarchy? Hey, what's wrong with a monarchy, baby?" No, but like I said, trust me, chap. Like I feel you, because I was there as well. Like I was basically on this mindset of like, fuck this, let's just do anarcho-capitalism, or try to because I did recognize that anarcho-capitalism is kind of like the same kind of like communist utopia that they paint. I had a debate against an anarcho-capitalist there a while back, a couple of weeks ago. I think 3 weeks ago at this stage, and he was basically promising everybody was going to have tanks, everybody was going to have AK-47s. It was just going to be a wonderful world and all this kind of shit. But anarcho-capitalism is just a way to get you to fight against having a state and all this kind of shit. But like this aspect of the reason why I was kind of saying this clearly works is when you look at like South America, Bukele in Uruguay and Milei in Argentina, they're both coming at it from that aspect of like reducing government bureaucracy, reducing like getting the government to focus on what the government should be focusing on. So obviously when we're talking like Milton Friedman, we're talking about judiciary, policing, military, like those 3 core sectors. Like you have to have a government to manage them. You cannot have private enterprise manage a fucking judiciary or a police force or a military. You know what I mean? So like that's clearly kind of like in terms of the like even like the likes of Milton Friedman would agree with that aspect. You know what I mean? So like you need a state. So any ideology, be it communisms or anarcho-capitalisms, that would advocate for a stateless society, they're clearly wrong. You know what I mean? But this is why like they're trying to say it's like, and I'm telling you, man, they're like, because the Democrats are desperate. Just look at the Ryan debate where like Destiny's like screaming at the top of his lungs, "Of course we're in a tyranny. That's what justifies me being a tyranny." You know what I mean? That's the whole kind of like aspect here. They're gonna like all of a sudden start pushing this shit, getting in people's ears. You know what I mean? And saying, "Oh, he's a socialist. You know, Trump is the socialist. Look at him. He's adopting Bernie Sanders policies, and he's not a capitalisms and all this kind of stuff." Watch out for it, folks. Now, again, it might take, wait, what month is it now? It's the 6th month, and when's November? November's the 11th. So it might take, a handful of months. We could be like 3-4 months down the line. And then all of a sudden it's like Trump's the socialist apparently and all this kind of stuff. And there with me telling you, lads, I told you this, fucking 4 months ago, this is what they were going to do. And everybody's going to say, Teriak, you never said any of that. And I was like, remember when you cunts were calling me a socialist? Remember when you cunts were calling me a Nazi? Don't worry, that's why I do these streams. So then I literally can get the timestamp and be like, see? Remember when I was talking about this shit? You guys are like, oh no, I was watching someone else's stream at that time. I'm like, you motherfuckers. But anyway, Jab says, Yak, I know you think these are new ideas. They're fun, sure, but new they're not. No, like that's why we were talking about Hamilton. We were talking about McKinley. You know what I mean? Not new, but like they were tried to, like literally presidents died over these ideas. Literally assassinated. Look into McKinley. You need a minimal state, yeah? I don't disagree. But you do need a certain aspect of the state that, like they were saying there, that is like pumping capital into like making the country produce more. And that's the key question. Like, how does a government do that? Without this bureaucracy, without this needless overhead, these useless jobs, as they say, like fuck, dude, like a diversity officer. Holy fucking shit. Like, man, if I was ever a diversity officer, I'd probably fucking jump out a window. Holy shit. What a way to what a way to confirm that your life is literally a waste of space. I'm a diversity officer, mom. You know what I mean? Like, what kid grows up and says, I want to be a fireman, I want to be a policeman, I want to be a diversity officer? Holy shit. Jesus Christ.
Produce most of the things it actually needs essentially for itself within its own economy. And then you've got to figure out, how do you actually support this idea of discoveries and inventions as the centerpiece of the economy? That's what Hamilton was talking about over and over and over again. And that, when we came out of the revolution, we were dead as a country. We were completely in debt. And so what he did is he said, well, that's just money in a certain sense. Okay, let's actually give it some value in the future and work our way out of it by producing things using that debt as a credit mechanism. So that's kind of completely revolutionary. That had never been done before. And sure enough, by actually taking off and developing the country, we got out of that debt very, very quickly. Now, what happened is that you began to get this division. The division set up in Hamilton's report is, how do you do that in a country where you have manufacturing? And that's a big fight with Jefferson, who, basically was a slaveholder, and went kind of bad after the Declaration of Independence, and wanted to have, basically agriculture be the basis of the country. Okay, very similar to your English lords over there, who wanted, basically to have just everything small agrarian communities, easy to control, etc. Not these big booming nation with all of these aspirations and people, really fighting for the future. That's the big difference. So that was Hamilton. And that was pretty much how we operated with tariffs and everything else. Big fights occurred, of course, with the bankers in Manhattan, the British bankers coming over here. Constant fight with the British, even after the War of 1812, trying to take us back physically. And then, you had the Civil War, which really, if you looked at it, you discover was a big deal waged by the British Empire to take us back by shattering the country into two, all right, and setting us off against one another. And you had two economists for Lincoln who said, well, how do we actually run an economy and meet your requirements, sir, the president at that point, that you want to create a railroad across the whole country, which will bring the whole United States together, this vast country. How do we do that and wage a war at the same time? So he had a guy by the name of Henry Carey, who actually said, there's two systems before the world, in a very famous book called The Harmony of Interests. And what Carey said was, there's two systems before the world. There's the British system, which emphasizes basically free trade and domination, and the idea that you run an economy by extracting your wealth from colonies and other things. Then there's the American system, which says that labor, the working man, what his development is the most important driver of any economy. So you have to basically focus on making sure that your population is constantly progressing and constantly creating new inventions, new discoveries, etc. And that's really, the North won the Civil War, not because necessarily there were better generals than the South, or not necessarily because they had a better control of terrain. but because of the massive logistics, which, this form of economy actually provided to the Union Army and outmastered the agricultural South, completely drastically. And the most famous president on this is William McKinley, who Donald Trump cites all the time. Now, McKinley studied Lincoln, he studied Kerry, he was a tariff man. We didn't have an income tax under McKinley. We financed the entire national budget with tariffs. And McKinley's whole deal was very similar in terms of this idea. You've got to basically be producing new discoveries, inventions, advances for mankind, this productive identity for your population, and then your economy will flourish. But if you depend purely on credit going to speculation or capital or simply accruing raw materials without developing them, you're going to fail as an economy. And that's really kind of what Trump is doing. It's a system which Henry Clay named it, in the Congress very famously. And then, off of the 1876 celebration, the first, 100 years of the United States, there was a huge exposition of all of the major things we'd invented, the huge steam engines, the huge explorations of telescopes and other things, a big fair, which was held in Philadelphia. And various people came to that, like Bismarck from Germany, okay? It got out and was famous with Sun Yat-sen from China. It became, sort of how various people came to this thing. They were enormously impressed. They said, wow, this is the model which every nation should be using. We're sovereign. We should produce everything we need within our own country. We should trade. We should do inventions and trade that, our new inventions, as a source of external revenue. And we should basically have relations between nations based on trade. What can you give me that I need? And what can I give you that you need that will actually advance your country? Now, that's what Donald Trump is really implementing. And it has everybody in a tizzy because, the professional economists look at this and they say, oh my God, you have a war going on. Oil should be at $200 a barrel. Why isn't it? What's going on? It's at 90 right now today. What is going on?
It's actually at $80 last time we checked as well at the start of the stream. You know what I'm saying? But this is like the American system, what they're talking about is what Donald Trump is currently applying. Right? And this is why you have Mark Carney, Tony Blair, and all the globalists are shitting themselves. The rules-based order, you'll hear them say, the rules-based order that we know of is completely in shatters or in tatters because of Donald Trump. Because of this American system that he's trying to put in place. You know what I mean? So, again, like I said, I know for a fact this is going to be the whole thing where it's like they're going to say Trump is a socialist, blah blah blah, all this kind of shit, because they know that this will work. They know that there's so many people that were still stuck in this Marxist box of free market versus socialism. You know what I mean? And not thinking about it from like a nation versus a globalist dichotomy. Actually, Jefferson's slaves were from his wife's family. The genetic lineage is because of his father-in-law and predilection. It's like I read that in a Wick voice. Oh my god, man! Wick, the quote unquote moderator, apparently. He could be a character on the other. You guys are roasting the other dude. Oh, but it is a weird look. You know what I mean? Like the tanned look and the gray hair. I'm not gonna lie. No, not an Oompa Loompa. It's something else for sure. It is familiar. Oompa Loompa, doopity doo. I've got a lot more bullshit for you. What can I say, man? What can I say? Yes, USSR model 2.0. Let's fucking go, comrades. But this is what, like, This is what I keep trying to tell you, chap. Like, this is what Donald Trump is currently putting in place, and this is why the globalists are freaking out. You know what I mean? What you get when you eat a lot of sweets. What can I say, man? I'm anti-socialist, and I still think it's fair to say the USSR was the fastest growing economy of all time until it wasn't. A World's Fair, yeah, it was basically like this whole. I think of like your county fair, but it's based on like industry. You basically like all the industrialists like would bring like all like their most fantastic creative products to like this fair, and it was like an international thing. You had like von Bismarck come over, you had the dude from China come over, and all this kind of shit. They were like, oh my god, like these Americans are like they're building like such impressive things and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? You basically kind of like show off like your industry, your industrial base. You know, it's far too easy to oversimplify economic contributors to success. There are far too many variables. But there's key things like, for example, like the tariffs, like the whole kind of like tariff policy, like that's an American system policy, where it's like you want to protect your own industries from like foreign competitors. You want to be able to sell into the global market. Like you want to be able to kind of like, for example, right? If you're doing trade with Japan and Japan has a tariff of 100% on all American cars, and you have you have free trade with Japan, right? As a counter to that, you have a 0% tariff on all Japanese cars. Do you think American citizens are going to buy American cars or Japanese cars? And do you think Japanese citizens are going to buy American cars or Japanese cars? Both American and Japanese people are going to buy Japanese cars if that's the current deal. I mean, this is why Donald Trump is doing like the art of the deals. Like, we need better deals. We need reciprocal deals. So we need to match tariffs with all these other countries that are basically screwing us out of the global market, and then also like exploiting our like domestic market. You know what I mean? But AI will solve the computation problem, KW. No, but there's a lot of like these useless jobs. Like, for example, like secretaries. Secretaries. Sorry. I was thinking it was like a blend of Socrates as a secretary. But secretaries, like all like secretarial work and a vast majority of like office clerical work can just be done by AI. Do you know what I mean? Like this whole thing of like the office worker is going to be a thing of the past with AI. Even like legal advice and all this kind of shit, that's going to become undone with AI. So there's not every industry, obviously. You know what I mean? But there's a lot of like these jobs that are just going to become useless to actually pay someone to try to do them because the AI is just better at doing it. Like office work would be a typical example of that. You know what I mean? So in terms of like we went through in the previous video, that's why you're seeing like a lot of these Americans that even have their 4-year degrees are saying, fuck it, I'm going into trades. Like 60% of them are going to go into trades. And like even like the people that are coming, like they're not even going to go into college, they're just going to go straight into trades because they're going to get paid better and they're not going to take on a couple of $100,000 of debt. You know what I mean? In terms of prescriptors, this is why I keep saying, you Reed, just trust in Trump. Trust in our boy Trump. I was born in 1976. Remember old people like my parents saying, you were a bicentennial baby. Can't believe the US is 250. Crazy. Damn you, man. A sight to behold. I can't believe I just watched one of the best UFC events on the White House lawn. That's what I'm saying. He's making the country great again, baby. 250 is pretty wild thus far, Franklin. We have kept it. Oh, I can't wait till 500, baby. Milton Friedman is something worth listening to with this discussion with British Keynesian economist. Can't talk today. Specifically about Japanese vehicles and the trade-offs. 100%. Free trade only works with reciprocity. But that's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Free trade doesn't work. Tariffs all the way, baby. You know? Because if you don't have tariffs, then you have no negotiation. Yeah, but an notariac, a good secretary interacts with clients, etc. Sometimes has to put out fires, etc. A computer can't do human interaction. Trust me, bro. Trust me. Like, even if it's like your own like personal secretary and all this kind of shit, like just think about like an office building. a vast majority of those people working in the office, AI is going to replace them. You know? Like, think about, like, would you pay a human to read through a legal, like a 2,000-page legal document, or would you have an AI dissect it and like extract out all the key points? Who's going to be quicker? Who's going to be more efficient with it? You know what I mean? And that's why I say, like, you're going to see like like when the AI wave hits, there's going to be vast unemployment, but there's a choice. You go back to agriculture and all this kind of stuff, or are you going to go back to manufacturing? What Trump would say is you want to go back to manufacturing and creative and industry and all this kind of shit, rather than go back to like peasant farms and all this kind of shit, you know?
Well, how about just simple supply and demand? When he started out, he said, we're going to outproduce everybody in terms of energy. And he's opened up coal plants. He's opened up massive oil production. So we're completely self-sufficient here in terms of oil and natural gas. In fact, we could supply it in many ways to the rest of the world. Venezuela, actually provides a different kind of oil, which is extremely useful for industrial applications and other things, which you can't really get anywhere else. So that conducting our own hemisphere under his doctrine is very similar to what the United States has always said. We don't want foreign interference in our hemisphere. My God, we got Canada on our northern border. Forget it. Carney and all that Blarney, Carney and Blarney. But in the rest of, if you look at Latin America right now, all of the leftist governments are being overturned. The most recent is Peru, okay, and Colombia. All of them are actually changing their governments to align with this notion of the United States is back in the business of helping other nations develop, not raping them, which is what, the capitalist system actually does, but actually helping them develop to be sovereign like us. And that's the whole principle. Now, if you look at anybody who's been schooled in economics in college, or schooled in history, or schooled in all of these things, and they're very, very proper, and they're all professional, and they're all hoity-toity, they know all this stuff, okay? They can't believe this is happening because it completely contradicts everything that they were taught. Okay, it contradicts Milton Friedman. It contradicts, the way that Wall Street works. It contradicts what everybody thought was going to happen here. And it's because of this just fundamental notion. When people get motivated and they come to having a productive identity, completely different, like different than the identity which exists. You're a social worker, you know what the identity is when I'm just looking for a handout, okay, to get by, okay? I'm not looking to achieve something monumental, like Trump is constantly setting the boundary way, way out there. We're going to Mars, okay, by the end of his term. We're going to have fusion power, if you talk to him, by the end of his term. He's actually going on Trump time just in that way to do these fundamental, really great discoveries. And that creates optimism in people if it's allowed to get out. What people experience is this all seems very turbulent because, of course, every single day the media doesn't cover this like I'm telling you now. They say, oh my God, look what he just did. He's gonna, blow up the world if he does this or that or the other thing. That's the constant reframe. He doesn't know what he's doing. Look at.
Yeah, these tariffs are going to crash the economy. These tariffs are going to make, everything 10 times more expensive. All this shit that the Democrats were telling us, that these quote unquote expert economists were telling us. Turns out Trump's getting all these deals. He's getting this reciprocal trading, as we talked about. Judah Mazchef says, reading a document 100%, but doesn't require interactions with humans, have egos, emotions, etc. You're talking about like sales. I'm just talking about like your default office clerical work. Like think about like in terms of like the legal firm, like what do they do? What do they get the associates to do? They get them to read through all the documents, write the report, and then give it to the execs. Do you think that those execs are going to be or those partners, junior partners, are going to need as many associates now? No. Because the AI will be able to go through the whole document and then just compile the report like within seconds rather than like days. You know what I mean? Dude says, shut up, woman. Go eat a freaking sweater or bake some cookies. I'm telling you, listen. We're just doing ad homs right now, chat. We need to listen to the argumentation. You can't trust the history. You can't trust the expert economists, apparently, that told us that the tariffs was going to crash the economy. You can't trust the economists that were telling us, no, America can't reindustrialize because China is just going to blow you out of the water. Kind of fuck. He's losing me to my boomer bias against all boomer advice. This ain't boomer, baby. This transcends the boomers. I'm blind. I kind of see. I kind of trust, but it seems trustworthy. I'm telling you, you're just skeptical now. But like I said, in a couple of months' time, when they're all calling Trump a socialist and all this kind of stuff, just remember the leprechaun tried to get ahead of the curve and he tried to warn you. Don't fall into this whole socialisms versus free market bullshit. No, secretaries, you said they deal with clients. I'm talking about like general office work. General office work. Like AI is going to replace general office work across the board. You're going to see large swaths of like unemployment. And then what are these people going to do when they have no job? You think these protests are wild now? You know? I'm actually engaging with the argument at this point, and the pattern I laid out has been proven correct. I don't know, bro. Like I said, it was the same thing that like JS highlighted. It's like you hear a certain word, and then it's like, boom, you're lost. For good. You know? That's why like I'm trying my best, and I'm willing to take a lot of shit for this. Like, don't get me wrong, like, this is probably the most amount of shit I've been willing to take thus far in my very short streaming career, if you can even call it a career. But like I said, like even in terms of the Iran war, I took a massive amount of shit for the Iran war. And apparently, like I said, I haven't looked into it because I just heard before I went live that like the Iran war, apparently there's a peace deal that's been struck, all this kind of shit. But like I said, in terms of like the shit I took for that, and like the one thing, like I did have the $20 bet with counterpoints that I lost, right? But in terms of the long run for the midterms, that's the most crucial thing. You know, like I said, like one aspect of that is that if you're able to take that off the table, what can the Democrats actually criticize Trump for? Apart from the typical, he's a fascist, he's a racist, etc., you know, or Epstein files. And that's the one thing about the Epstein files that drives me fucking crazy, where it's like we're supposed to focus all our attention on one dude, Epstein. Don't get me wrong, all that shit deplorable. Like, give him the rope. Well, he already got the rope. All that kind of shit. But then, what about fucking England? Do you know what I mean? Where's the outrage over fucking England? Germany, France, all this shit. Ah, oh, man, unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Selective outrage is crazy nowadays. You were right about the Tay-Tay psyops. I'll give her a listen. I appreciate you, Reed. That's another thing I took a lot of shit for. Doing the whole Tay-Tay thing. And I was like, just listen. Why is she talking about white picket fence, basketball hoops in the driveway, and having the whole block looking like you? I'm telling you. You know, and then we had Nicki Minaj giving her UN speech about the Christians in Nigeria. You know, yes, general officer work, agree with you on that, but because you mentioned secretary specifically, yeah, but you're being pedantic in terms of that. I'm just pointing out AI is going to wipe out a huge swath of jobs from the economy. So what are you going to do? And Trump's solution is creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in terms of manufacturing and restoring American manufacturing, industrializing America again, which again, if we were to listen to the quote unquote economic experts, you know, they would say that's impossible. America can never reindustrialize. It's all China, baby. It's all, yeah, the only way to manufacture all this stuff is through China. It's like, no, I'm going to invest in America. I'm going to invest in the nation, you know? I'm not trying to give you shit. I'm giving them shit. Yeah, but I understand that. Like I said, like, and you're not the only one, chap. You're not the only one. Like a lot of people have said, Teriak, this organization is dodgy as fuck. They're subversives. They're hidden Marxist. All that kind of shit. But like I said, if you just focus on what they're saying, especially because like out of like all the Marxists, I have yet to meet one that's like pro-Trump, or at least in terms of like the policies that Trump's passing. Right. But the one thing that I strongly suggest you guys be cognizant of or prepare yourselves for is like this whole thing, and you won't just see it in terms of the Democrats, like, because they are socialists, but you'll see it in terms of like these like right-wing influencers that are going to start pushing the narrative that Trump's actually a socialist now, and that he's actually a Marxist, and he's trying to turn America into a socialist thing and all this kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? Just prepare yourselves for that. And like I said, if you have any like counter arguments that you like, just prepare your counter arguments now, because it is coming. It is going to be a massive disruption. But again, if you study history, you recognize that what disruption does is broadens what jobs are available to people. Well, that's 100%. Because then you're going to have people who are going to specialize in training with the AI. And like this whole aspect of, there will be some people that are unable to utilize AI and they will lose their job, but then there's going to be other people that are going to become like, you know, twice, 3 times, 4 times more efficient in terms of like using AI to actually get them to produce more, you know? So, like I said, but it all depends on how it's managed. And that's why like Trump, in the earlier video that we watched, where Trump's saying, the government should take on 51% shares or like some sort of partnership with these AI companies, that's going to be even more beneficial, because then the profits of those AI companies are then going to be pumped into the US Treasury, which means then all of a sudden when Trump's talking about getting rid of the income tax, then all of a sudden it makes sense. You know what I mean? Like we talked about with the Bitcoin as well, the Bitcoin strategic reserve. Then all of a sudden this $40 trillion debt, that becomes a drop in the ocean.
Look at him in the cabinet meeting. Of course, the guy doesn't sleep. Look at him in the cabinet meeting. He was sleeping in the cabinet meeting. Do we believe anything doctors are saying, that he's 79 years old and doesn't suffer from significant, problems, other than he's got some problems in his legs, from venous insufficiency? That's being made into like a catastrophic disease at this point. It's not. People get it, So, everything is, he's doing all of this. It's big time change. And, I always come back to Machiavelli, who said, in essence, it's always the case that if you're the first one through the door, you're going to get shot in a military operation. Okay. And his concept, what Machiavelli actually said is, it's the hardest thing to do something which is totally fundamentally new to people.
Yeah.
That's very hard. Okay. But the hardest part is the people who shoot at you because they're invested in the model that you're overturning. That's what they know. That's what they're comfortable with. That's their comfort zone. And for a lot of people, it's also where they made their money.
Okay.
And where they get their money. So that to me is the big, big deal with Donald Trump, in terms of why there's so much angst underneath it, and where we're going, which in my view, as I said in my video today for Promethean Action, it's the biggest story of my lifetime, and I really like it because it's huge.
It is huge. And just
Drubenana ashadada pressure. Did I pronounce it correctly? We got Reed inventing new words over here, baby.
To say you are one of the team at Promethean Action, and people should definitely go and subscribe to PrometheanAction.com.
Let me actually speed up because she does speak quite slow.
Politics.com, you can subscribe there, and I'm going to be doing monthly
Bidenisms,
Zoom calls,
baby.
Q&As for some of the paid subscribers, depending upon which tier. So go check that out. And you should also get a VPN, nordvpn.com/cryptorich. Barbara, a few things. So one is, I think we can absolutely rely on the mainstream media to give us a fair appraisal of what Donald Trump is doing. There's no bias there whatsoever. I think we can completely trust the Guardian and the BBC and CNN when it comes to portrayal of Trump, right? Look, I'm only kidding if anybody thinks otherwise, right? Then the other is that you've got the British system, which is this rapacious vulture that doesn't allow for development, wants to keep nations and their people impoverished and weak. And then along comes this Trump fella, and what he's doing is with these nations saying, no, you can be sovereign, you can grow and develop. That is going to set up for a fight. It really is going to set up for a fight.
Well, it becomes very interesting because you see in all the people who are having the biggest trouble and actually shooting at us at this point, all of these nodes of the British Empire. Trump just signed an executive order the other day saying, if you're an illegal alien in the United States, or if you actually are laundering drugs or involved in any kind of criminal activity, I'm giving the Secretary of Treasury the absolute authority to ban you from banking in the United States. That's major because a lot of the way the British Empire has functioned and the City of London has functioned over the past period has been with dirty money, primarily coming through the Caribbean, and having a lot to do with drug money laundering. I think HSBC is on about its maybe fifth or sixth criminal prosecution for this stuff. Banks in Canada are similarly involved, and we're cracking down on them. So Scott Bessent is doing a really good job of targeting the City of London's black economy. Okay. Then you look at Iran and what's happening in that war, and you look at, okay, what's in the city from Iran? Well, how about all the IRGC's money, and how about the Ayatollah's money, and how about all that other stuff is sheltered in the City of London? And the IRGC, despite the fact that it is that part of Iran which is most dedicated to this terrorist proposition and kind of notion like Trotsky of permanent warfare, they actually are sanctioned by the British government.
Yeah.
They have sanctions, but they're not outlawed like many other countries outlaw them. And the reason is, officially the British government says we want to maintain our opening. Okay. We want to maintain our opening and our ability to, screw up this whole area. In the most recent period, a lot of money that flowed to the City of London came from all the Gulf states. Since 1971, it was like all the petrodollars.
Hold on a second. Going back to Iran. So they want to keep. So officially, what they're saying, the British government is saying, we want to keep lines of communication open with Iran. And while Hezbollah and Hamas are prescribed terrorist organizations, the IRGC aren't. And the Ayatollahs have hundreds of millions of dollars worth of investment in London real estate, and we don't know how much they have in through the London banking system. But the thing about keeping lines of communication open with Iran, because it's really important to keep lines of communication open, except with Russia.
Right.
That's right. We don't want to keep lines of communication open with Russia.
We all have our favorite people to make war against. Okay. It's like the Congress just did that in the United States. They said, let's have a war powers resolution and tell Trump to stop the war in Iran, pull everybody out, okay, until we say it's okay, all right? And let's give more billions of dollars to Ukraine, all right?
And also, isn't there something about allying U.S. military intelligence with Israeli military intelligence in some?
I think that's a little bit overblown. I think it's a problem, okay? But the thing that makes it attractive to get really upset about and it's possible I might get upset about it more once I learn more about it. But Netanyahu basically says this is his idea, and since he's such a reviled figure in the United States, including by me, okay, in many respects, you look at it and you say, "Oh my God, that's terrible," and this must be some kind of thing which fits this hypothesis that Israel is running everything. What it appears to me to be, when I actually look at it, it doesn't come from Trump. It comes from the Senate and the House. And their idea basically, and Netanyahu's idea, is we shouldn't give a blank check to Israel. Here's your foreign aid. You take it, you do what you want with it. All right, which is what we've been doing for years. Instead, what we should be looking at is what are the military technologies which Israel can actually help us develop, and what are the military technologies we can have Israel develop for the purposes of making both countries safer from things like drone warfare, etc. It doesn't, most people say, well, it completely integrates our military commands. It does this, that, and the other. I read the legislation. It does no such thing. It may get to that, okay, but it doesn't right now get to that. So, I'm not so concerned about that as I am with our complete integration with British intelligence, which is, total. I mean, Israel does not sit on the 7th floor of the NSA like the British do. Okay, yes. In total, that's integration. Okay, I think we have a long way to go before the Mossad is doing that. Okay,
yes,
but that's my distinction.
But it seems to me, on the one hand, where the Congress is saying Trump can't attack Iran, at the same time it's doing this legislation with Iran and the US, as you described. Well, it's like, they're stirring both sides.
Yes, absolutely.
It's like,
I mean, look at Brian Fitzpatrick, for example, just to give you an example. He's the congressman who...
Before we get into that as well, I got Chap saying, what's the root word in progressive again? Sorry for the fallacy. This would be the equivocation fallacy. Would you say that you want to regress? That you want society to regress? Like we go back to, stone tools, or we just turn everyone into an Amish. We go back to the Amish lifestyle. Do you know what I mean? This is where you got to be very careful. For example, and this is what the lefties are they've been winning on the rhetoric game. And what I mean by that is, remember the whole Black Lives Matter. If you were against Black Lives Matter, you were against Black lives. You know what I mean? They call themselves progressives, but bear in mind, what is their philosophy? Their philosophy is postmodernism, right? Their philosophy is deconstructivism, critical theory, right? How can you say that that's a progressive ideology when all it seeks to do is to destroy everything? It is regressive. You know what I mean? And this is where it's when you allow your opponent to define all the terms, and they're a sophist or a rhetorician, right? You're essentially giving them all the advantage in terms of the actual open dialogue, or the dialogue in society. And that's why they've been able to frame right-wingers as racist, bigots, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Because we're letting them define terms. We're letting them call themselves progressive, when realistically they're regressive. That's why we call them degenerates. They're degenerating. They're not generating anything. They're not progressing anything. They're actually regressing everything. You know what I mean? It's almost like the British did exactly this thing out of fear for the coming industrial revolution. I'm pretty sure we won that one. Almost like hands-off economy approach works in the long run. What are you talking about? The British system and the American system are two completely different systems. The British system would say free trade, deindustrialize, all this kind of shit. Whereas America's nah, tariffs, industrialization, manufacturing, all the good stuff, Patty Newman, so what you're saying is,
basically was the key moving force in the House behind both these resolutions. He's the chairman of the Ukraine caucus, which is this nasty caucus in the House led by Marcia Kaptur from Ohio. We call her Nazi Marcy.
Bingo, Johnny.
But,
Bingo.
basically that's what it is. It is that the Ukraine diaspora.
And Ryan does a superb job of asking, like, what is your limiting principle? You know? Like that conversation with Wick, where they exposed that Wick has no limiting principle. When Wick was like, well, my limiting principle is free speech. I was like, well, Joe Biden clamped down on free speech. Like, yeah, like I voted for him in 2020, but I didn't vote for him in 2024. It's like, yeah, but you still, when he was in the primaries, you were pushing him. Like, how was I to know what he was going to do before I voted for him in 2020? It's like, because you pushed the motherfucker in 2024 before he opted out of it. And by the way, might we say, the whole Democratic primaries, not exactly democratic, was it, boys? You know what I mean? But this thing of limiting principles, what are we progressing towards? Like, these are key questions. This is like Thomas Sowell. It says, like, the 3 questions to destroy a socialist. Who's paying for this? Who the fuck is paying for this? And you just watch their face fucking collapse, you know? Same thing with Pisco versus Nor and the core packing. Exactly. TLDR, it's never enough. We can never stop progressing. Them's limiting principle is, what can we get away with and keep power? Yeah, that's their whole thing. Do we have power? Do we have power? There is no objective truth. There's no objective morality. There is only power. Marxism 101. The limiting principle is power. Power. Limited, meh.
Which is composed of a lot of people who actually think that, Hitler was a good guy. And, that Fitzpatrick is the chairman of, and that's really in part why he's pushing this thing around Ukraine. I know that the UK is really in a fit about Ukraine at this point and scared to death that Trump is going to make a hasty peace deal, which they don't like with Putin. And I note that basically they're doing everything to cause an Article 5 type of situation by using NATO territory to launch attacks on Russia, which Putin's going to have to respond to. How he responds, I don't know, but it definitely is a huge escalation. And what I think they're really hoping for is, let's get the United States dragged into a war via the fact that we are members of NATO and have that pledge under Article 5. And if Putin responds by attacking a NATO country, what happens? Okay, does Trump say, that's it, I'm leaving NATO? I mean, what happens? That's a very charged political question right now in terms of the midterms and everything else. So they're really kind of working a maximum tension kind of scenario on that. But then the second thing Fitzpatrick is, he's the head of this problem solvers caucus in the House.
Okay, I'm already suspicious.
Right. Doesn't that sound weird? Well, it used to be called No Labels. Okay.
Right.
No Labels. Before that, you will be familiar with this in Britain. It was called the Third Way.
Ah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay. So that's who brought both of these resolutions. And this will show people that you can't rely necessarily on all your Venn diagrams of who gives money to who and who is who, whatever. Here's a guy who's saying you have to withdraw from Iran at this point under the war powers. Okay. But you know who his other fundamental funder is other than No Labels itself? AIPAC.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
When you actually look at this stuff and you think about it, everybody's like playing various games in interchangeable positions here. But the primary target is we can't let Trump complete this revolution. We have to basically figure out ways to screw it up, even if it means changing our long-held positions on other matters, which is what you see with Blair. In this essay that he wrote, I think on May 28th or so, he says, in essence, I was wrong about everything. I'm not proposing that we continue with any of my policies. All right. We have to find, he's talking about, again, a radical centrist or third way of doing things. And then he tries to ape Donald Trump so that he can ingratiate himself with Trump on the board of peace in the Middle East and other things, which he's got his eye on, his little conniving eye on. Okay.
I'm going to tell you, I have a confession, Barbara, and please forgive me. I voted for Blair first time round. But it wasn't a mistake, I repeat it again. So that's my redemption. And what he's done in terms of the British Constitution and British society and what he's created and the groundwork that he's laid, it's just awful, absolutely awful with his third way.
Mhm.
So cannot be
Well,
trusted.
yeah, and his reappearance at this point, I think, is really, I think he's working. My theory, and I got to prove it, is that he's working directly with Barack Obama, and the two of them are like peas in the pod in terms of where they want to actually take the United States and Britain at this point in time, and they're going to, Obama's going to bide his time and try and actually run the Democrat revolution through the midterms and against Trump in 2028. And Blair is going to try and suck up to him as much as possible and ingratiate himself with, all of the people who are essential to the policymaking stuff, which is really what he's doing now.
I don't think Trump.
And that's what oh man, that's what I'm shitting myself is going to happen. That like fucking Carney, Blair, Obama, that little fucking cabal that they've got going on is going to do what they can to try and provoke Russia into attacking a NATO ally, and then that drags fucking America into war with Russia, and then it's literally World War or post World War II all over again. Oh man, if that happens, guys, whatever the fuck you do not go to Russia. Do not go to Ukraine. Whatever the fuck you do not go to Ukraine. So I'll show you a video of what the plan with Ukraine is after this. Let me catch up in chat as well. Pretty sure this is Chap echoing what Suda was saying. Go knit and bake some cookies. You guys really don't like these. Calling this dude an Oompa Loompa and then you're calling her old grandma. You know? I've often said we're in a post-constitutional time due to usurpations by the courts. We now have a court actually rolling some of it back, and they want to pack it up to keep subverting the constitution 100%. But that's why I keep giving praise to Ryan. Ryan's exposed, like, not only the likes of Hassan, because like that's clear, the likes of Hassan and Vouch and all this kind of stuff, and clearly Destiny is gone in this ship as well. But even the people like Wick who will like hold the water for these cunts, who suck up to the likes of Destiny, all this kind of shit, who claim, no, I am not liberal. I am not socialist. I am not communist. I am just liberal. You know what I mean? It's like, well, Wick, you're just a young communist. Because what's preventing you from going down that path? You know what I mean? Because if the views are high enough, if the clicks are going, if the donations are rolling, where's your limiting principle, Wick? Where's your limiting principle? I mean, when you talk to leftists, it gets pretty predictable once you get past the sloganeering. Oh, bro, but it's... I done a whole stream trying to point out this thing. When you read Plato's Republic, he'll talk about the 5 degradations of the soul, where it's like the soul at its like peak form is aristocratic, meaning sound reasoning above all, right? That like this whole notion of like having a belief that's not backed by sound reasoning is an invalid belief that you don't even pursue it, right? Then you have like you go down to like democracy, then you go to oligarchy, then you go to democracy, which is the 4th stage just before the final stage. And like when you're at democracy, like you don't really have an opinion. It's like these people that say, well, like David Pacman, like I'm a polls kind of a guy. I looked at what the masses are saying. Well, sweetie, you don't actually have an opinion. You're not actually contributing to the conversation. You're just regurgitating what the masses say. Do you know what I mean? And then you get down to tyranny, which is where, unfortunately, far too many people, especially Democrats, are at, where they're just like, yeah, we're tyrants and we just want to push our destiny, we want to push our tyranny on everybody. And Destiny basically exposed that tonight, where it's like, we're clearly in a tyranny, and we need the only way to fight back tyranny, the only way to save democracy is to become a tyrant, apparently. You know what I mean? Ask the lefty where the resolution is. They give then give them a hypothetical to test it. They will contradict the resolution point 100%. And we've seen that from Rube. like Chap was saying. They will contradict it every single time. Vote blue no matter who. Oh my God, he's doing the land acknowledgement. What can I say? No worries, Chap. No worries. Honestly, watching Destiny Spurg out Orion today was a massive waste of time. It needs to be done. It needs to be done because, like I said, you make the clips, you put them on action, you say, these motherfuckers are tyrants. They're not even hiding it anymore, you know? Ryan tried to make it interesting with Dev, 100%. Ryan went, like, it started out as, like, well, I suppose it was a 1v1, but we all know that Wick doesn't actually moderate. He just, like, he holds water for his boys. Then it turned into a 2v1. And, like, there was a hilarious moment where Wick says he's going to look up the quote. And then as he was, quote unquote, looking up the quote, Ryan said something, and then Wick instantly started countering that. And it's like, Wick, you're supposed to be looking up a quote. You're supposed to be moderating. Like, what the fuck? And then just a coinky dink that, like, Destiny just happened to be in the neighborhood and then joined the call because he knew that Dev and Wick was getting absolutely spit roasted. And then it turned into a 3v1, you know? Fleecing, yeah. The rage quitter, as they say, you know? Top of the morning to yous. Top of the morning to you, sir. Have a good one. Have a good one, sir. You know, gotta get that dicky po. You know what I'm saying? Plasma day, hey, payday. It's plasma payday for Backgrounds Gramps. My man.
Always done that. He's just such a conniver and a scumbag, you know.
Yes, I don't think Trump will buy it. One of the things I've heard about Trump
Let me put it to 1.5 speed, because like I said, I'm going to show you what, like, this whole thing of, like, if Russia attacks the NATO ally and drags America into this war, what's going to happen, what the actual plan is. Because, like I said, I mainly went over it for like the European audience that I have. Again, trying to save as much people from, like, buying into what's going to be rammed down our fucking throats as possible. But I'll go over it again for the new people in chat and the Americans especially, because this is what you're going to have to avoid if America gets pulled into it, is because just looking into what Ukraine has been doing, it's like batshit crazy stuff of what they're doing. In terms of some of the strikes that they've been doing, like putting into residential areas and all this kind of shit. Like almost like Ukraine is intentionally trying to escalate Russia into attacking another NATO ally. And one recent thing what Ukraine done is they flew over a NATO airspace and then went into Russia, which would mean that Russia would be like, okay, that NATO ally has now involved itself in the war, which means it's a potential target. And if Russia attacks that NATO ally, then America gets dragged into it. And like I said, it's something that I'm like, holy fuck. If they do that, then it throws a complete spanner in the works. Especially, like, I think it's going to be just before the midterms as well. Wick also kept telling Destiny to continue running his mouth. Yeah, no, that's what Wick does. Like, anytime, like Dev would start interrupting, like, Dev would ask Ryan a question, Ryan would begin to answer it, then Dev would interrupt him, and then Wick would say, guys, okay, Dev, finish your point. Ryan was the one making the point, you ignorant motherfucker. Oh, man, it's unbelievable, you know? Don't know if you noticed it, but I did great moderation for the left. Hey, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. I don't think Dev actually likes Destiny enough to call, and Wick is looking at dollars. That Destiny behavior, though, was it true and true? Remember old Hannon? Hey, my man. Wick is a fucking conversational arsonist. Speaks for itself. You know? But like I said, this whole thing of, like, the Russia-Ukraine thing, man. That's one thing that I'm like, fuck. They actually do that shit. It completely blows like it. Like I said, it's the only card left on the table in terms of what this British imperial system can do to try and undermine Trump, to try and drag America into war. But what I'm hoping Trump's counter card would be, no. When I was doing the stuff in Iran, all you European motherfuckers told me to go fuck myself, and you didn't send one ship to the Strait of Hormuz. You didn't do shit for America, so we're going to actually stay out of. we're going to stay out of this conflict with Russia. That's what I think the whole counter would be in terms of that, you know. Back to our Oompa Loompa correspondent, Mr. Oompa Loompa himself.
Reading people, which is possibly part of the reason why he makes all these pronouncements. And then it turns, and everybody's like, no, he's talking nonsense. What's he talking about? And then it turns out that way.
Right.
Because he's read the room, he's read people correctly. So
he has a very remarkable understanding of people, which you get, you know, if you're in the real estate business in New York. It's a cutthroat, really cutthroat business involving everything from the mafia to, you know,
trade unions, bureaucrats.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a cutthroat business,
okay.
particularly in Manhattan.
Yes. Okay. Now, so Tony Blair, in this article, he said we need to let go of net zero in the UK. We need to reindustrialize, and we have to invest in our economies as a way of ingratiating himself with Donald Trump.
Not just get rid of net zero. Drill, baby, drill in the North Sea. Okay, fossil fuels, baby. We're gonna have fossil fuels in the UK. Okay, so you know that's really something.
Well, I think what Trump is doing by disrupting how everything is organized, the drug flows from South America through the city of London, the banking system, what's going on in the Middle East with the choke points, the rapprochement between the US and China and US and Russia, what he's doing with regards to NATO, then all his domestic policies, closing the borders, cleaning up the elections. It's shaking everybody up, all those that were profiting from the previous system. And I think they're scrambling around to come up with something in order to counter what he's doing effectively.
That's true. You know, and the only thing I can come up with is this idea of the third way, because over on the other side, you know, you've got just pure nihilists who are in the Democratic Party at this point, who really, if you ask me what they stand for, it's like, let's just burn it all down. You know, this guy, Graham Plattner in Maine, you think about what's really going on here. Okay, here's a guy who, you know, is being played as the working class hero, okay? The redemption story of the working class, someone who's had a dark period in their life. Well, give me a break, okay?
Now, is he a senator, governor?
He's running for a senate in Maine, okay? Right. He's got a Nazi Totentorf, you know, tattoo on him, which he says he was drunk in the military and he didn't know what the tattoo meant and he just had it done for him. His girlfriends say that's not true. He actually bragged about it. You know, there's, you know, girlfriends all over the place who come out and say he's physically abused them, locked them in rooms, done other things. He's on this, you know, predator sexting site, which apparently has young ladies on it. In fact, John Fetterman, the senator from Pennsylvania, who infamously comes to the Senate in shorts all the time, said that if Graham Plattner can prove to me that all those women he texted with were adults, I'll wear a suit every single day in the Senate.
Oh my God.
They're running, okay?
And he's running for the Democrat.
And again, this kind of goes in like, why hasn't Destiny been cancelled? Who was funding Destiny and all, like his orbiters and all this kind of shit, particularly before the election? That's why I say there's three enemies to the state or to the nation at the moment. There's clearly like the immigrants and all this kind of shit. Right, and you can deport them, right? But what are we going to do with like all these like middle-aged Karens, these middle-aged undesirable women, so to speak, that literally go to these that lead these pro-Palestine marches, these No Kings protests, and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And then there's the pedophiles. Like there's like this whole queers for Palestine. Remember like the whole queers of Palestine, and people were saying like, oh, it's completely contradictory. Do they not know what happened to a gay person? In that queer is not just homosexuals. Queer is also bestiality. Queer is also necrophilia. Queer is also pedophilia. So the queers for Palestine makes sense because Muslims have no issue marrying a 12-year-old, the fundamentalists. So now all of a sudden queers to Palestine make sense. They're pushing the Muslims on these areas and all this kind of shit because they want to lower the sex age. That's all they care about. They're pedophiles. That's why you need to make the death penalty great again for these motherfuckers. You know? How'd you vote for Blair twice, though? No, he said he did not make that mistake twice. He voted for him once the first time, but he did not make the mistake twice. Fossil fuels is a cringe term. Yeah, oil, baby. Drill, baby, drill. That's no bueno. Exactly. And the person that they're talking about there, that's literally the Democrats have no issue putting this guy front and center because that's who the Democrats are. Deconstruction is a good way to learn nuance. Dark Wojak, on, man. I know the government should make a massive investment in cats. Iran also mandates sex changes for gays because that's a woman. Yeah, like they look at the sex change surgeries as a solution to homosexuals. You know? Because it's either they look like a woman and all this kind of shit, or they end up killing themselves. Either option's a good enough option for them, you know? Oh, my bad. I misheard murder. Thanks. No worries, no worries. Pseudomass Chef, that question is the impetus for why I'm here. I had to find out what the sphere was. Left side. What this sphere was. Wait, you think I'm a lefty? Ah. No, my petit chéri. Iran thinks goats are, yeah. Goat lives matter. GLM, guys. GLM.
Candidate as a Senate.
And what it means, what does it mean? So there's this guy, okay, at which, you know, there are people who are crazy who are getting behind because they're nihilists just like him, and Bernie Sanders is supporting him, as is Elizabeth Warren, as is all of these Democrats, Ro Khanna, because they think this is their idea of the American working man. Trump has a very, very different idea about the American working man, which is this is a productive, moral human being who is living his or her life for the purpose of creating a better life for the people who come after us. That's different than Graham Plattner, who is just, you know, a pure narcissist. And they're parading him around saying, you know, indulge yourself in all of the sins and pessimism that has existed in this country before Donald Trump. This is what you get. Now, is he really a working man? No, he's very rich. That's his background. He went to these elite schools. You know, he claims that he's an oyster farmer. There are no oyster farms in Maine, but his mom, his mom gave him all the money to have the oyster farm. Okay. And that's really what this guy is about. It's completely fake.
Okay.
But, you know, they're looking at how far can we go in just pure salesmanship, you know, and selling somebody like this to the population.
Are people buying it?
People buy it to the extent that the Trump derangement syndrome is an actual psychological phenomenon at this point. It's like anything but, okay, is kind of the way that they're selling it. We had an attorney general candidate here in Virginia who actually talked about killing the children of his rival politician. And the Democratic Party just let it go. They didn't kick him out. They supported him because he had a dark period, I guess, or have dark thoughts. And we're supposed to say, well, okay, that's cool. So what I think is being created here, it's all a big op to run these really crazy people and then have, in addition, the turmoil which exists because of the massive changes Trump is doing. So you get this idea of someone who's just plain vanilla, not going to do anything dramatic, is just really talking to you as a moderate person. That's who I think they're actually going to think about trying to characterize to stop the Trump movement in 2028 and to a certain extent in 2026. I'm just a moderate. Okay, I don't believe in all the crazies out here.
Okay.
And if you look at Susan Collins, she's blocked everything Trump has tried to do.
And she's a Republican.
She's a Republican, but she
senator.
voted against the Save America Act. She voted to impeach Trump in his first term. You know, she's never supported him really.
So just that on the Save America Act, that's so disruptive because we're going to have another conversation about election rigging in the United States, but it's so disruptive to the city of London and its proxies because they don't have a vision. They don't have any great ideas on how they're going to make life better for American people. So all they've got is cheating, rigging the electoral system, relying on. I saw something on X about some woman who's 126 years old and apparently allegedly she's 126 years old and has voted in 51 elections. And
What? Oh my God, man. She's 126 years of age and she's voted in 51 elections. Ah, man. Like, if California alone is not enough to tell you that, like, this shit is clearly fucking rigged, I don't know what is. I literally don't know what is. Like, holy shit. You know what I mean? And, like, this is the thing that, like, I'd love to see the likes of Dev, Destiny, Wick. I'd love to see them defend the California elections. Like, what do you think is going on here? This bitch that was like in third place, well below Spencer. All of a sudden, she didn't even win her own district, but all of a sudden the mail-in ballots came in, and oh, wouldn't you know? Don't you know? She even outperformed the bitch in first. California elections are perfect. What do you mean? It's just a month-long process, guys. What are you talking about? These are free and safe elections. Jeez, guys. unbelievable, man. It's unfucking believable.
Shirley actually goes to visit her. She's no, I'm not 126 years old, but she's down on the roster that way. And all getting dead people to vote. And the last thing they would want is that to be cleaned up.
Sure. Absolutely. That's the Democratic Party machine. I think by putting Pulte in, he really is going to go there, and it's going to cause like a complete, they're already totally freaking out. We can talk about it in the next, period, but they're saying that what Trump, here's Mark Warner on Pulte. All right. He says, now, what I'm concerned about, here's what Pulte will do. He'll take a deeply classified snippet of information and say it shows foreign interference in our elections. And then he'll send the National Guard and ICE in to shut down polling. Now, that's kind of a confession from him, all right? Who was the guy who was most important in Russiagate in getting that stuff out to the public after Obama did his, crazy fake intelligence community assessment that Russia stole the election for Donald Trump? It was Mark Warner in the Senate Intelligence Committee. Here's a story for you. In January of 2017, Julian Assange called the Justice Department and called the Senate Intelligence Committee through a lawyer, Adam Waldman, and he said, "I'd like to come forward if you get me out of the damn embassy here in London where I'm holed up, and give me some immunity from prosecution. I am willing to show you and prove to you that my sources for the DNC emails and for John Podesta were not Russian." Okay, that of course would have blown Russiagate, killed it right in its beginning stages. Boom. Okay, the Justice Department was seriously considering it because why? Because the other thing that Assange had in his pocket was something called Vault 7, which was all the secret CIA coding for launching imposter operations, false flag operations in cyberspace, including, in my belief, and what Assange actually said about it, being able to run election fraud in foreign countries by disguising the fact that it was the agency that was doing this. That's Vault 7. And Assange says, I won't release it if you give me this deal that I'm talking about. I won't release it on WikiLeaks completely unredacted. I'll leave out the names of every agent involved in it. I'll just do the actual coding and everything else. It will not become a security disaster for the United States. So that's why the Justice Department was seriously considering the whole deal, because Vault 7 was enormously damaging to U.S. intelligence. So who comes in there and screws it up? John Warner. He works with Comey, and they stage a fit, and they actually tell the Justice Department to cut it out. And the negotiation right now, don't go forward with it, and that's what happened.
Wow.
And Vault 7 got released as a result by Assange, and it did enormous damage. That's why crazy Mike Pompeo decided he was going to murder Julian Assange.
Wow.
It caused enormous damage to the United States intelligence.
Barbara, thank you.
And that's the end of that, folks. Redact says, I hate pilled out women like this. I hate pilled out old women like this. Straight evil. Wait, you're saying that the gray haired chick is evil? Let me know. And there are some somewhat sophisticated messages that I think Democrats tried to scrape together, but they really just can't get past their hatred of Trump to make an effective counter. But this is their whole thing, because come 2024, no, sorry, not 2024, holy shit. Come 2028, right, when Rubio becomes the Republican nominee, it's going to be like, well, he served with Trump, so he's basically Trump. Do you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, this whole Trump derangement syndrome is just gonna it'll switch so quickly, like you'll literally like get whiplash. Because then all of a sudden it'll be like, well, it's just like the Republicans. And like we can never forgive the Republicans because of their support for Trump. And then essentially, like, the only Republicans that they would say that, and like they'll do this whole thing of like, well, I'm unbiased and all that kind of stuff. And like, well, there's some Republicans that I would vote for, and then they just basically list out like either neocons or rhinos. And you're like, oh, okay. So like, you'd only vote for the Republicans that were against Trump. Okay, isn't that a coinky dink? You know what I mean? The Republicans that are only in name only and are basically Democrats. Okay, those are the Republicans you'd vote for. Okay, yeah, pretty unfucking biased, you know. And you were worried about word thinking. What you mean? Let me know. They're coming for you, Barbara. What can I say? I agree with the Julian Assange thing. Super weird. I'm just saying. But the main premise there is like the dude that is like now saying that like, oh, what Trump is going to do with sending in ICE and all this kind of shit. Then all of a sudden you're going to have like he's the dude saying like you can't do this thing of just like compiling a report and saying that there's collusion going on. It's the same dude that put forward the Steele dossier. Like you can't make this shit up, you know? I know what you're saying. They did it with other Republicans. Not sure who the candidate will be though. I think Rubio would be a good candidate. But we'll have to wait and see. You never know. You never know. Because again, like in 2016, it was wide open. You know, I'm a neocon. I won't hold it against you, chap. I won't hold it against you. And we got Dart. Welcome in, Dart. Welcome in. I can't vote for Rubio. I wish I could. Not a natural born citizen. His parents didn't naturalize until after his birth. Fair point. Fair point. Rubio is a good boy. What can I say? What can I say? But to the Americans, I'm going to play this video because, like I said, it got brought up in this video. Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, here we go. So again, like I said, this is a conspiracy theory. I'm a leprechaun. My mom took Tylenol. Okay. And again, I'm not prescribing this. This is a prediction. This is a conspiracy theory prediction. Muddy the water. This is not financial advice or medical advice, etc., etc. But this is why, if Russia attacks a NATO ally and all of a sudden America gets drawn, because like I said, this is the only thing that would like completely undermine Trump and like it literally just throw a spanner in the works and all this kind of shit. Is this whole thing off? And again, like I said, like as soon as I heard that Ukraine sent the fucking a drone or whatever through a NATO ally's airspace, I was just thinking like, oh fuck. And like this is why if you watch Ukraine, like they're basically trying to provoke Russia into attacking a NATO ally. Like that's basically the only thing that the British imperial system has left. Like their Hail Mary at this situation, the hope that Russia attacks a NATO ally, and then all of a sudden America gets dragged into the conflict, and then they have to react. And like I said, the counter that I'm hoping that Trump implores or deploys is that when I went into Iran, none of you motherfuckers followed me. So I'm not going to send in US military to this Ukraine shit. And another thing that strengthens this of what I'm saying is Trump has been pulling out US military from all these European countries, right? But again, we'll have to wait and see. But I'd vote for Rubio. He's a bit neocon, but it could infinitely be worse. Well, again, like I said, now that I even evoked it, okay, like what do we mean by neocon? If you don't like the neocons, you can hold it against me. I've had decades of fighting lefties, so any new challengers are welcome. My man. I love the fight. I love the fight. We've been over it enough, chap, at least for a bit. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. But like I said, I'm going to leave this off with this video, right? I'm not going to pause it to make commentary and all this kind of stuff. I'm just basically going to leave it here, make of it what you will. But if America gets dragged into Ukraine, this is what's going to happen. And this is what's going, like, Europe cannot escape this, right? I'm doing my best to put plans in place so I don't get dragged off to Ukraine, okay? So this is going to happen to the Europeans regardless of whatever America does. But as an American, okay, this is what the plan will be if Russia attacks a NATO ally and drags America into this conflict with Ukraine. So whatever the fuck you do, if that happens, fight against it. Don't care about if it's a Democrat or a fucking Republican making the argument. The message should be America, it should not be in conflict with Russia in Ukraine. They should not be getting involved in this shit, right? Because this is what the plan is by that British imperial system, okay? This has been in the gears, in the motion for decades, okay? This is what the prediction is going to be.
Hello, everyone. It is Sunday, the 31st of August, and we are about to enter a very, very frightening period. And I says I will do this video to try and, I suppose, not even waking up, because it's too late to waking up now, but to congratulate a certain group on a tremendous victory. And yeah, we'll see where the cards fall. So I'm going to give you a good little video now on what I have come to know, what they might refer to as hidden. So the first thing is, in the 90s, you would have heard a statement, the nerds will inherit the earth. Now, you all thought that was some guy who had his trousers pulled up under his arms and a pair of funny glasses, kind of was pulling out of an inhaler, and he read too many books and all that. Well, that wasn't a nerd. Nerd was N-E-R-D, which is Nazis, eugenicists, racists, and deindustrialists. That's what the anagram stood for. So I'll take you back to World War II. It was before World War II that this was initiated, but that's for me to know and ye to find out. But what ye would be told in school in relation to World War II is that Germany, the Nazi party, lost that war. That is ludicrous. They did not lose the war. Far before the war started and during the war, the greatest minds of the Nazi side were being recruited by the American military to be brought to America after the war. Some of the figureheads who would not have been the intelligentsia, but they were willing to follow the orders, were transported to Argentina during the war. In all essence, the Nazis didn't lose the war. They simply moved. And a lot of them didn't move. A lot of them were based in America all through the war and during the war. And you can look all of that up if you want to. Personally, it doesn't bother me. But Nazism and eugenics go hand in hand. And what has occurred in the past 10 to 20 years especially can only be described two ways, depending on how you look at it. Evil or beautiful, depending on how you look at it. But what it does is it assures a sequence of events where a class of white Western people will continue to lord over society for the future. Mightn't look like that at the moment, but that's the end point. So, religion. There are three main religions now in the Western world. Judaism, which will be the religion of those who run things. Christendom, which will be the religion of those kind of in the middle class. And then Islam, which will be the religion of the kind of useful workers, do what they're told when they're told, cause havoc when necessary. These three religions will come under the one umbrella after the event. Yeah, so Judaism, the premise of Judaism is that they are God's chosen people, that the rest of humanity is a slave class under them, and that they will be at the top and they will accumulate the vast majority of the wealth, and they will have a slave class to provide for them, which is actually pretty bang on what's going on at the moment. Christendom is where you get to heaven by, oh, how would you say it, being a nice guy, you know, do what you're told when you're told, work hard, don't raise too many eyebrows, all the rest of it, and you will get to heaven one day. Islam is a little bit different. Islam is not only can you be a nice guy, but you must act. To guarantee your entry to the next realm, you must act in a jihadi fashion. So you can see how they're about to be used. But anyways, you're all probably wondering about this mass migration to Europe. So this is for all the lefties that are watching, because I actually don't hate you. I feel really sorry for you. I think you are entirely the victims of eugenics. So what has happened with this mass migration is there's an introduction of a new race to raise tensions. There'll be a little bit of an aggro between the native population and the newcoming population. But here's the kicker for it. Conscription. So conscription across Europe for the European army will start with the native population. This is to rise tensions. Now, the bit that they're not mentioning, but is very easily provable. If you have shown any right-wing thinking, you will not be conscripted. They will not conscript you under the guise that they will say it could be troublesome to have someone with a right-wing ideology in the army. The truth of the matter is, this is a cull. So all of the remaining lefties who have little boys and girls coming around 16 to 18 years of age, your ideology is going to guarantee that your child lands to the front line in the first wave. Second wave will be the undesirable of the new population coming in. So they'll go through that with a fine-tooth comb. They'll see who's actually qualified, who actually is educated, all the rest of it. And anyone that doesn't mean those terms will be given a choice. And the choice that will be given will be join the army, and after so many years of service, you will receive citizenship, which will never happen because of drone warfare and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's the call. Very plain and simple. So that's a little bit of the Nazi, a little bit of the eugenicist. We get into the racism. Racists survive because what they do is they group together in their own people. They're clannish. They keep the assets of that group of people to themselves. They survive. And then the deindustrialists. That is the control group. That is people who step away from society, go back to barter, go back to self-sufficiency, all the rest of it. And they'll be allowed to continue because this more technically advanced society needs a control group where they're like, oh, we have to have humanity behaving as it did historically. So your groups like Amish, Mennonites, your religious zealots that head off into the woods and do the compound and all that, they will be left alone. They'll be allowed to develop. So yeah, the nerds will inherit the earth. The frightening aspect that probably an awful lot of you don't realize is that politicians for the past 10 or 20 years have all had the one ideology, which was Darwinism. We have removed how stupid people are meant to die. We've removed it. Safety rails, insulation, all of these things have allowed stupid people to live and breed. And that's undesirable from the nerds' standpoint. It goes further than that too. They're dead set against homosexuality. They realized a very long time ago that there are a lot of people who have homosexual tendencies, but because society was so kind of religion-based, that they kept these desires underground. There were plenty of gay men who were married with children. There were plenty of lesbian women who were married with children. They kept these desires down. Now, by making society an open place for homosexuals and lesbians to carry on their deeds and all the rest of it, they come out into the open where they can be easily identified, where they can be manipulated by certain groups who sponsor things like perhaps chemicals that could be ingested into the body and used to assure that they would never breed again. This is not an easy thing for me to say. There are winners and losers out of this. There are people who identified it, who had a critical mind, who haven't gone with government policy over the last 10 or 20 years, who haven't built up massive amounts of debt, who have ownership of their assets, who have moved assets away from currencies like the euro, dollar, etc., which are inflating so quickly that they will soon be worthless. They have their assets in things like gold, silver, certain cryptocurrencies, land, real estate, all the rest of it, stuff that will survive this hyperinflationary period. But I am coming to the conclusion that this, although evil,
So, like I said, not prescribing that, just letting you know, like, that's basically what the plan for Europe is. So, as an American, if that happens, you should be fighting against that. Do you know what I mean? And like I said, another key aspect to, like, okay, Teriak, like, this is all bullshit. You've just found this the other day and you're just trying to be controversial and all this kind of stuff. Nah, motherfuckers. This whole thing that he mentioned with the homosexuals and how the trans, like, they inject themselves with chemicals and all this kind of being manipulated to inject themselves with, chemicals and all this kind of shit. Here's literally a debate from 9 months ago, and again, against First Amender of all people, all this kind of shit, where I was trying to point out that this trans ideology is literally homophobic. So when you think about this trans ideology, it's literally sterilizing the gays and or getting them to cut their own peepees off. Do you know what I mean? And then another key aspect in terms of, like, people with a right-wing mentality will not get conscripted. Remember when I done this debate against Rob Noor, our boy Rob? Russia should take over the EU. Like I said, I've set myself up so I can't be conscribed, because you can't be fucking trusting a crazy fucking leprechaun who says that Russia should take over the EU. You can't be conscripting him and send him to Ukraine. But as the outlined, essentially, like, this whole, like, because of drone warfare nowadays and all this kind of shit, it's not really war. You're just basically sending people over to get blown up by drones. You know? So, it is what it is. But let me catch up in chat before we head. We got V saying, hasn't Europe got an immigrant fighting force? Exactly. That's why. This is the thing. Let me just explain this real quick for you, V, before we head away. It's like Darth was questioning this as well. It's like, but like, the government's setting them up in hotels. Government's paying for their accommodation. They're paying for their nights out. Remember the video I showed you where the dude was like, oh, like, I'm fleeing persecution because I'm gay. And then it's like, oh, have you got anyone back home? Yeah, my wife and kids. Oh, so you're not gay. You know what I mean? The government sees all this shit. The government puts them up in hotels. The government even starts recruiting them to start, like, crowd management over these far right protests, and gets these immigrants to come in and beat the shit out of Irish people that are protesting, or native populations that are protesting against the immigration, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Why would they then all of a sudden send them over to Ukraine? Because they think that the government's on their side. So when the government says, hop in this van, we need you to sort out some far right people, put them in the van goes on the plane goes to Ukraine. See what I'm saying? Because what you're starting to see already happening in Europe, even in Australia now, all these right-wing governments are now going to be propped up and all this kind of shit. They're going to do the re-immigration thing. Then they're going to put them on the planes. And they're not going to send them to their home country. They're not going to send them to the Middle East. They're going to send them to Ukraine. And they're going to get blown up. As well as, like I said, those three main groups. There's the immigrants. There's the traitors, or the lefty retards, the communists. You know what I mean? And you can't deport them, so what the fuck do we do with them? There doesn't seem to be a solution to them. And then there's the pedophiles. This whole plan, this is why he says, it's like, you could call it evil, but it also could be considered beautiful, because it does wipe out 3 enemies to the nation. You know what I mean? And you've, like, think about the past 20 years. All 3 people in these groups think that the government's on their side, that the government's got their back. And then all of a sudden the government tells them to get on a plane and go to Ukraine. It even rhymes. It even fucking rhymes. You know? It is what it is. But like I said, this is a conspiracy theory. I don't have any proof or evidence or facts and all this kind of stuff, but you can look into it for yourselves. This is not financial advice. This is not medical advice, etc., etc. I'm just a stupid leprechaun talking a bunch of shit online, etc., etc. Please don't shoot me. A lot of them went to Russia. A bit of a gap in correlation. Why indeed, detective? Why indeed? You know? Just think about it. Like I said, going back to this whole, how does the British imperial system work? You get you fund both sides in let's say Nigeria. Let's say Nigeria has a shit ton of like cobalt or whatever the fuck rare earth mineral. You prop up both sides. All the fighting age men kill each other. The country's in debt because it's just been in civil war. And you come in with your loans. And you basically you don't have any fighting age military men left. So you can't stop these multinational companies, these globalists coming in and buying up all your resources for pennies on the dollars. Ain't that a coinky dink? Got a chap saying, well, this has been fun, Yak. Let's do this again. My man. I'm going to fleece Denny. My man. Have a good one, bro. Have a good one. Appreciate you kindly. Thank you for the feedback. Like I said, I welcome the feedback, and don't feel as though you ever have to hold back and chat and all this kind of stuff. So long as you're actually trying to, like trying to go in good faith. You know what I mean? Had fun. Good to hear. Good to hear. Take care, chappy, and hit the like. It's free, folks. It's free. Help a leprechaun out, as they say. Adios, mi amigos, as they would say. Well, yeah, that's the conspiracy theory / plan for Europe. And if you're American and Russia attacks the NATO ally, your excuse should be, you motherfuckers didn't follow us into Iran, so we're not going to follow you into Russia. Okay? That should be on the tip of your tongue. All right? Even like as soon as I'd even say as soon as that NATO country gets bombed by Russia, it should be instantly out of your mouth. You fuckers didn't follow us into Strait of Hormuz. We're not going into Moscow. You didn't have our back. We're not having your back. And I think that was Trump's like master plan in terms of like constantly trying to say to the Europeans, are you going to send any boats to the Strait of Hormuz? Because again, I don't want to see any Americans go over to Ukraine. You have enough on your own fucking plate to be doing that shit. But that's basically what's going to be happening to Europe. And like I said, I've already put the shit in place on my end. You can go back and check that debate out on Speakeasy's channel. NorPrep. It was literally the first NorPrep debate. And again, I'm literally there saying, yeah, Russia should take over the EU, guys. You know what I mean? I see these cunts coming from a mile away. You know? Salute to chat. Salute to you, Johnny, as well. Hopefully you had a good time. Like I said, tomorrow we're going to be doing the deductionist files. That's where we take a particular case and then we basically run through the background of the case, give us all the details, and then from there we review the interrogation footage. And if there's any police body cam footage, we also review that as well. And we basically kind of focus on body language and being able to kind of like tell when people are lying and shit like that. And also we analyze the detective strategies in terms of the interrogation as well, which again, it all relates back to debate and how we can kind of like improve our debate openings or just our general kind of like debate strategies and how we can kind of lure a lot of these lefties into like a false sense of security, slowly turn the heat up, and then all of a sudden hit them with the contradictions, all the stuff, and wash them sweat. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, any questions, any last comments before we go? Get them in chat now. Let me see who's live. Who we're going to be redirecting to, as they say on YouTube's. JS is doing his 36-hour marathon stream. I think he's on the last leg as well. I think he's also doing it on open panel as well. So if you hop onto his Discord, you should be able to join that. How much hours has he got left? He's got about 6 hours left, I think. Yeah, quick maths. Yeah, it's 36 hours. It's the third stream and he's 6 hours into it. Yeah, so he's got about 6 hours left as well. So for anyone who's not done with their viewing, still has plenty of hours left to watch some high quality contents. Have at it, boys. Let me get the redirect going. But yeah, get your any questions or any final closing thoughts and shout out before we go. While I get this redirect set up. Bada bing, bada boom. But yeah, hopefully he's had a good time. Does Destiny always keep whiskey on hand? Who does that? What can I say, man? What can I say? Well, you can tell based on their reactions. They're like that, like crazy ex-girlfriend that found out that, you know, you're now with a good woman and you actually have made a life for yourself. They freak the fuck out. They start getting crazy. They start getting erratic. Like even just a suggestion of putting for like trying to stack the Supreme Court, you know, it's just desperation at this stage. Point and laugh accordingly, you know. Stupid fingers and autocorrect. I've been there, man. I've been there. But like I said, ignore the noise. Keep a calm head, because like I said, these next three or 4 years are going to be hectic as fuck. They're going to throw a lot of things at you. But as an American, that should be your trump card. You didn't help us in Iran. We're not helping you in Russia. Simple as. Short, sweet, eloquent, to the point. And like I say to all the Americans out there, right? I know you guys were roasting the Oompa Loompa and the grandma videos and all this kind of stuff, the Promethean updates, all this kind of shit. And I know, again, there's going to be a lot of shit thrown at you. But again, I'm trying to get ahead of the curve, trying to hit you with the potential kind of like stuff that we're going to see upcoming and all this kind of stuff. One last comment before we go. JS doesn't keep whiskey on hand. His state doesn't sell on Sundays. Silly non-preppers. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. But make sure you give a hearty hello. Tell him where you came from. And again, if you're keen and all that kind of stuff, hop up on his Discord. It's all people welcomes, all this good stuff. And yeah, like I said, to the Americans specifically, I'm not asking you to trust me. All I'm simply asking you to do is to trust your president. We sign off the same way every stream. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And I'll see you motherfuckers tomorrow for a bit of the deductionist files, baby.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life. And I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you today.